Elf Century Beginning Quasi-God Chapter 251 to 300. 251. Accident, the purple scorpion with orange qualifications 99 wonbon. Seeing the orange light spot getting closer and closer to him, Zhang Feng was also a little surprised, because it seemed that the target of this elf was him. Xanadu, get ready. Zhang Feng looked at the gradually clear figure on the lake and reminded Shinado. As soon as Zhang Feng's words fell, a water cannon suddenly shot at him. Shinado was also instantly alert, and when Zhang Feng was threatened, it also exploded all superpowers in an instant. The terrifying spiritual strong thoughts directly and instantly defeated the attack of the water cannon, and caught the elf who was attacking in the water out of the water. The sneak-attacked elf was dragged directly out of the water by the angry Shinado, and Zhang Feng also saw its whole picture. With sharp fangs, strong fangs and limbs, and a blue body, a spirited blue crocodile appeared. Is the blue crocodile a good elf? Seeing the blue crocodile, Zhang Feng said to himself, after all, it is a pixie with orange aptitude, which is naturally very rare. Wow wow wow. The blue crocodile also put on a fighting stance, and it was quite excited to see it, obviously looking forward to a fight with Shinado who caught him out of the water. At this time, Shinado stared coldly at the blue crocodile, and it was obvious that Shinado's attack on Zhang Feng just now completely angered Shinado. Seeing the blue crocodile's face full of fighting intent, Zhang Feng smiled lightly and said, "Okay, let's play with it, Shinado." Although the blue crocodile has orange aptitude, its level is too low, not to mention that it is also facing the flashy Shinado who is also orange aptitude and has rich combat experience. At the beginning of the battle, Shinado skillfully used his superpower to easily play the blue crocodile between his palms. Obviously, the angry Shinado did not hold back in the slightest. In its view, this hateful guy who attacked his master must be punished. Result, the blue crocodile became the only one who was beaten and incapacitated among the elves captured by Zhang Feng in the wetland park today. After throwing the hunting ball and successfully subduing the blue crocodile, Zhang Feng also chuckled and rubbed the head of Shinado, who was still a little angry. After catching an orange-blue crocodile, Zhang Feng could basically win the bet this time, not to mention that Zhang Feng also caught a lot of elves with purple qualifications. Zhang Feng glanced at it roughly, and there were still 5 hunting balls left in his hand, so Zhang Feng was also ready to leave this valley. After all, he had caught enough water elves. For the remaining hunting balls, Zhang Feng is also some other kinds of elves. The valley, you can directly reach the 5th area by walking to the right. In the 5th area, Zhang Feng found a good elf. Ibrahimovic with purple aptitude. The key is that some trainers around him don't seem to be interested in it, and yes, after all, they can't see the quality of elves like Zhang Feng. God Zhang Feng, how are you? Zhang Feng, what I'm most optimistic about at the Huasha conference is you have to work hard. Win the championship. Approached, many trainers greeted Zhang Feng cordially when they saw that the person was coming. Thank you. Zhang Feng also nodded with a smile, and then walked straight to where Ibrahimovic was. Ibrahimovic. Seeing Zhang Feng approaching, Ibrahimovic was obviously a little timid, and his body began to slowly retreat. Zhang Feng did not hesitate at all, took out the hunting ball, aimed at Ibrahimovic and threw it, all in one go. Hunting ball directly hit Ibrahimovic, and a red light directly took Ibrahimovic into the hunting ball, followed by the hunting ball falling to the ground. After shaking violently for a while, then a sound and a flash of red light are also successful. After Ibrahimovic teleported away, Zhang Feng continued to go deep into the 5th area. At the same time, he found that an orange light spot began to flash in the system. Zhang Feng naturally did not want to let it go. Walking, Zhang Feng also came to a wetland. After changing into the wetland boots equipped in the park, Zhang Feng also stepped into the wetland. I have to say that the road in the wetlands is a bit difficult to walk. At the same time, the environment in the wetlands is more complicated. In order to prevent the elves from escaping, Zhang Feng also summoned Shinado. Before walking 3 miles, a poisonous toad fighter with purple qualifications also blocked Zhang Feng's way. Zhang Feng naturally subdued it without hesitation. There was no battle this time, and the hunting ball was thrown directly and successfully conquered. Because there are not many hunting balls left in his hand, Zhang Feng did not continue to delay the time halfway, and walked directly towards the elf with orange qualifications. Soon, in a relatively secret wetland, Zhang Feng also encountered this orange qualified elf, the purple scorpion, the best poison type elf, and the evolutionary and even more powerful dragon king scorpion. As soon as he saw Zhang Feng and Shinado, Z Scorpio seemed to be stimulated, and he turned his head and was ready to run away. Zhang Feng naturally couldn't let it escape, and directly instructed Shinado to use his mind power to bind it. This purple scorpion has a lower level than the blue crocodile, and its stature is also petite. It looks very young. Although it struggles frantically, it is still bound in the air by Shinado's mind power. Seeing this, Zhang Feng also threw the hunting ball. Without the slightest suspense, the purple scorpion successfully subdued it. After subduing the purple scorpion, the sky gradually darkened, and Zhang Feng was also ready to leave. Released the fast dragon. Directly riding the fast dragon, Zhang Feng left the wetland in the 5th area, and at the same time, Zhang Feng also used all the remaining hunting balls in the air to subdue the eagle. At this time, Zhang Feng's luck was not so good either. The 3 beagles, without exception, were all blue aptitudes, but it didn't matter. The potential of Biao as a means of transportation had little effect. The speed of the fast dragon was very fast, and it flew to the entrance of the wetland park in less than 10 minutes. After landing, Zhang Feng also retracted the fast dragon and walked out of the wetland park under the surprised and envious eyes of the surrounding trainers. At this time, Xiao Kai and the others seemed to have not returned. Coming to the lobby, the staff directly handed a large plate of hunting balls to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng found a teleportation computer and directly transferred all the elves into the system warehouse. After doing everything, Zhang Feng also sat in the hall and waited for his companions to come out. 252. Announce the results. The confident Heechul 99 wonbon. This trip to the wetland park, Zhang Feng's harvest is big enough. Originally, he thought of these things. The captured elf will be used as the elf that will be distributed to the newcomers of the organization in the future. But even Zhang Feng, who accidentally discovered the purple scorpion, had the idea of cultivating it well. When transferring all the elves to the system warehouse, Zhang Feng also made a rough count. Among the elves he captured, the 2 orange talents were the blue crocodile and the purple scorpion. There are 6 purple aptitudes, namely, the long-tailed hand, the flame horse, Heracross, the poisonous toad fighter, Ibrahimovic, and the steel cannon arm shrimp. They are all very good elves. The remaining 22 are all blue qualified elves. I believe that if someone knew about Zhang Feng's harvest in the wetland park, he would be surprised. You must know that with better eyesight, a trainer with good luck will be able to capture at most 1 or 2 elves with purple aptitude. The other hand, Zhang Feng can see through the elves' qualifications at a glance. In comparison, Zhang Feng naturally has a great advantage in capturing elves. After waiting for about 15 minutes, Serena, Lu Mengen, and Sha Zimu also came out together. It seemed that the 3 girls met inside and then walked together. As soon as the 3 girls came out, they saw Zhang Feng, who was already sitting in the hall waiting, and came over immediately. Did you come out so soon? Did you not meet a highly qualified elf? Sit down. Later, Sha Zimu also joked. Zhang Feng smiled and said, I'll know in a while. Lu Mengen smiled lightly. She herself was not very interested in this game. After entering the wetland park, she did not seriously capture the elf. Most of the time, she let Sha Zimu and Serena capture it first. Of course, Sha Zimu and Serena will also help Lu Mengen to pay attention to the elf that suits her, and the relationship between the 3 girls is getting better and better. Serena was also the first to transfer the elves. At the same time, she could also see the qualifications of all her elves on the computer. After setting the place, she directly transferred all the elves back to the elves in her city. Association Center was followed by Shazimu, and she directly sent it back to the Shah family Chamber of Commerce. After all, the Shah family was the #1 chamber of commerce in China, and there were countless cultivation houses. As the daughter of the Shah family Chamber of Commerce, she sent back the elf. Basically, they will be carefully cared for the first time. Shazimu had just finished teleporting, and Heechul also came out. When he saw that everyone was already waiting in the hall, only Xiaoqi was still missing. Heechul also went directly to everyone and asked what kind of talent they had captured. Elf. Zhang Feng was also a little excited when he saw Heechul's face, thinking that the harvest in the wetland park was still very good. Zhang Feng, you are sure to lose. This time I captured a lot of sturdy little elves with great potential. Heechul said with a smile. Heechul thought he was lucky when he entered the wetlands, and the elf he encountered was very good in his eyes. You go and send the elf first. After Xiaoqi comes out, we will announce the results together. Zhang Feng said to Heechul. Heechul also responded and couldn't wait to send the elves he captured. After all, he also wanted to see the qualifications of the elves he had captured. Heechul just started teleporting, and the last little red also came out. Seeing that everyone was in the hall, Xiaokai also moved his red cap with his right hand and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I lost my way after chasing a little elf. I wasted a little time, I made you wait for a long time. Already. Zhang Feng shook his head and indicated that they had just come out for a while. Zhang Feng and Lu Mengan were chatting, and everyone's elf teleportation was completed. Leaving the wetland park, it was already a little dark, so Zhang Feng simply suggested that everyone stay at the nearest hotel. Because the wetland park usually has a delay in catching the elves, it is a trainer for a whole day, and many businesses also saw the opportunity to build a hotel around the wetland park. After all, those who can become trainers are basically rich and rich, so there is no shortage of hotels around the wetland park. After calling his parents and saying that he would not go back today, Zhang Feng and his party also came to the most famous hotel nearby, the Yuehua Hotel. After everyone has booked their own room, Zhang Feng also suggested that everyone go back to the room to clean up, and then gather in the restaurant after taking a shower. Because some environments in the wetland park are really a bit harsh, such as the wetland that Zhang Feng entered, even if Zhang Feng had the wetland shoes prepared by the park, he would be disgraced. It's fine if it's just the 3 boys, but after all, there are still 3 beautiful girls, so naturally, you should pay attention to their appearance. The crowd happily agreed. In about half an hour, everyone came to the hall. This time Zhang Feng came first, so he also ordered some dishes in advance. The rest of Zhang Feng is also ready to wait for them to come down. Everyone came, the whole attention was focused on the harvest of the day. Heechul was even more enthusiastic chatting with Xiaokai who was sitting next to him, who didn't know that he thought he had caught a quasi-god in the wetland park today. Because there were a lot of dishes ordered by the crowd, the hotel needed time to prepare. Naturally, Heechul also directly proposed to announce the results of the competition. Zhang Feng also said that it doesn't matter. I caught 1 purple elf and 8 blue elf in the wetland park, that's all. As soon as Heechul finished speaking, Serena was also the first to speak. Although she knew that she might not be able to win the game, she also caught the elf she liked very much, and her heart was balanced. I have 3 purple elves with aptitude and 12 elves with blue aptitudes. It's not bad. Shazimu also said with a smile, she thinks that this achievement is quite good. As the daughter of the Shah family, she has seen a large number of elves. According to the physique and hair of the elves, the ability to judge its aptitude is still a little bit. Zhang Feng also nodded, then looked at Xiaokai and Heechul, only to see that the 2 of them were still calm. From Zhang Feng's point of view, Shazimu's grades are already very good, and from the looks of the 2, it is obvious that both of them have gained more than Shazimu. Zhang Feng also expected that neither of them could capture the orange qualified elves. If they could capture their favorite orange qualified elves, it would also improve the strength of the 2 of them. 253. Hunting results, orange qualification 99 wonbon. Because this game was a bet between Zhang Feng and everyone, it was naturally the last time he announced the result. Lu Mengan said that he would not participate in the competition. Heechul also nodded, coughed lightly, and made everyone's eyes converge on him, then said confidently. My harvest is that there are 6 purple elves and 18 blue elves. Heechul finished speaking, he turned to look at everyone, and the 3 girls' expressions were obviously a little surprised. After all, Heechul's gains were already quite good. But what made Heechul a little regretful was that when he confidently stated his gains, the expressions of Xiaoqi and Zhang Feng remained the same. Heechul, who was originally a little excited and thought the victory was in his hands, a little helpless. Xiao Kai, how's your harvest? I see your plain face. Heechul angrily patted Xiao Kai next to him, obviously a little curious. Similarly, Zhang Feng is actually a little curious about Xiaoqi's harvest. In fact, among this group of people, in Zhang Feng's opinion, the one who is most likely to compete with him in the competition is Xiao Kai. As the strongest fighting man, and as the protagonist of the original animation, his eyes on the elves can be said to be very vicious, which is why more than half of his main elves are orange aptitudes. Other hand, Heechul was the only one who was the main force of the orange aptitude, and became the absolute trump card elf of this China conference. Glancing at Zhang Feng, Xiao Kai said with a smile, I caught 6 elves with blue qualifications and 3 with purple qualifications. PFF'd, little Kai. Looking at your expression just now, I thought you caught a rare elf. At this time, Heechul laughed out loud, and at the same time heaved a sigh of relief. So far, his grades should be the best. Looking at you, maybe Xiaoqi has bad luck this time. Aside, seeing Heechul's smug face, Serena also spoke up. At this time, Xiao Kai scratched his head helplessly and continued, There is also an orange forest lizard, its speed is very good, I also got lost chasing after it. As soon as Xiaoqi's orange aptitude came out, Serena and Sha Zimu also looked at him fiercely. One must know that elves with orange aptitude are extremely rare. And Heechul opened his mouth wide and looked shocked. I have to say that this look is a bit funny. Seeing him like this, Zhang Feng is considering whether to tell his gains. The rarest elf, and Xiao Kai is happy for him to be able to capture everyone. At this moment, everyone at the table also felt that the winner of this competition was Xiao Kai. After all, orange qualified elf was too rare. After a brief disappointment, Heechul also looked at Zhang Feng maliciously. After all, he was not compared with Xiao Kai. If Zhang Feng's results were not as good as him, then he would still win. He is still looking forward to Zhang Feng's fulfillment, the reward of the Quasi-God. For a time, everyone's eyes turned to Zhang Feng. After all, he was the initiator of this competition. The purple aptitude elves that I have captured are 6, and the orange aptitude elves are 2. Zhang Feng smiled lightly and said in a gentle tone. But his words shocked everyone present, even Xiao Kai. It must be known that he is also very lucky, and it took a lot of effort to catch a lizard king with orange qualifications, although he is also guessing whether Zhang Feng's eyes can catch the elf with orange qualifications. In Xiaoqi's heart, Zhang Feng is also regarded as the only formidable enemy. After all, Zhang Feng is the only trainer of the same age who convinces him, and at the same time, he is also the opponent that he must defeat in pursuit of the path of the Elf Master. I originally thought that this time I could outperform Zhang Feng, but who knew that Zhang Feng was so good at catching elves? As expected of brother Zhang Feng, it's amazing. Cut, I knew that a bet with you wouldn't turn out well. Serena and Sha Zimu also spoke, and they didn't have the slightest doubt about Zhang Feng's words. And in Sha Zimu's view, this is Zhang Feng's normal level. After all, Zhang Feng is a trainer with a fast dragon and more than one divine beast in the beginning. The Heavenly King level elf is also auctioned, so it is not surprising for Sha Zimu to have such an amazing move by Zhang Feng. Likewise, Sha Zimu herself had no intention of winning by agreeing to this competition today. Contrary, she wanted to join Zhang Feng's organization, which would make it more convenient for her to contact Zhang Feng. Serena is even happier. Zhang Feng is her idol. 4. She can be in the same organization as her idol. Compared with being recruited by the Elf Association after the Huasha conference, she is still very willing to join Zhang Feng's organization. Although she has only heard about the organization now. But she believed in Zhang Feng from the bottom of her heart. Zhang Feng, what kind of elves are your 2 orange talents? Heechul was also a little curious about what Zhang Feng's 2 orange aptitude elves were. After all, the rarity of different types of orange aptitude elves was naturally different. For example, the gap between the green caterpillar and the little fire dragon is clear at a glance. I'm sorry, there's a wave of cracked caterpillars. As soon as Heechul finished speaking, Xiaokai also looked at Zhang Feng, and he was also a little curious. Pause. Zhang Feng said, a belligerent blue crocodile and a purple scorpion are unexpected gains. Purple Scorpio and Blue Crocodile are both very good elves, I admit defeat. Heechul also continued to speak, and he was convinced that he lost. Xiaokai also nodded, 10 elves with purple qualifications within a year, if he is careful, it is not a big problem. Nodding, Zhang Feng also looked at Serena and Shazimu. I know, I joined. I'm fine, just go back and tell my mother, brother Zhang Feng. The 2 women also replied directly. Zhang Feng smiled and nodded slightly at the 2 women, then you are welcome to join in advance. This hunting game has come to an end here, the meals have come one after another, and everyone is laughing and chatting. 254. The quarter-finals, the war 99 wonbon. After returning from the wetland park, Heechul also suddenly received a call from his fiancée, Celine. It seemed that something happened to the Celine family, and Heechul needed to come over as soon as possible. Zhang Feng himself was a little puzzled. Celine didn't come to cheer on Heechul in such an important game as the China conference. Now it seems that he can't escape. Zhang Feng didn't say much. With Heechul's strength, he should be able to deal with general matters. After Heechul left, Zhang Feng and Xiaokai also resumed their normal special training, and the 2 elves often exchange ideas. While the 3 girls go shopping, eat, drink and have fun, the friendship between girls is always established very quickly. On the other side, a room in the Jinghua City Hotel. Master Akashi, the master said that if you can win the championship of the China conference this time, then the master will be full of responses in the national parliament. At that time, many plans can begin to be implemented. I hope the young master will never underestimate the enemy. I saw a capable woman with short dark green hair wearing gold-rimmed glasses. She bowed and said respectfully to Akashi, who was half lying on the sofa. Hearing the woman's words, Akashi slowly looked at the woman, with a touch of indifference in his eyes. Oh, I see, let that old guy get ready. I'm going to be the champion of this tournament. After speaking, Akashi also stood up and slowly walked towards the short-haired woman. Seeing this, the woman's body trembled slightly, and there was a trace of panic in her beautiful eyes. She never liked this young master, and even had a little fear. Same way, she knew even more how disgusting she was in this young master's heart. Master and the people around him, she could only pray in her heart to leave here quickly. At this time, Akashi had already walked to the woman's side, only to see him bow slightly, attached to the woman, and whispered in his ear. Millie, you can go back to your home country and wait for the news. By the way, I have a word for that old guy, and just say, I congratulate him on becoming the Speaker of the Congress. After speaking, the corner of Akashi's mouth rose slightly, he pushed open the door directly, and left the room. All that was left was Millie, who was pale. Time passed quickly, 2 days passed quickly, and the highly anticipated battle of the top 8 of the Huasha conference officially started. This battle, everyone has been looking forward to for a long time, and the posts on the Elf Forum are also brushing every day, arguing about who is stronger and who is weaker in the battle of the top 8. Similarly, the next battle Damalan also came to the venue to watch. sorted out the east after having breakfast. To the venue, Lu Mengan still accompanied Zhang Feng's family and his mother. I haven't played for a few days. I feel like I'm going to relax. Now when I come to the venue, this kind of tense atmosphere reappears. Entering the venue, Xiao Kai looked around, stretched his body, and couldn't help laughing. Indeed, the previous races were relatively tight, and at most there was a one-day rest period. This time off for 3 days can indeed relax my mood. Zhang Feng nodded, and then his eyes drifted past the crowd who entered the venue one after another. The national trainers, the American trainers, and even the eliminated players have all arrived, and they still seem to be looking forward to something. Zhang Feng also smiled lightly. Indeed, it was not appropriate to leave before his own players were eliminated. Zhang Feng, there is no easy opponent in today's game, so don't be eliminated. Beside her, Shazimu also reminded that she also saw that Zhang Feng was still there. She looked around leisurely and didn't look nervous at all, so she wanted to remind him. Also, brother Zhang Feng, there are 2 games in the morning and 2 games in the afternoon. I hope you don't directly face Xiaoqi. Serena also spoke up. She also knew that Zhang Feng and Xiao Kai had agreed to meet in the final. Don't worry, you know. Zhang Feng also said with a chuckle, for the current Zhang Feng, there are very few things that can make him nervous. As for whether he will meet Xiao Kai in advance, that is even more of a joke. This is a conference held in Huaxia. Even if he wants to meet Xiaoqi, President Damalanchi will not agree. If it is the previous conference, it will be fine, but this time the trainers from other countries come to challenge. I believe Damalanchi will definitely wouldn't want to see a civil war. Although the championship of this conference has little impact on the next year's World Elf Championship, how much will affect China's status in the world? If a tournament held in one's own country is won by a trainer from another country, doesn't that prove that the younger generation of trainers in China are not as good as other countries? I believe Damalanchi would never want such a thing to happen, so at least the probability of Mei and Xiao Kai in the quarterfinals is basically equal to 0. I believe our duel will be in the final. Xiao Kai also smiled and said to Zhang Feng. Soon as Xiaoqi's voice fell, on the high platform, President Ma Lengqi's voice also resounded throughout the audience through the microphone. Hello everyone, I'm Damalanchi, I believe you are no strangers. In this China conference, I would like to thank all the contestants for their wonderful battles one after another. The Battle of Elves is the tradition of Chinese culture. The collision between elves, and the bond between elves and trainers, will be passed on to everyone through the conference. Now, I announce the Huaxia conference. The battle of the top 8 is now officially started. The 2 sides of the top 8 will also be randomly matched, so please pay attention to watching the big screen. Damalanchi's enthusiastic voice sounded in everyone's ears. Coupled with his identity as the president of the Elf Association, it was easy to arouse the audience's excitement. As expected of President Damalanchi, he speaks in a certain way. Zhang Feng smiled and stared at the big screen. He also wanted to see which foreign player he would play against. Is it the always strong American Dacto, or the blonde girl Michelle beside him, or the later Akashi Failu who reminds you? 3 things to read, collection and recommendation. 255, Xiaoqi vs Chu Yu, War 99 Wanban. Soon, on the big screen above the center of the venue, under everyone's attention, the pictures of the 8 players who advanced to the top 8 were also divided out in the form of a battle table. Soon as the schedule appeared, the off-court exploded. I'm going, isn't it? Akashi is fighting against Hongfei. It seems that Hongfei is less fortunate. Yi met Dakoto. What, isn't this the legendary final preview? The duel between Zhang Feng and the blonde girl Michelle is also quite beautiful. I don't know if Shinado is stronger or Hudi. It seems that only Xiao Kai is in a civil war. His opponent is Chu Yu. The forum says he is the weakest of the top 8. Come on, who knows what's going on? It's not easy for a trainer to reach the quarterfinals in this kind of competition. The schedule is indeed as Zhang Feng expected. The 3 of them did not meet, but there is one thing that makes Zhang Feng puzzled. Since Damalanchi regarded Yai as the seed player to win the championship, why did she arrange for her to face Dakatuo, who seemed to be the toughest among the crowd, so early? However, there was no time for Zhang Feng to think about it. After the schedule comes out, the staff will also start to prepare safety measures and inspections of the venue. Zhang Feng and his party also sat on the contestants' seat. The two sides in the first match were Xiao Kai and Chu Yu. Xiao Kai was also quite happy about his first match, and he couldn't wait. Of course, although his opponent is known as one of the weakest quarterfinals in this conference, he will not have any underestimation. There was still a little time before the first battle. Zhang Feng and his party were also sitting on the player's seat and chatting. Yi and Xiao Kai have never met. This situation is indeed the best. Shazimu looked at Zhang Feng with her beautiful eyes and said. As soon as this battle table came out, Shazimu basically understood some things, and President Damalanchi still had a heavy heart in wanting to keep the champion in Huasha. Yes, brother Zhang Feng, you were so relaxed just now. Don't you know that you won't meet Xiaoqi? Serena also asked curiously. Zhang Feng rubbed Serena's head and said with a chuckle, I don't know, I can only say that I'm very lucky. American player area. Brother, don't you think this group is a bit strange? It must be a trick. Adair, who was eliminated early by Zhang Feng, also frowned and spoke. Nonsense, there are 4 groups of competitions. But there is only one group in the Huasha election, and one of them is the weakest. Obviously, their senior management has already arranged it. Michelle's cold voice sounded, and she also looked towards Zhang Feng. To be honest, after watching the match between Zhang Feng and Adair, she was also under a lot of pressure, especially the fast dragon that Zhang Feng played at the end, which always gave her a repressed, huh. Haven't you encountered such a schedule? In my opinion, it's not bad. At least, I can enjoy crushing these step by step. The pleasure of a Chinese trainer. Speaking of this, Dakto's cold eyes also showed a touch of excitement. National player seat. Takuya, Akaji, your opponent is Hong Fei, 25 years old, good at fighting and bug-type elf. The ace elf is the commander of slashing. Okay, shut up. Looking at Takuya, Akashi waved his hand impatiently, signaling him to stop. Seeing the boredom in Akashi's eyes, Takuya put down the information in his hand without saying much, and sat beside Akashi. After he failed and Akashi revealed his full strength, there was news from the higher-ups in the country that he had to obey Akashi in everything. Here, Takuya has no complaints. After all, he has lost, and Akashi is still fighting for honor for his country. At this time, Damalanchi on the high platform also looked at the 4 heavenly kings and do you think such a schedule is the best for Huasha? There was a hint of hesitation in Damalanchi's voice. To be honest, after meeting Zhang Feng during the torch relay, Damalanchi had less confidence in Yi. Later, he got a deep understanding of some of Zhang Feng's battles, including Zhang Feng's performance since the Huasha conference, which surprised Damalanchi. Addition, Dakoto is indeed very strong, which makes Damalanchi a little shaken. So, after some intense psychological battle, Damalanchi chose to directly let Yai face Dakoto in the quarterfinals. If Mei defeats Dakoto, he will naturally support Mei without reservation. If Mei loses, then he will choose to bet on Zhang Feng. Damalanchi is also heartbroken for the next year's World Elf Championship. I think it's pretty good. At this stage, I think Mei is a little bit worse than Dakoto. Du's statement is also very clear. He is still more optimistic about Zhang Feng. Du, you underestimate that girl Yai. I think she can win this battle. As for the president's arrangement, in my opinion, it is completely redundant. Mother-in-law Juzi's tone was a little angry. Obviously she was extremely dissatisfied with that Yai's ability to test Dakoto. Since she met Mei, Kikuko has been teaching Mei, and she also likes Mei, a well-behaved and sensible girl. Let's watch the game. I hope Mei can defeat Dakoto. If Dakoto loses, things will be much easier. Kona also spoke up. After a period of time, the first battle between the top 8, Xiaokai Chuyu's match also officially started. The two sides of the battle were also prepared early in the battlefield. The following is the first game of the 8-in-4 competition in the China Conference. The two sides of the game are Kai Hong from Junxin Town and Chuyu from Rui Town. This game will take 66 full battles, until the end of the game when all the elves on one side lose their combat effectiveness. Then now, the game begins. As the referee's voice fell, Xiaokai and Chuyu who were ready also threw the poke ball at the same time. 256.99 Wanban_. White light dissipated, and the two spirits appeared in the arena at the same time. Chuyu's spirit was a sturdy wrestling eagle. Fortunately, it didn't have the brotherhood attribute like Xiaoji. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he showed all kinds of muscles. The first elf that Xiaokai appeared on the stage was the Thunder Elf, which was considered to be more cautious. Oh, we saw that the elves of the trainers from both sides also appeared. What kind of performance will Chuyu's wrestling eagle face against Xiaoqi's lay elf? Where will this battle between Chuyu and Xiaokai go? The host obviously understood that the first battle was actually the least exciting of all the elves' battles today, and the audience's expectations were the lowest, so he immediately stood up and shouted for a while, first to arouse the audience's emotions. Xiaokai, maybe I'm not as good as you, but you have to be careful, the battle of elves is full of uncertainty. Looking at Xiaoqi's lay elf, Chuyu said, although he has no confidence in Xiaoqi, but after all, he can't weaken his aura. Seeing this, Xiaokai also moved the brim of his hat with his right hand, and said confidently, let the horse come over. I will accompany you to the end. Wrestling Eagle, use your self-motivation. Chuyu directly chose self-motivation at the beginning to improve Wrestling Eagle's attack and special attack. Thunder Spirit, Electric Shock. As Xiaoqi's voice sounded, the lightning arc flashed around the Thunder Elf, and the next second, the electric shock shot directly at the opposite Wrestling Eagle. Wrestling Eagle, jump up and dodge. The Wrestling Eagle's response was also very fast, jumping up, dodging the electric shock, and at the same time his entire body came to the air. It's now, flying under pressure. I saw that the Wrestling Eagle swooped down from the sky with red light all over his body, and went straight to the Thunder Elf. Thunder Spirit, move at high speed, avoid. Xiaokai also immediately reminded that the weight of the flying body has the attributes of flying and fighting at the same time. The power is very amazing, and it will be very troublesome to be hit. Lay Elf, who sensed the Wrestling Eagle's attack, also kicked his legs, accelerated and rushed out before the Wrestling Eagle's attack fell on his body, narrowly avoiding the blow. Splitting Tiles, Wrestling Eagle. The shot failed. Chuyu chose to continue the attack without any hesitation. After landing, the Wrestling Eagle rushed towards the Thunder Elf again, its claws flashing white light, and the tile splitting directly attacked the Thunder Elf. Don't be afraid, Thunder Elf, Missile Needle. In an instant, the Thunder Elf also flickered with white light all over his body, and all the attacks of the missile needles shot directly at the Wrestling Eagle that was charging towards him. Seeing the missile needles attack, the Horned Eagle had to bite the bullet and fight against it by splitting tiles. For a time, a lot of the missile needles attack fell on the Wrestling Eagle, making it embarrassed. Thunder Elf, good chance, move at high speed, thunder and lightning teeth. Xiaokai is also a veteran of the battle, and naturally he will not miss any opportunity. The Thunder Elf understood and directly launched a high-speed movement, instantly increasing his speed to get close to the Wrestling Eagle, followed by the flashing arc in his mouth, and directly bit on the Wrestling Eagle's arm. Wrestling Eagle. Seeing this scene, Chuyu also shouted anxiously. Xiaoqi's Thunder Elf has been cultivated with great care, and the reaction power and speed alone are beyond the scope of the purple talent elves. Auditorium. Zhangfeng also sighed a little, that Xiaoqi's Thunder Spirit, to a certain extent, has surpassed his own qualifications. Wow! The Wrestling Eagle fell to the ground, and Chuyu's first elf lost his fighting ability. Sure enough, Xiaoqi player is really difficult to deal with, the speed of the Thunder Elf is simply too fast. Looking at the wrestling eagle lying on the ground, the host also shouted excitedly. Excellent, Thunder Elf. After solving the wrestling eagle, Xiao Kai also smiled at the Thunder Elf. A dignified expression, Chu Yu took back the wrestling eagle, and Chu Yu was also calculating in his heart how to deal with this agile and quick-moving Thunder Elf. Come out and fight, Rogue Panda. Following a white light, the entire venue trembled, and the Rogue Panda with a body as strong as a hill also appeared. The Rogue Panda has black and white body color, and looks very vicious. It always carries a bamboo branch, and it also understands the movement of the enemy through the swing of the bamboo leaf, but if it loses the bamboo leaf, it also loses the fighting spirit at the same time. It's a bit irrational to use a Rogue Panda to deal with Xiaoqi's Thunder Elf. Auditorium, Zhang Feng also commented with a flat expression. Not to mention that defeating Wrestling Eagle Xiaoqi's Thunder Spirit is not very expensive. Xiaoqi's Thunder Spirit reacts quickly and is extremely fast. Although Rogue Panda is extremely destructive, doesn't it mean that it's useless? After all, it's not. Anyone can carry a treasure of life leftovers, just like Xiaoqi's carbine, and the physical exertion is like no money. As long as Xiaoqi's battle command is good, with his Thunder Spirit's ability, there is a good chance that the Rogue Panda will be defeated after consuming a lot of physical strength. And the result was exactly as Zhang Feng had guessed, even though Chu Yu's Rogue Panda had an iron fist. The power of its moves will increase when it uses punch-like moves, but every blow of it is carefully avoided by Xiaoqi's Thunder Spirit. In this way, with the high mobility of the Thunder Spirit, Xiao Kai made Chu Yu's Rogue Panda even more clumsy in front of the audience. The scars on the Rogue Panda continued to increase, and Chu Yu was also a little anxious, so he was ready to take a gamble. So, the Rogue Panda directly took down the billion shock wave of the Little Red Thunder Elf's big move, and then a blasting punch hit the Thunder Elf. Chu Yu's fighting style is also a bit beyond Xiaoqi's expectations, and the willpower of the Rogue Panda is also tenacious enough. In this way, the Rogue Panda and the Thunder Elf both fell and lost their ability to fight at the same time. 257 The Perseverance of the Giant Pincer Mantis 99 Wanban. We saw Chu Yu's Rogue Panda showed extraordinary perseverance at the last moment, withstood the Thunder Spirit's attack and launched a counterattack. Of course, Chu Yu is still at a disadvantage at this time, let's expect him to deal with it. In the elf battle, the host's commentary will try to favor the weaker side as much as possible. Although the Rogue Panda relied on the perseverance to counterattack and exchanged with Lei Elf, in the end, Xiao Kai has already been ahead of Chu Yu by a elf. Chu Yu's third sprite is the Ice Dragon. Although the Ice Dragon is called a dragon, it does not have the attributes of a dragon, but a rock plus ice elf. Also called the Ice and Snow Dragon because of its resemblance to the shape of a dragon. Ice and Snow Dragon, it seems to be an ice and snow dragon with the characteristics of frozen skin. Looking at the ice and snow dragons in the field, Zhang Feng also sighed a little. When he played games in his previous life, he liked the appearance of the ice and snow dragons. Brother Zhang Feng, why do you say that the ice giant dragon has the characteristic of frozen skin? What is the effect of the frozen skin feature? Serena also asked with her cute little head tilted. Because the research on the characteristics of elf is not too deep in this world, it is normal that some characteristics belong to which elf Serena does not know. Hearing Serena's words, Shazimu's beautiful eyes also looked at Zhang Feng, obviously waiting for Zhang Feng to answer her. After all, she was not very clear. Glancing at him, there were two expectant pretty faces. Zhang Feng also said with a smile, actually, it's very simple. There are only two characteristics of the ice dragon, snowfall and frozen skin. Sure enough, this giant snow dragon has the characteristics of snowfall, then the weather in the venue should change to snowfall at this time, otherwise it must be frozen skin. Speaking of this, Zhang Feng also paused. Oh so. Serena also looked thoughtful. And what about the effect of frozen skin? Shazimu followed suit. Zhang Feng smiled lightly at Shazimu and said, actually, just like my fairy, the skin is the same. The effect of freezing the skin is to change the normal attribute moves to the ice attribute, and slightly increase its power. After listening to Zhang Feng's explanation, Shazimu also nodded, and at the same time Shazimu secretly admired it. In her eyes, Zhang Feng seemed to have a very clear understanding of all the elves, characteristics, hobbies, and everything. In Shazimu's opinion, it is estimated that the doctor who has studied elves for many years does not know as much as Zhang Feng. In the venue, Xiaoqi's second elf also appeared as a mantis. Giant Claw Mantis, Sword Dance. At the beginning, Xiao Kai did not hesitate at all, and directly strengthened his attack power with Sword Dance. The body of the giant pincer mantis was spinning at airspeed, followed by a red energy surrounding the giant pincer mantis, and then the red energy also disappeared. Ice and Snow Dragon, Aurora Beam. Naturally, Chu Yu would not let the giant pincer mantis continue the sword dance so leisurely. Ice and Snow Dragon roared, and the rainbow-colored light beams fired from its mouth, slamming directly at the giant pincer mantis. Giant pincer mantis, cut it, cross, scissors. Xiao Kai also waved his hands and shouted without hesitation. He was full of confidence in the giant pincer mantis. The giant pincer mantis sensed the attack of the polar beam, raised his arms high, and a pair of side-like claws crossed his chest directly in a cross shape and slashed out. In an instant, the polar beam was directly torn apart like this. And Xiaoqi's giant pincer mantis still dashed towards the ice giant dragon. Ice and Snow Dragon, use Blizzard directly. Although he was surprised by the sharpness of the giant pincer mantis double sickle, Chu Yu responded quickly. The Ice and Snow Dragon spit out a fierce cold wind in an instant, which was also mixed with pieces of snow, which directly blew the giant pincer mantis out. I saw that some ice crystals were attached to the body and wings of the giant pincer mantis. This scene was also noticed by Zhang Feng in the auditorium. This blizzard of the Ice and Snow Dragon will have a great impact on the speed of the giant pincer mantis. Giant Claw Mantis, are you all right? Xiao Kai also shouted with concern. In response, the giant pincer mantis also shook the ice crystals on his body, raised his right pincer high, and let out a soft cry, indicating that he was fine. Ice and Snow Dragon, slam. Chu Yu's voice sounded, and the huge body of the Ice and Snow Dragon began to accelerate, and at the same time, the body was wrapped in blue ice attribute energy and rushed directly to the giant pincer mantis. It is the frozen skin feature that transforms normal type slam into ice type moves. Seeing the huge Ice and Snow Dragon rushing towards the giant pincer mantis, Xiao Kai also unhurriedly shouted, "The giant pincer mantis, fly up to avoid." With the speed of the giant pincer mantis known as the Red Flash, this direct attack method has almost no chance of hitting. The giant pliers mantis also understands it, and it will take off as soon as its wings are spread, but the wings that follow it are stunned. What? Seeing that the giant pincer mantis couldn't move, Xiao Kai also changed his face and saw the ice crystals attached to the giant pincer mantis's wings. Following that, the giant Ice and Snow Dragon slammed into the giant pincer mantis. Without any defense, the giant pincer mantis was directly thrown out by Julie, and stopped when it hit the wall on the side of the court. In the eyes of everyone, the giant pincer mantis did not fall directly, but supported the ground with the sickle with both hands, and stood up again. After standing up, he waved his scythes, and the giant pincer mantis assumed a fighting stance, staring at the ice dragon. Well done, Giant Claw Mantis. Seeing this scene, Xiaoqi's eyes also lit up. When he first met this giant pincer mantis, it was still a flying mantis. At that time, Xiao Kai found that its character was extremely belligerent and unyielding, which was very in line with his own character. This is also the reason why Xiao Kai subdued it. Ice and Snow Dragon, freezing light. Chu Yu also continued to attack. He knew that although the giant pincer mantis stood up again at this time, his physical strength must have reached the limit, and he only needed a proper attack to solve it. 258. Fire-breathing Dragon, debut. 99 Wanbon. The giant pliers mantis, be careful, use the shadow clone. The moment the blue light shot at the giant pincer mantis, the giant pincer mantis also instantly separated a row of identical clones. The freezing light hit one of the clones, penetrated through, and fluttered into the air. Giant pincer mantis, attack, cut continuously. Taking advantage of the freezing light of the ice dragon, the giant pincer mantis also accelerated to get close to it in an instant. Ice and Snow Dragon also reacted very quickly, dodging the slash of the giant pincer mantis, but the giant pincer mantis also continued to pursue immediately after missing a hit. A pair of knives as sharp as scythes slammed into the ice giant dragon. The slashing power of the giant pincer mantis is very powerful, and the ice and snow giant dragon is full of scars in an instant. Ice and Snow Dragon, shake it off. Dragon tail. Fix it, giant claw mantis, alloy claw. At the decisive stage, the voices of the two also sounded at the same time. The tail of the ice snow giant flickered with cyan light, and the dragon's tail was ready. Obviously, the speed of the giant pincer mantis was faster. At a very close distance, the giant pincer mantis leapt high, and the double pincers glowed with a metallic luster, directly slamming at the back of the ice dragon. Bang! The back suffered a heavy blow, and the ice dragon's feet were also soft, and the whole body fell heavily to the ground. The ice dragon is incapacitated. Glancing at the giant ice dragon whose eyes were rippling on the ground, the referee also immediately waved and shouted. The perseverance of that giant pincer mantis is very good, and it can make such agile movements under such circumstances. On the high platform, Lu Bo saw Xiaoqi's performance. His old face also blossomed with a smile. It seems that the first semi-finalist of the Chinese trainer is this Scarlet, very good guy. Looking at Uncle Lu who was staring at Xiao Kai with a satisfied expression, Granny Juzi said slowly. With a little training, you may be an invincible king again. Looking at Xiao Kai, Damalanchi, who was sitting in the center, also smiled and said. Now what he is most looking forward to is, there will be more talented trainers of the younger generation to inject fresh blood into the elf association. Venue, Chu Yu, who had lost half of the elf, was not discouraged, because from the beginning he knew that his strength was still far from that of Xiao Kai on the other side. What he really needs to do is to go all out and show everyone his strength is enough. Chu Yu's fourth elf appeared. A law-abiding monster, purple in quality. In fact, from Zhang Feng's point of view, Chu Yu's commanding ability is already very good. The most rare thing is that he is also a civilian trainer and has no family background. You must know that a trainer is an extremely expensive profession, and all Chu Yu's expenses basically need to be solved by himself. To be able to reach the top 8 of the China conference step by step, he has already proved his ability. If it weren't for the particularity of this year's China conference, maybe his ranking would have been higher. Back to the battle, because the giant pincer mantis was seriously injured in the battle with the ice and snow giant dragon, and his stamina was very little left, Xiao Kai also took it back and replaced it with a fire-breathing dragon. The fire-breathing dragon attracted cheers from the audience as soon as he appeared on the stage. Although it was not as enthusiastic as when Zhang Feng's fast dragon appeared, it was also rare. Lu Bo on the high platform saw the fire-breathing dragon, also stroked his beard and smiled. When he met Xiao Kai, he also tested Xiaoqi's strength. At that time, Xiaoqi's fire-breathing dragon also left a deep impression on Lu Bo, who is the king of the four heavens. Roar! A roar, the fire-breathing dragon flew in midair, looking down at the strange power on the ground. Chu Yu's expression was as usual, and he directly directed his strange force to launch an attack. But the difference in strength between Chu Yu's strange power and Xiaoqi's fire-breathing dragon is really like a moat. Little Red Level 1. Plus the orange qualified fire-breathing dragon has crushed Chu Yu's strange power from the data alone. In the face of absolute strength, everything seemed pale. Although Chu Yu tried his best to command the strange force to counterattack, the fire-breathing dragon still suppressed the strange force. Looking at the fire-breathing dragon flying in the sky, Zhang Feng also sighed secretly. Xiaoqi deserves to be called the strongest fighting person, and he can be regarded as watching Xiaoqi's fire-breathing dragon gradually grow. It is estimated that Xiaoqi is now short of a fire-breathing dragon evolution stone. Zhang Feng thought about it, and the fire-breathing dragon's last throw on the earth also solved Chu Yu's strange power. Immediately after, Chu Yu's fifth elf appeared, a tyrannical carp dragon with blue aptitude. Obviously, the pain of the commoner trainer was also here. As a player who made it to the top 8 of the China conference, Chu Yu is probably the only trainer who has blue qualifications in the main elf lineup. The Tyrannosaurus carp dragon who just appeared on the field is also full of rage, and he is flying towards the midair. The fire dragon is a roar, obviously dissatisfied with it flying around him. And this became the only highlight shot of Chu Yu's tyrannical carp dragon at this China conference. Xiaoqi's fire-breathing dragon also seemed to be provoked by the tyrannical carp dragon, and the steel wings and dragon claws also greeted it directly. Not to mention that the Tyrannosaurus dragon itself is inconvenient to move on land, and the fire-breathing dragon can fly, so the battle basically becomes a one-sided trick. Although the water-based skills of the tyrannical carp dragon can restrain the fire-breathing dragon, in this case, it is basically impossible to hit the extremely flexible fire-breathing dragon. Soon, Chu Yu's tyrannical carp dragon was madly educated by Xiaoqi's fire-breathing dragon. Taking back the wrecked tyrannical carp dragon, Chu Yu threw the last Pokeball with a pale face. Xiaoqi's fire-breathing dragon was so powerful that he continuously defeated his elves, which made him a little unacceptable. White light dissipated, and Chu Yu's last elf appeared, a bronze bell with purple qualifications, which was also Chu Yu's absolute trump card. 259. Akashi vs Hongfei, the Flame of Terror 99 Wanban. It's a pity for the bronze bell. Zhang Feng from the player's seat also said softly. According to the elf forum, Chu Yu's ace elf is this bronze bell. When he was in the top 32, he also relied on the explosion of this bronze bell to defeat his opponent and successfully advance. But at this time, this bronze bell has become very difficult to win against the fire-breathing dragon, which has restrained attributes and is far stronger than it. Similarly, the audience at the scene started to discuss the battle between Akashi and Hongfei in the next game. Chu Yu only had the last bronze bell left. On the other hand, Xiaoqi still had 3 elves that didn't appear in the scene, so it was clear at a glance how it ended. Of course, even so, Chu Yu did not hesitate at all and still devoted himself to the command of this battle. Under his command, Bronze Bell made excellent use of superpowers and the characteristics of the steel system to fight back and forth with Xiaoqi's fire-breathing dragon, and even once gained the upper hand. However, Xiaoqi's reaction was also very fast, and after a while, he directed the fire-breathing dragon to counterattack strongly, defeating the Bronze Bell. Looking at the bronze bell that fell to the ground and had burn marks everywhere, Chu Yu was half knelt on the ground, his eyes a little lost. At this moment, his trip to the Huasha conference is also over. The bronze bell loses its fighting ability, and the fire-breathing dragon wins. Since then, all 6 elves of Chu Yu's players have lost their ability to fight. The winner is Xiaoqi from Junxin Town. Under the exciting explanation of the host, Xiaoqi also became the first trainer to advance to the semifinals. Contestant's seat, Zhang Feng and his party also chuckled lightly. The match between Xiaoqi and Chu Yu was also said to be very intense, and there were traces of battle left by the 2 spirits everywhere in the arena. Because every battle in the top 8 is extremely important, the staff of the Elf Association are also making simple adjustments to the venue. About half an hour later, when the audience was impatient, the host announced again that the game could start again. The second game, the 2 sides in the quarterfinals were Akashi of their own country and Hongfei of the Hong family of Huasha Jinghua City. Akashi's strength is naturally enough. When he was promoted to the quarterfinals, he only relied on a duck-billed flame dragon to solve his opponent, and the 1v6 left a deep shock to the audience. Therefore, he also replaced Takuya's position in the hearts of the Chinese audience and became the strongest trainer sent by the country this time. And his opponent, Hongfei, is actually a well-known figure. Jinghua City, as the headquarters city of the China Elf Association. Who can establish a family here generally has a deep relationship with the Elf Association. This is the case with the Hong family. After Hongfei's Tai was promoted to the champion trainer, he established the Hong family. Although his great-grandfather has retired now, the Hong family still has a great say in the Elf Association, and it is even enough to pay respects to Damolin, who is the president. Akashi Hongfei's battle also officially started. In the eyes of the audience's expectations, the two summoned their first elves respectively. Akashi is still the duck-billed flame dragon, and Hongfei chose the electric shock beast, which is also a relatively rare elf. At the same time, Hongfei is worthy of being a son of a big family. Zhang Feng's system detection can see that his electric shock monster is carrying the electric secret treasure, magnet, staring at Akashi's duck-billed flame dragon, and Hongfei also narrows his eyes slightly. During the 3-day break, he used the power of his family to inquire about all the information about all the elves of every contestant in the top 8, also in order to cope with today's battle. Originally, after collecting the information, the opponent that Hongfei was looking forward to the most was Chu Yu. After all, he is the weakest, followed by Michelle. Female trainer in the top 8, he guessed that Michelle's strength should be the second weakest. At the same time, there are two opponents in his heart that he doesn't want to meet the most, that is, Akashi and Dakto, these two trainers who have used his family's power to find out very few things. Hongfei considered the two to be the strongest trainers in this conference. Unfortunately, he was directly matched with Akashi. At this time, Akashi frowned slightly when he saw Hongfei's delay in commanding the elf to attack. Duck-billed flame dragon, spewing flames. The hot flame elements in the pair of cannon-like hands of the duck-billed flame dragon began to gather, and in the next second, a crimson flame shot directly at the electric monster. Hurry up, use it to defend, and shock the monsters. Seeing such a powerful jet of flame, Hongfei's face changed drastically. What a terrifying power! Serena, who was sitting beside Zhang Feng, felt the rising temperature in the air and exclaimed. The duck-billed flame dragon itself is an elf living in a volcano, and this temperature is quite normal. Zhang Feng also said in a flat tone. For example, his Vulcan and Akashi's duck-billed flame dragon, with the characteristics of a flame body, it is easy to affect the surrounding temperature. I saw that Hongfei's electric shock beast supported a huge cyan protective cover before the attack of the jet flame, which directly blocked the jet flame. Duck-billed flame dragon, close up, flame fist. Don't be afraid, electric shock beast, thunder and lightning fist. The attack was on, and the fist of the flaming duck-billed flame dragon and the electric shocking beast of the electric beast slammed together. The two figures were intertwined in the sky, and the flames of the duck-billed flame dragon's fists were scorching more and more vigorously, directly pressing Hongfei's electric shock beast to fight. Under the fierce attack of the duck-billed flame dragon, the electric shock monster also retreated, and at the same time, a flash of fire appeared on the electric shock monster. It was when he was fighting the duck-billed flame dragon that he touched the duck-billed flame dragon's body and was burned by the characteristics of the flame body. I have to say that the luck of the electric monsters is really bad. They are in a state of burns, and even the attack power of the electric monsters has begun to drop significantly. 260. Fast-swimming frog vs. duck-billed flame dragon, transfer 99 wonbon. The reduced attack power has a huge impact on the electric monsters, and the duck-billed flame dragon flame fist is still onslaught. Even the lightning fist and the electric shock demon beast that it used to bang were not as powerful as the duck-billed flame dragon, and the body retreated again and again. Electric shock beast, open the distance. Hongfei also knows that it is very unfavorable for the electric monster to continue melee combat with Akashi's duck-billed flame dragon. After punching the duck-billed fire dragon again, the electric shock monster also used the anti-shock force to distance itself from the duck-billed fire dragon. Akashi's face was flat, and he didn't seem to care at all about the distance between the electric shock demon and the duck-billed flame dragon. National player seat. It's a pity, if you chase after the victory, you might have a chance to directly deal with this electric monster. Takuya said regretfully. It's all the same, this guy named Hongfei can't be Akashi's opponent at all. Hongliang also said that Akashi is now the hope of their entire village. Electrical monster, 100,000 volts. Duck-billed flame dragon, spray flame. In mid-air, the flames collided with the electric shock again, the energy exploded directly, and waves of air waved outward, spread. Duck-billed flame dragon, strange light. Abruptly, Akashi's voice also sounded violently, and immediately, the duck-billed flame dragon reacted instantly, and a strange light flashed in his eyes, which directly shone at the eyes of the electric monster. Crap! Seeing this scene, Hongfei also shouted. The energy explosion scattered his energy and distracted him. The body of the electric shock demon who was hit by the strange light also began to shake and fell into a state of confusion. Fix it, duck-billed fire dragon, blast fist. Akashi waved his hand indifferently to signal the duck-billed flame dragon to give the chaotic electric monster the last blow. The duck-billed flame dragon instantly accelerated, and the right fist flashed a strong white light, slamming into the electric monster. And no matter this time. It is impossible to reinsert the electric shock monster into the Pokeball or wake it up. Hongfei can only watch the electric shock monster be directly hit by a burst punch, and his body flies out. The electric shock monster loses its ability to fight. When the referee's voice sounded, the audience at the scene was still a little unsure. Because the duck-billed flames in this battle are gorgeous, the flames and lightning are intertwined, and the duck-billed flame dragon is pressing the electric shock beast almost all the way. In the end, Akashi used the strange light to defeat the electric shock beautifully, which not only showed the powerful strength of the duck-billed flame dragon, but also showed his commanding ability. On the other hand, Hongfei's face is ashen. The electric shock warcraft itself is one of the most powerful elves in his hands, but he did not expect to lose just at the beginning. The copyright of the novel resources belongs to the original author, and the text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Feilu's novel internal group 1,142,529,731. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. And the defeat was worthless. Under the urging of the referee, Hongfei also threw his second Pokeball. What appeared was a sturdy fast-swimming frog with purple aptitude, and it looked good when it was cultivated. Glancing at Hongfei's fast-swimming frog, Akashi only frowned slightly before regaining his composure. Swimming frogs, the waves of water. Seeing that Akashi was so calm, Hongfei also started to attack without hesitation. He believed that the water-type moves would definitely damage the duck-billed flame dragon. I saw that the water attribute energy of the fast-swimming frog gathered in both hands, and a blue energy ball appeared in its hands, followed by it and directly threw it towards the duck-billed flame dragon. The blue energy ball also turned into water flow directly when it rushed towards the duck-billed flame dragon. Duck-billed flame dragon, step on. I saw the duck-billed flame dragon roared and stomped its feet violently. Suddenly, the whole ground shook, and the ground under the duck-billed flame dragon's feet appeared cracks like spider webs, and the huge force caused countless stones to pop up, which directly caused the water to fluctuate. The attack was blocked. Wow, this is incredible. The boulders that popped out blocked the wave of water. What kind of defense is this? Akaji player and his duck-billed flame dragon are shocking. Seeing this scene, the host's eyes also lit up. But Zhang Feng, who was sitting in the contestant's seat, rolled his eyes. In his opinion, this action was a bit redundant. Duck-billed flame dragon, rock collapse. Akashi glanced at the shocked audience and continued his command. Immediately, the countless sharp stones surrounding the duck-billed flame dragon also shot at the fast-swimming frog in an instant. Swimming frog fast, be patient. Facing the sharp stones that came, the fast-swimming frog stood still and let the sharp stones slam on him. As more and more sharp stones came, the white light on the fast-swimming frog gradually began to dazzle. "It's time, give it back. Swim, frogs." The moment Hongfei's voice sounded, the fast-swimming frog also roared, and the white energy accumulated in the body poured out directly, hitting the duck-billed flame dragon directly. The duck-billed flame dragon also sensed the danger, crossed his arms beside him. The attack came, the strong energy raged, and the duck-billed flame dragon's body also retreated again and again. "Swim, frog, fast and catch it." The energy of patience subsided. Before the duck-billed flame dragon had time to react, it was clamped on the shoulders by the hands of the fast-swimming frog that rushed forward. "Duck-billed flame dragon, break free from it, flame fist." At this time, Akashi's complexion also changed. Hearing Akashi's words, the duck-billed flame dragon also roared, and at the same time, red light began to flash on his body. "Don't think about it, swim, frog, just grab it and roll it hell." Looking at the struggling duck-billed flame dragon, Hongfei also shouted coldly. Fast-swimming frog also instantly understood, and directly hugged the duck-billed flame dragon with both hands, and fell directly to the ground and began to roll violently. The power of terror also caused more cracks to appear in the field, and the duck-billed flame dragon lost its ability to resist, allowing the fast-swimming frog to drop it. 261. Quasi-God, bite the land shark fiercely, prerequisite 99 wonbon. The hell-scrolling ended, and Rao, the powerful duck-billed flame dragon, also lay on the ground and lost his ability to fight. And Hongfei's strange power is also covered with scars, half kneeling and gasping for breath. Hell rolling is a move that will hurt both sides, plus the duck-billed flame dragon is struggling to fight back even if it is restrained by the strange force. Wow! Player Hongfei's strange power sees the opportunity to use the extremely destructive fighting style Hell Roll to defeat the powerful enemy duck-billed flame dragon. Let's see how Akashi will respond. The host's voice can be said to sound just right. After all, Akashi's duck-billed flame dragon has completed 16 lifts when advancing to the quarterfinals. Now Hongfei paid the price of 2 elves to defeat Akashi's duck-billed flame dragon, and the audience at the scene was also very excited. I thought it was a one-sided battle. I didn't expect this Hongfei to be so strong. This Akashi will not only be strong with a duck-billed flame dragon, or why would he hide his strength in front of him? Come on, Akashi has such a big advantage. You can see that Hongfei's strange power is almost unsteady. Akashi Yabil flame dragon just failed, and very few viewers even began to wonder if he was bluffing. After all, it was only one game where he really showed his strength. His game record at the Washa conference was not as direct as Doc's. It was shocking. In her opinion, duck-billed flame dragon will lose, and Akashi is still too underestimated. Takuya is also a little helpless. Akashi's identity is special, he has no right to preach to him at all. The battle arena. Akashi withdrew the duck-billed flame dragon with a cold face. Prepare to fight, bite the land shark fiercely. Roar. White light flickered, most of the body was blue, and the belly was red. The fierce bite land shark appeared with a roar, and the majesty of the Quasi-God was unobstructed. Biting Lu shark immediately came out. Detonated the scene, the audience's emotions. After all, the Quasi-God is the romance of a man. Akashi glanced at the audience with a look of disdain. Bite Lu shark fiercely. This Akashi is a bit strong. Adele also sighed in the American player's seat. He has been a trainer for so many years, and he has not owned a quasi-god of his own due to the relationship between all parties. At this moment, he is a little surprised to see the strong bite of the Lu shark. After glancing at the strong bite of the Lu shark, Hongfei wiped his forehead. The existence waved his hand at the strange force and shouted, "The strange force." Because the strange force is physically strong, Hongfei is also preparing to let it play its last role. I saw that the right hand of the strange force flashed white light, and rushed towards the fierce bite land shark at a relatively slow speed. Looking at the rushing strange force, Akashi's expression did not change and he commanded coldly, "Bite the land shark fiercely, the wave of the dragon." The dragon-type energy in the mouth of the fierce bite loose shark gathered, and in the next second, the cyan light slammed into the strange force. Of escaping the strange force with little physical strength. The wave energy of the dragon exploded, and the strange force was directly blasted out and fell heavily on the ground. And Hongfei also took back the strange power that lost his ability to fight without blinking an eye. Seeing this, the faces of players Shi Zhongfeng and Xiao Kai, who had just returned from the game, changed at the same time. Strange force just rushed up can be said to be worthless. This Hongfei seems to be a ruthless trainer who uses the elf as a tool. Hongfei threw the Pokeball, and his third pixie was a purple qualified mongoose. The mongoose Zan usually moves on 4 feet, and stands on 2 feet in combat mode, and its sharp claws are its weapons. It is an absolute hostile relationship with the rice spoon snake. Mongoose / sword dance. Knowing the strength of the strong bite loose shark, Hongfei also chose to start the sword dance. Bite the land shark, get close, the claw of the dragon. Akashi's voice sounded. Lai bite loose shark leaned forward slightly, his claws flickered with blue light, and his whole body suddenly rushed towards the mongoose who was dancing with swords like an arrow from the string. What a fast speed! Seeing that Lai bit loose shark almost instantly and came to the front of the mongoose, Hongfei's face was also ashen. The terrifying speed of biting the land shark instantly made Hongfei regret it and use the sword dance to strengthen in front of it. Mongoose / fast, first. Seeing that the dragon claw's attack was about to land on Mongoose Zan's body, Hongfei also shouted anxiously. I saw a gleam of light flashed in Mongoose Zan's eyes, and his body turned sideways to avoid the dragon's claws at a strange angle, and the first move was successful. Bite the land shark and continue to attack. He hit the air, the blue light that fiercely bit the land shark's claws also became more solid, and then he slapped the mongoose again with his claws. Mongoose chop, make a cross, cut. After first dodging the fierce blow of the fierce bite loose shark, Mongoose / also had sufficient time to react. The white light of the 2 claws flickered and crossed into a cross-shaped mongoose chop, and the cross, scissor directly slammed into the dragon's claws that bit the land shark. After Beiming and Qingmeng were deadlocked for 2 seconds, Beiming disintegrated, Mongoose Zan was directly shocked by the giant force and retreated again and again. On the other hand, Lai bite loose shark remained motionless. Nice power. Seeing this scene, Du on the high platform also nodded and praised. As a dragon expert, Du also felt that Akashi's fierce bite land shark was well trained. Bite the land shark, poison it. Seeing that the strength of the fierce bite loose shark overwhelmed the mongoose Sanakaji, he did not hesitate to choose to continue the onslaught. Result, Lai bite loose shark's right paw flickered with purple light in an instant, and again caught up with Mongoose Zan, who had retreated and had not yet stood firm, and a poisonous blow directly slammed into Mongoose Zan's abdomen. Mongoose / the first step. Hongfei also gritted his teeth and continued to choose to use the prerequisite. Although the probability of failure would be much higher, the close combat of the fierce bite loose shark put too much pressure on the mongoose / and he had no choice. The prerequisite is the best situation at present. Solution. 262, Phantom Elf, Zoroark 99 Wanban. This time, the mongoose / was obviously not so lucky, the predetermination failed, and the poisonous blow of the fierce bite of the land shark slammed into its abdomen. The purple halo also instantly covered Mongoose Zan's entire body, but in the next second, the purple light covering Mongoose Zan's body disappeared. What's the matter, isn't Mongoose Zan just poisoned? Seeing this, Serena also asked suspiciously. This is the trait of Mongoose / immune. Pokémon with this trait will not be poisoned or poisoned. This is also the reason why Mongoose Zan is qualified to become the natural enemy of the poisonous rice spoon snake. Looking at Serena, Zhang Feng also explained with a chuckle that, of course, Mongoose / has another hidden feature, Poison Surge. But it is too rare. The opposite Akashi was also slightly taken aback when he saw this scene, but he quickly reacted. Bite the land shark, flaming teeth. Although the mongoose slash is immune to poisoning due to its characteristics, the damage of the poisonous attack is still solid. Looking at the pained mongoose slash covering his belly, Akashi also instructed to bite the land shark to give it the final blow. Violently bit loose shark's mouth with flames burning around, and rushed to the front of Mongoose-san in 2 steps, opening his mouth to bite the arm of Mongoose-san. They suffered, the mongoose cut, fight back quickly, tear the claws. Hongfei also shouted anxiously. But under the influence of the poisonous attack, Mongoose-san had no ability to counterattack at all, and could only let the tooth of fire bite it. A burst of fire flickered, and Mongoose-san's body also fell weakly in front of Lai bite Lu shark. Mongoose slash, lose the ability to fight. The referee's voice sounded, and Akashi's fierce bite Lu Shao also waved his claws at the mongoose, looking particularly excited. Mongoose chop, cut. Taking back the mongoose slash, Hongfei's face was terrifyingly cold. He knew that at this rate, he was not far from being eliminated. Washa player seat. Shao Kai, the distance between the two is a bit big. I guess Akashi and my country will easily win. Selena, Chiji, S is a tough guy. Shao Kai and brother Zhang Feng might have him in your opponents in the semifinals. Zhang Feng, Celine, I haven't even played in the quarterfinals yet. To be said that the consensus of Zhang Feng and his party is Hongfei is basically the loser. On the high platform, Zyba watched the battle between the two with great interest. Although the red-haired boy is from his own country, but the people who taught the Hong family are not bad. As the 4 heavenly kings, Shiba is naturally very familiar with Hong, and as a member of the president's faction, Damalan, he naturally hates it. The Hong family who have been right against them for a long time. In his opinion, such as the Hong family colluding with the major forces, harming others and benefiting themselves, doing some grey business, that is. The worms of the Elf Association, should be eliminated. Shiba, pay attention to the occasion when you speak. Damalanchi also said after a light cough, also reminding Shiba. Hearing this, Du also frowned. To be honest, it has not been a day or two since he wanted to eradicate the dark forces of the Elf Association. The Elf Association itself has overwhelming strength in the face of Team Rocket, but it has been unable to do anything to it, precisely because its own internal fighting is also very serious. In the venue, Hongfei also looked at Akashi coldly and said, "Boy, don't be too complacent." Having said that, Hongfei also threw the Pokeball. Zoroark, prepare for battle. White light dissipated, and a gray fox with a dark red mane covering its back appeared in the audience's sight. Closer inspection, the elf also has a blue pearl-like object resembling a flower head near the end of its mane. Hey, what kind of elf is this? Gone, what a handsome elf. Is that a fox? I haven't seen it before. For a time, there was a lot of discussion in the venue, and many trainers also took out the trainer's manual to learn about Zoroark's information. Similarly, Zhang Feng was also a little surprised when he first saw Zoroark. In this world, Zoroark is not an undiscovered elf, but because it is too rare and not widely known, some senior trainers should know about Zoroark. Zoroarks live in dense forests in groups. It is said that when the habitat is about to be exposed to humans, it creates an illusion that keeps people wandering in the forest. Zoroark's comrades are very united, and will keep the pack safe by confusing opponents. The illusions created by Zoroark are very realistic and can completely deceive humans and the various senses of other elves. It is precisely because of this tricky ability that it is rarely captured by humans. This Hongfei actually owns Zoroark. Obviously luck is pretty good. Wow, Hongfei's elf is Zoroark, which is a very rare elf. But I just don't know how Zoroark's fighting ability is. Although the host knows Zoroark, he obviously doesn't know much, so naturally he can only speak vaguely. The host's words also made the scene. Many people who didn't know Zoroark's name understand it. On the high platform, seeing Hongfei Zoroark, mother-in-law Chrysanthemum's expression changed rarely. Humph, that old guy Hongli really loves his grandson. What's wrong, mother-in-law Kikuko? Is there something wrong with this Zoroark? Kona's expression was more puzzled. In her opinion, although Zoroark was rare, it was obviously a bit worse than the Quasi-God. President Damalanchi, who was sitting in the main seat, also looked thoughtful when he heard Hongli's name. Haha, although this Zoroark is not the main elf of that old guy in Hongli, it is also an elf that old guy has carefully cultivated. Now it's actually given to this Hongfei directly. Obviously, the old guy values this Hongfei very much. Mother-in-law Chrysanthemum's voice sounded again. The other heavenly kings present also understood the meaning of mother-in-law Juzi, and it seems that this Zoroark is not the elf that Hongfei cultivated himself. 263 The unseen illusion is difficult to deal with 99 wonbon. On the battlefield, seeing Zoroark, Akashi's fierce bite land shark is also immediately. A roar, he assumed a fighting stance. Glancing at Zoroark, Akashi's face was still flat, as if Zoroark was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Che, let him see your abilities, Zoroark, grimace. Hongfei's voice sounded, and Zoroark also immediately. Make a grimace. The grimace can reduce the speed of biting the land shark and reduce the threat of being suddenly approached by it. Bite the land shark fiercely, slashing twice. Bite the land shark with a roar, leaned forward slightly and directly accelerated towards Zoroark. Zoroark, illusion. Hearing Hongfei's voice, Zoroark also understood, and a dazzling purple light flashed on his body. In an instant, I saw Zoroark transformed into a giant snow dragon, and at the same time, the frozen light in his mouth converged and shot directly at the fierce bite land shark. Watching the scene, almost all of the audience's eyes widened, as if they had seen a ghost. They turned into other spirits, and they had only heard of the ability of the variety monster. Moreover, the transformation of the ever-changing monster can be said to be full of flaws, but the current Zoroark seems to be exactly the same as the ice and snow dragon. Seeing the freezing light shot towards him, Libite Lu Shark also instinctively paused the attack, slightly sideways to dodge. At this moment, the purple light flickered on Zoroark's body again, followed by the appearance of Sujin, and then directly stepped on the countless water waves and rushed towards the fierce bite land shark. Wow, I read that right. Zoroark actually incarnates into the legendary elf, the incarnation of the North Wind, the appearance of Sujin. Looking at Sujin, who was attacking and biting Lu Shark like a unicorn in the field, the host's voice trembled a little, because it was so similar, as if the real Sujin was there. Equally excited was the large audience at the scene. National player seat. Hina frowned and said, the ability of this elf Zoroark is too terrifying. Continue to see, maybe its power will decrease after transforming. Takuya said word by word, obviously being able to incarnate a beast, this ability is a bit exaggerated. Glancing at the excited audience around him, Zhang Feng was a little amused. There were still too many people present who didn't understand Zoroark's abilities. Creating illusions is Zoroark's forte, but after all, illusions are just illusions and dreams, as well as the ability to change monsters is different in nature. Although the illusions created by Zoroark are very realistic, they can completely deceive humans and all kinds of senses of other elves, but they cannot cause any direct physical effects. However, Akashi was obviously a little surprised at this time. After all, he had also fought Yak before. Still quite shocking that Sujin suddenly came out. Bite the land shark, the dragon is it. Akashi's voice fell, and Lai bit Lu Shark's mouth immediately. A purple energy ball took shape and shot directly at Suicune, trying to stop its attack. Zoroark, attack the key point. An instant, the Sujin in front of him disappeared, and I saw Zoroark jumping up well, dodging the dragon's wrath at the same time. His right hand flashed a strange black light and swooped down directly, slamming fiercely on the shoulder of Lu Shark. Above. Libite Lu Shark endured the pain and staggered back a few steps. Zoroark also opened the distance from Libite Lu Shark again. What? Seeing this scene, Akashi's face changed and his brows furrowed. In Akashi's cognition, Zoroark has turned into a Sujin and is releasing a move. In this case, it is almost impossible to interrupt the move and quickly avoid the dragon's wrath that bites the land shark, but why Solo Yak can do all this so easily? In fact, at this moment, Akashi has fallen into a misunderstanding, that is, Zoroark can turn into Suicune. As long as he keeps thinking this way, he will never be able to understand Zoroark's true abilities. In fact, Zoroark, who had used the illusion ability, was just running towards the bite land shark. In the middle, it was always ready to have enough reaction time to do all the actions. Zoroark, go on. Hongfei shouted and looked at Zoroark at the same time. Zoroark also understood. After a low cry, purple light flashed all over his body, followed closely, and in the eyes of everyone surprised, he transformed again. This time he transformed into Emperor Yan, and at the same time, Zoroark, who transformed into Emperor Yan, also changed his body. Flames flicker. I'm sorry, isn't it? This scene, Xiao Kai, who was watching the audience, was a little stunned. He really has such a terrifying ability. Who asked the question, and at this moment there was a deep shock in his eyes. You must know that the elf incarnated by Zoroark at this moment is the Emperor Yan owned by his eldest brother. If Zoroark's abilities are so perverted, doesn't it mean that Suicune and Entei, who are divine beasts, are not as good as Zoroark? Look at it again, the scene is a bit strange. Dacto said coldly. Zoroark's ability also aroused his interest. On the high platform, the four heavenly kings seemed much calmer. What an interesting elf, this fantasy is made like the real one. Look at that, the red-haired boy seems a little confused. Shiva held his chin in his hand and said with a chuckle. After all, it's just an illusion. The incarnation does not cause substantial damage, and will soon be discovered by the opponent. Granny Chrysanthemum's blunt voice also sounded. Zoroark, attack. Hearing Hongfei's order, Zoroark, who turned into the Yan Emperor, was also surrounded by flames, and rushed directly towards the fierce bite land shark. Behind him, the scene seemed extremely shocking. No, bite the land shark and dig a hole. See, Emperor. With such a powerful move, Akashi is also busy shouting. 264. Incarnation, the strongest dragon, Hiram 99 Wanban. The reaction of biting the land shark is also very fast, in Yandi. The attack. Approaching, he also directly used the digging hole to escape into the ground, avoiding the blow. Attack. Failed, Emperor. It was also flashing purple light all over his body, directly revealing Zoroark's true body. At this time, Akashi stared at the field that Zoroark had just run through but was still intact, his eyes flashing with brilliance, and he seemed to understand something. Zoroark, trick. Originally, he was planning to take the opportunity to continue attacking Lai Bite Lu Shark, but Akashi also disrupted Hongfei's arrangement by letting Lai Bite Lu Shark dig a hole. The ground, Zoroark directly used tricks to activate his mind, and at the same time greatly improved his special attack. At this moment, the ground beneath Zoroark's feet cracked, and the stinging land shark drilled out of the ground with its two claws and swung the defenseless Zoroark away. Simply Zoroark's reaction was fast enough, parrying with both hands before the attack of the fierce bite land shark, removing most of his strength. Over in the air, Zoroark landed firmly on the ground. Zoroark, the wave of evil, let the bite land shark see your power. The increase of tricky moves, Hongfei is confident that his Zoroark's power can compete with Akashi's Quasi-God fierce biting land shark. I saw that the strange evil energy around Zoroark's mouth began to gather, and in the next second, the black light went straight to the bite land shark. Blast me back, bite the land shark fiercely, the fluctuation of the dragon. Even though Akashi's bite Lu Shark is better at physical moves, he is not afraid to fight wave moves with Hongfei's Zoroark. This is his absolute trust in Bite Lu Shark. Bite Lu Shark stared at the wave of evil that shot at him and let out a roar. The violent dragon energy in his mouth also accumulated in his mouth in an instant, followed by a direct shot, slamming against the wave of evil. Bang! The head-to-head confrontation between the wave of dragon and the wave of evil. The green light and the black light gradually consumed each other's strength in midair, and an invisible wind pressure spread around the venue, and the surrounding audience could feel the raging energy, setting off a burst of energy. Soot. Power of the moves is comparable, and even with the increase of tricks, Zoroark's power is barely at a stalemate with the fierce bite land shark. At this time, Hongfei's expression also changed. He must attack as soon as possible, otherwise the longer the battle time, the easier it will be to discover Zoroark's uniqueness. Zoroark, let it suffer. Thinking of this, Hongfei did not hesitate. Hearing Hongfei's voice, Zoroark also reacted instantly. Purple light erupted from Zoroark's body. At this moment, the audience at the scene were half covering their faces. After all, this purple light was too dazzling. Purple light disappeared, a deafening dragon roar sounded, and Zoroark disappeared in the field. Its place was a bipedal blue elf that seemed to be based on a Tyrannosaurus rex. It has a unique ice blue spiny nose, no pupils in the light green eyes, and yellow crown horns on its head. Face and jaw are also icy blue, similar to a broken ice cone, stretching upward to form two ice horns. This is Kyurem. This Hongfei actually knows about Kyurem. Player's auditorium. Zhang Feng's pupils shrank when he saw Zoroark, who was transformed into Kyurem. Known as the strongest dragon in the anime. According to legend, Kyurem is the third dragon born when Reshiram and Zekrom split. Therefore, it can be combined with Reshiram or Zekrom. Zekrom combination. And since Zoroark wanted to imitate the appearance of Kyurem, it must have seen Kyurem, and in the battle just now, it was obvious that Hongfei signaled Zoroark to transform. Has Hongfei ever seen Kyurem or know of Kyurem's trail? Wow, what kind of elf is this? It looks like it's ice or dragon. Hongfei's Zoroark is really amazing. At this time, the host also sighed, although he has never seen Kyurem, but just by looking at the appearance, Kyurem is a little elf who is not easy to mess with. On the high platform, the four heavenly kings are also talking about it. The family has seen Kyurem, and I don't know what Kyurem has to do with them. Grandma Juzi looked at Damalanchi and said slowly. I have heard the legend of the strongest dragon, Kyurem, in my family. Its strength can be said to be legendary, and the Hong family is unlikely to have any connection with it. Du also said after pondering for a while. He knows the dragon elves the deepest among the people, and it is precisely because he understands the horror of Kyurem that Du feels that the Hong family cannot have anything to do with it. Maybe this Zoroark met Kyurem by chance. His beard, Damalanchi also said with a chuckle, with the background of the Elf Association, even Kyurem doesn't need to worry too much. And in the whole venue, except Zhang Feng, Sa, Kerm, reacted greatly were Dakto from the US player seat and Akashi, who was fighting. Akashi had a look of shock on his face for the first time since the battle. Obviously he knew Kyurem. Humph, do it, Zoroark. Seeing the expression on Akashi's face, Hongfei also smiled proudly, as if he was very satisfied with Akashi's shocked expression. Moment, Kerm. Fluttering its wings, suddenly, the entire venue immediately was a violent cold wind, and some crystal snowflakes were mixed with it. The next second, Kerm. The whole body was directly wrapped in ice energy, and it rushed directly to the fierce bite land shark. Seeing this scene, the surprised expression on Akashi's face at this time completely subsided, replaced by a slightly raised corner of his mouth. What? Seeing the change in Akashi's expression, Hongfei's heart suddenly tightened. Could it be that he was seen through? This farce should be over. Bite the land shark fiercely, and the tornado counterattacks. Akashi shouted with a cold smile. 265. Akashi advances to 99 wonbon. In an instant, the land shark roared fiercely, the dragon energy was released, and the terrifying tornado directly sent Kerm. Get involved in it. What? Looking at Zoroark, who was caught in the tornado, Hongfei's expression also changed drastically. Although he realized that a top trainer like Akashi would definitely see through Zoroark's illusion, what he didn't expect was that Akashi could see through it so quickly. And he did it without making any determinations. You must know that the illusion created by his Zoroark is very real, and the various powerful moves are also to show the strength of Zoroark. If the opponent keeps dodging their own attacks, they are prone to flaws. As for the terrorist attack made by Zoroark, I believe that normal trainers will not choose to carry it hard, so as long as the opponent's elves dodge, Zoroark can take the opportunity to attack. It can always have the upper hand in the battle. And he did gain some advantages with the illusion at the beginning of the fight against Akashi, but now it seems to be seen through, but Hongfei can't understand what went wrong. Tornado is over. Zoroark is naturally unable to maintain his transformation after being hurt, showing his true body. Bite the land shark, the claw of the dragon, attack. Akashi didn't hesitate at all. In his opinion, this farce should really end. After seeing through the illusion, the attack of the land shark is also more violent. Although Zoroark is very strong, it is still a bit worse than the fierce bite of the land shark by Akashi. Bite Blue Shark is not only powerful, but also stronger than Zoroark in speed. In this way, under the fierce attack of Bite Blue Shark, the Phantom Tyrant finally fell. Of course, even if it fell down, it still ushered in the scene, and the audience cheered. After all, it dedicated a wonderful battle for everyone. Taking back Zoroark, Hongfei asked Akashi with a livid face. Impossible, impossible, how on earth did you discover Zoroark's ability so quickly? Akashi smiled coldly and said, trash is trash, you don't deserve to let me explain. Akashi was also too lazy to pay attention to Hongfei, who was a little excited. Zhang Feng, can you see how this Akashi found out? Xiao Kai also asked with some doubts. Xiao Kai, if I read it right, just now, Akashi turned into Emperor Yan in Zoroark. When it's time to stare at the ground it has stepped on, watch it carefully. Zhang Feng reminded with a chuckle. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Xiao Kai also stood up. Indeed, such a terrifying fire-type move. At that time, it seemed that the Emperor of Yan was basically fire under his feet, but there was no trace of damage or scorch on the grassy field afterward. I think Akashi could have discovered Zoroark's secret. Perhaps it was Zoroark's failure that affected Hongfei's mentality, and Hongfei's next commanding mood was not high. His fifth elf is Gengar. With purple talent, it can be said to be a very good elf. And Hongfei's command is really a bit problematic. He even directed Zhenggui and Akashi's fierce Bite Blue Shark several times, but he didn't bring out Zhenggui's agility and weirdness at all. Seeing Hongfei breaking the jar, Akashi is also at ease, cooperating. Zhu Hongfei easily solved its Gengar. However, when Gengar was about to fall, he released the same fate. Dragging and biting Blue Shark down together. Seeing Lai bite Blue Shark down, the audience at the scene was looking forward to it. They knew that there was no suspense about the outcome of this game, and there was no possibility of Akashi losing at all. And what they want to see is what will be the next elf of Akashi, to know that the second elf is. The Quasi-God has brought them a great surprise. Under the watch of the referee, Hongfei and Akashi threw the Pokeball at the same time. 2 white lights flickered, and 2 figures fell into the venue. Hongfei's elf was a flaming horse, and Akashi's elf was a hootie. This hootie was the elf that Akashi used in the preliminaries before qualification. It seems that Akashi still doesn't want to expose too much, also because Hongfei really failed to bring him any pressure. Of course, when he saw hootie, Hongfei was also very angry. He knew that Akashi was looking down on him, and he felt that it was unnecessary to expose too much to him. But there is nothing Hongfei can do, because the fact is. So, his strength is indeed no longer at the same level as Akashi. The only elf Zoroark who reluctantly put pressure on Akashi was the elf given to him by his grandfather. In the end, Akashi also used hootie to defeat the Flame Horse with his excellent command. Although the aptitude of Raging Flame Horse is higher than that of hootie, after all, Hongfei's condition is too bad at this time, and Akashi can solve him with a steady fight. Wow, with the fall of Hongfei's Raging Horse, Akashi has also secured the second place in the semi-finals of the Washa Conference. Let's congratulate Akashi. Similarly, let us applaud Hongfei player who has given such a wonderful battle to everyone. Seeing this scene, the country's player seats were also very excited. After all, it was China's trainers who eliminated their country before, and now it was finally the country's turn to eliminate China's trainers. Akashi gave them a feeling of exultation. Amidst the cheers, Akashi and Hongfei also left the field, and just like that, the entire morning's game was completely over. It was almost noon, it was time for dinner, and the audience also left the venue in an orderly manner. And Zhang Feng and his party also returned to the hotel, and while eating, everyone also chatted about the game in the afternoon. Father Zhang, son, it's your game, you have to perform well. Mother Zhang, come on. My son has reached the quarterfinals. Xiao Feng, don't be pressured. Just do your best. Zhang's father, a loving mother often loses. Zhang Feng. Their parents finished their training. Serena, Shazimu and others also encouraged to cheer for the afternoon game. Xiao Kai said that he was waiting for him in the semifinals. Looking at the happy crowd, Zhang Feng also smiled slightly. 266, Provocation, Episode 99 Wanban. Lunch, Zhang Feng and his party went to the venue after a short rest. Wei, Zhang Feng also received a call from Shengguan Wanner. She said that she had already negotiated with the island owner of Ula Ula Island, and she just waited until the time to bring Zhang Feng there. Later, Zhang Feng also said that Shengguan Wanner could come over as soon as possible, at least the semifinals could still be seen. And Shengguan Wanner had already purchased a ticket to Jinghua City, and took off at 2 p.m. Hanging up Shengguan Wanner's call, the group also arrived at the venue. Although Zhang Feng and his party had already set off some time earlier, the venue was still overcrowded. Lu Mengan and Shazimu also sat in the auditorium with Zhang Feng's parents. As for Zhang Feng and his party, they stopped and walked in the venue. The main venue of the Washa conference was very large, and before the game started, it was also a place where trainers got to know each other. Brother Zhang Feng, that later. Yi's game is in the back, your game is in the front. I don't know, can Miss Yi defeat the one from the US? Dakdo. Serena stared at Yi not far from her and said softly to Zhang Feng. Because of Serena's words, Zhang Feng also noticed Yi wearing white short-sleeved blue shorts behind him. I don't know, both of them have a good chance. Zhang Feng also smiled slightly, and said to Serena, in fact, in Zhang Feng's mind, the chance of Yi winning is actually a little small. Although the Sujin she owns restrains Dakto's Yandi in terms of attributes, and Mei's elf level is generally higher than Dakto's elves, Zhang Feng always feels that Dakto is not that simple. In addition to the elf lineup of Mei Yi, everyone basically knows about it. On the other hand, Dakoto has not played the main elves except Lucario and Yandi. No matter how you look at it, Dakoto's winning rate will be higher. Zhang Feng, that woman named Michelle is also very strong, so don't underestimate the enemy. Xiao Kai glanced at the American trio who had just entered the venue, and said solemnly. Don't worry, I won't keep my hands in this kind of competition, and don't we have to meet in the final? When he heard the words, to be honest, he still had a rough idea of Michelle's strength in his heart. And Zhang Feng doesn't care. In the face of any kind of opponent, never underestimate the enemy. Yo, isn't this Miss Yi? At this moment, a slightly mocking sound also sounded from behind the three of them. Zhang Feng and the three of them also turned their heads and saw that the American people knew when they came to Yi. Yi's beautiful eyes stared at Adai, who was talking, frowning slightly. After she participated in the Washa conference, Damalanchi had mentioned to her the American trainer more than once, and after a while, Da Wei would be her opponent. Yes, I'm Mei. Mei's tone was a little cold, because she could hear the hostility in Adair's tone, and she naturally didn't have a good face. I suggest you surrender as soon as possible in the upcoming game, so as not to lose face in front of your countrymen. Adair sneered and said to Mei. You. Hearing Adair's words, Mei's chest also rose and fell violently, and she was obviously angry. As a girl, she is not good at bickering. She didn't know how to respond to this scene for a while. Michelle and Dacto, who were beside Adair, just watched silently. Yo, isn't this my underdog? At this time, Zhangfeng also laughed lightly and walked to Yayi's side. Seeing Zhangfeng approaching, Yayi's eyes were full of brilliance, but Yayi nodded slightly at Zhangfeng. It seemed that Zhangfeng was here to help him out. Hearing Zhangfeng's voice, Adair's face turned gloomy instantly. Get up. Zhangfeng glanced at Adair and continued with a smile. When will the players who were eliminated in the top 16 mock the players who entered the top 8? Adair just wanted to say something, but was stopped by the inexplicable Dacto. Your name is Zhangfeng, right? I hope that after the game is over, you still have this face. Dactuo left this sentence indifferently, and also left with Michelle and Adair. Brother, why don't you let me speak? I'm going to teach that ignorant guy. After leaving, Adair was obviously a little resentful. At this time, Dacto also glanced at Adair coldly and said, is what he said wrong? Aren't you in the top 16? Dacto's words also made Adel startled, and he blushed and didn't know how to refute. Seeing that Adel was no longer talking, Dacto also looked at Michelle and said, be careful in the game with Zhangfeng later. Come on, your strength may not be as good as his. Okay. Hearing Dacto's words, Michelle was stunned for a moment, and then nodded. Although she didn't think Zhangfeng was so strong, she would believe what Dacto said. On the other hand, Yayi also nodded slightly to Zhangfeng in thanks, just now. She was really unable to cope with the situation. It's alright, Miss Yayi, the one named Adair is indeed too thick-skinned. At this time, Serena and Xiao Kai also came over. Girls and girls often establish friendships in an instant, and Serena and May have also become good friends in an instant. So, adding a buddy, the group also walked towards the player's seat. Wei, Serena also kept asking Mei Yi some questions. You must know that Mei Yi is also a trainer, and Serena is still a little excited to know her. Mei also seems to like the lively and cheerful Serena, and the two of them chat and laugh from time to time. Filu reminds you, 3 things to read for collection, recommended. 267. Sun Coral vs. Zeraora, Unstoppable 99 wonbon. Compared with the game in the morning, the audience is obviously more looking forward to the game in the afternoon. During the noon break, the entire elf forum was full of noise. Of course, the topic mainly revolved around the battle between Yayi and Dakoto. The battle between these two people can be said to be the most eye-catching so far in the China conference. A game. The owner of a divine beast Sujin and an owner of a divine beast Yandi. Everyone is also speculating on who will win. After a half-hour inspection of the venue and facilities, the game is about to start. And Michelle and Zhangfeng on both sides of the battle are already waiting on the battlefield. Hello everyone, the Huasha conference is going on now, and the two sides in the next match are American Beauty contestant Michelle, famous Chinese trainer, Zhangfeng. Now the competition officially begins. The host's voice resounded through the microphone, and the referee immediately began to read the rules. Zhangfeng, Dactuo said that you are very strong. I hope you can hold on to my hands for a longer time. Looking at Zhangfeng, Michelle said with a chuckle. Oh, good. Zhangfeng's tone was very flat. The game was about to start soon, and he was naturally too lazy to fight, and then he would use his strength to shut her up and it would be over. Player seat. Michelle's game has begun, and I don't know if she can deal with that guy Zhangfeng. In confidence, after all, he still knew very well about Michelle's strength. It can be said that facing Michelle, he still has a chance to win, but facing Zhangfeng, he seems to be directly crushed. Look at it, Michelle is not without a chance. Dacto glanced at Michelle in the field and said plainly. National player's seat was much more relaxed, and they chatted about Zhangfeng and Michelle recklessly. After all, there is no Akashi game, winning or losing is irrelevant to them. Of course, Akashi, who was sitting in the main seat, was also watching the venue. After all, the next opponent, even he, had to be a little cautious. At this moment, the referee waved his hand and the game officially started, and Zhangfeng and Michelle threw the poke ball at the same time. Zeraora, ready to fight. Sun Coral, come out. White light dissipated, and Zhangfeng's Zeraora itself looked like a cat walking upright, with some blue or black patterns similar to lightning everywhere on the body, which was very different. Michelle's Sun Coral is mainly red, with white abdomen and limbs, and 4 horns on the back. Sun Coral, rush attack, rock blast. As Michelle's voice sounded, Hu's eyes flashed blue light, urging the rocks to blast towards Zeraora on the opposite side. Zeraora, volt attack. Zhangfeng looked at the stones shot at Zeraora and ordered without the slightest hesitation. So, Zeraora roared, the blue stripes on his forehead began to flicker, and the whole body was wrapped in a violent yellow current, and it accelerated directly like a yellow flash and rushed over. Bang! Zeraora's volt attack directly shattered a piece of rock, knocking off the Sun Coral under Michelle's shocked gaze. The body of Sun Coral flew upside down a few meters and hit the wall on the edge of the field directly. Watching the end of Volt's attack, Zeraora, who was standing in front of Zhangfeng with flashing arcs on his body, the audience at the scene took a deep breath. This is too strong. Very good attack, very fierce momentum. Zhangfeng, this elf is also great. On the high platform, Zyba, who saw this scene, also praised with a chuckle. However, that girl named Michelle is not so easy to deal with. At this time, Kona also spoke up. Sure enough, as soon as Kona's voice fell, Michelle's Sun Coral also stood up again. Sun Corals with rocky properties are also very good at resisting blows. Sun Corals, self-regenerate. Michelle was also immediately choosing to restore the strength of the Sun Coral. She really did not expect Zhangfeng's Zeraora to be so violent. Zeraora, Plasma Lightning Fist. Seeing that the whole body of Sun Coral was flickering with white light and began to recover its strength, Zhangfeng naturally would not let it do so. Zeraola's fists slammed together, the blue spots on his body began to flicker, and the violent thunder attribute energy began to gather around him. Next second, Zeraora's fists slammed toward the ground, followed by a bucket-thick blue electric shock that rushed directly from the ground to the opposite Sun Coral. Seeing this scene, Michelle was also surprised. Sun Coral, dangerous, use the reflective wall quickly. Sun Coral is also immediately reacted, his eyes flashed red, and an invisible wall appeared in front of him instantly. As the exclusive ultimate move of Zeraora, Plasma Lightning Fist, even after the weakening of the reflection wall, its power is still very impressive. The blue electric current hits the Sun Coral directly, and the energy explodes on the Sun Coral. Boom! The strong explosion instantly stirred up smoke and dust, and the Sun Coral also fell directly to the ground. Smoke dissipated, and the Sun Coral simply stood up again, but at this time, its body was shaking, and it was obvious that the physical exhaustion was extremely serious. Cut! Come back first, Sun Coral. A cold snort, Michelle also directly replaced the Sun Coral. Seeing this, Zhangfeng also felt a little pity. Sure enough, although Zeraora's speed was full, the power of her moves was still low. 268. Alu Liduo, was beaten 99 wonbon. But it's not a big problem. After all, the Sun Coral is dying at this time, and even if it returns to the Pokeball, it is impossible to recover much physical strength after such a short time. And be afraid at all. Wow! The Zeraora sent by Zhangfeng pressed the Sun Coral of Michelle all the way. Player Michelle had no choice but to choose to take the Sun Coral back into the Pokeball. Zeraora's performance is so brave, the host will naturally not miss the opportunity to explain. Seeing Zhangfeng's strength, Michelle's expression became completely solemn. Come out, Elido. After thinking about it for a moment, Michelle also directly chose to let Eluador play, because she likes superpower elves very much, so her main lineup is basically composed of superpower elves. Naturally, there is no ground-type elf specifically for the Zeraora electric type. Aluledo's arms are shaped like crutches, with retractable blades at the elbows, and its head is shaped like a gladiator's helmet, with a white face and a light blue crown. Like Shinado, Aluledo has spike-like spikes on both sides of his face. Elorado. Zhongfeng looked calm and didn't want to replace Zeraora for the time being. Elorado, the voice of charm. Soon as Michelle's voice fell, Elido began to let out a charming cry, starting the spirit of Zeraora. Sure enough, Zeraora also covered her ears with her hands, looking more painful. Eluaduo, even slash. Lien slash is a bug-type move that uses a sickle or claws to slash the opponent to attack. Continuous hits will increase the power. Eluder swung both elbows towards Zeraora, who was on the opposite side. The counterattack is as you wish, Zeraora, with a boosting punch. Michelle wanted to increase Elido's attack power by counter-attacking, but Zhongfeng couldn't. Strengthening punch itself is to make one's own fist gradually harden by repeatedly hitting the opponent. Hit an opponent, your attack will increase, and this move is something that Zeraora has only recently learned. Head, Zeraora also reacted from the sound of enchantment, waving her fists, and immediately they fought against Elido, who rushed towards it. Elorado's elbow slashed at Zeraora's shoulder, and Zeraola's fist also slammed into Elorado's abdomen. After a close confrontation, the two elves also panted and pulled away. Zhongfeng and Michelle looked at each other and shouted at the same time. Elorado, the sharp edge of the mind. Zeraora, 100,000 volts. The flickering electric light and the materialized fine blade slammed together and exploded. Boom. A burst of invisible wind pressure moved towards the four sides. The power of the moves on both sides was comparable, and the raging energy blew Michelle's short skirt. Eluaduo, attack the key. Michelle continued to command Elorado to attack. Elorado's two elbow knives flashed a strange black light, followed by accelerating the distance between Zeraora and Zeraora. Zeraora, move at high speed, dodge. Zeraora's body instantly became lighter. Her right foot panned, and she accelerated to avoid Aluledo's elbow knife. Thunderbolt Fist, attack Elido. After dodging the attack, Zhongfeng ordered an attack without the slightest hesitation when he saw Aluledo, who had left the flaw behind him. Immediately, Zeraora's fists flickered with electric light, and slammed directly into Elido's back. Elorado, turn around and attack. Hearing Michelle's reminder, Eluador also forcibly stopped his body in an instant and turned around, but at this moment, Zeraora's attack was already approaching. Aluledo had to raise the elbow knives of both arms to parry. The lightning fist hit. Aluledo was slammed back a few steps by the giant force, and at the same time, the electric current directly roamed on Aluledo wantonly. Seeing a yellow electric arc appearing on Elido's body, Michelle's complexion also changed. At such a moment, it is not good news for Eluador to be paralyzed by the Thunder Fist. Zeraora, strengthen the fist. Likewise, Zhongfeng, who saw this scene, naturally would not miss a great opportunity to attack. Zeraora waved her fists again and bullied her closer to Aluledo, punching him one by one. Elido's response was fast enough, and he parried Zeraora's attack with a single swipe of his elbow. Eluaduo, Yan Wei. Michelle also understands that just going on defense like this is not good news for her Eldo. I saw that Aluledo's two elbow knives flashed white light in an instant, but at this moment, Aluledo's body suddenly froze, and a yellow electric arc appeared on its surface. Crap. Seeing this scene, Michelle's face immediately turned. Paled. Zeraora, close combat. Naturally, Zhongfeng would not miss this good opportunity. He saw that Zeraora's fists and feet flashed white light at the same time. In the next second, Zeraora came to Elorado, punching and kicking. It slammed into Elido. Elorado! Exclamation. Michelle's face became extremely gloomy as she looked at Elido, who was being beaten by Zeraora in melee combat. The end. Zeraora flew and kicked Elido's chin directly, and Elido's whole body flew out. Immediately after that, he fell heavily on the ground, setting off a burst of smoke. Elido, lose the ability to fight. The referee also waved his hand and pronounced the sentence. Wow, Zhangfeng's Zeraora is so strong. I thought it was a close match. Looking at the situation, Zhangfeng is going to crush his opponent. Zhangfeng is amazing, he must be the champion of the China conference this time. Zeraora defeated Elido, and the audience at the scene also boasted about Zhangfeng. 269.99 Wanban_. China Conference, the US player seat. Big brother, Michelle's situation seems to be a little bad. When I met this Zeraora, I felt very difficult to deal with. Seeing Michelle's two elves losing in a row, Adair's face was a little grim. Although I have never seen this elf Zhangfeng, it is at least an orange qualified elf in terms of its speed and strength. Staring at Zeraora standing in the field, Dakdo said coldly. Looking at it this way, this kid named Zhangfeng is not very lucky. The flashing elf Shinado, the fast dragon, and now this Zeraora are probably all orange aptitudes. Adair was also slightly speechless. Taking a deep breath, Michelle took back Elido who was incapacitated. Come out and fight, natural bird. As Michelle's voice sounded, the natural bird appeared. The natural bird was like a green vulture with a pair of long white wings with red and black stripes on the top of the wings. Its neck is black, and the pattern on its chest resembles a pair of red eyes. Looking at the big green bird in front of him, Zhangfeng's expression was indifferent. Sure enough, this Michelle had an extraordinary love for superpowers. Strange light. Hearing Michelle's voice, the natural bird's black eyes flashed a strange light, illuminating Zeraora. Zeraora, volt replacement. While the strange light was shining on Zeraora, Zhangfeng also ordered without hesitation. I saw that Zeraora, who was caught in the strange light, started to be confused by the corrugated eyes, but it still successfully used the volt replacement and turned into a yellow flash to hit the natural bird. Zeraora's speed was too fast, the natural bird was directly hit by the yellow lightning, and it looked more painful. Immediately after, Zeraora was wrapped in a red light and returned directly to the Pokeball on Zhangfeng's waist. At the same time, Zhangfeng's Pokeball opened automatically, and a purple figure appeared in the venue. Beautiful. Zhangfeng successfully avoided the strange light of Michelle's natural bird by replacing it with volts, and let the fairy elf appear instead. Serena also said in surprise. Indeed, but there is also a certain amount of luck. Fortunately, Zeraora still successfully used the volt replacement after being illuminated by the strange light. Xiaokai also smiled and analyzed. Looking at the fairy elf in a fighting posture in the eye field, Michelle's face was a little ugly. Strange light hit, which was originally a good opportunity for her natural bird, but she still let Zeraora slip back. Natural bird, night shadow. Fairy elf, light wall. In midair, a natural bird made a soft sound. Two black energies shot out directly from the eyes and attacked the fairy elf directly. The fairy elf also flickered slightly, creating a wall of golden light directly in front of him, which disappeared in an instant. Then, the shadow of the night slammed directly on the fairy elf, and the fairy elf took a few steps back. After the light wall was cut, the shadow of the night had little effect on it. Fairy elf, lightning flashes. Zhangfeng's voice sounded, and the fairy spirit was also dispatched instantly. I saw a pink streamer directly hit the natural bird in midair. This is the fairy of the fairy elf. When the skin characteristic is activated, it directly converts the flash of electric light into a fairy, a move of the line. What the speed! Michelle exclaimed. As soon as Zhangfeng's fairy elf flashed an electric light, Michelle felt a pink streamer flash past her eyes. On the other hand, Zhangfeng's face was dull, and the terrifying speed was the special ability of the fairy elf as a flashing elf, and as the level of the fairy elf increased, the speed became more and more perverted. The natural bird was directly knocked out by the lightning flash of the fairy spirit. Fairy elf, Iron Tail. Seeing that the natural bird looked in pain and lost its balance in midair, Zhang Feng also shouted without hesitation. The fairy elf who had just landed heard the sound, its tail flashed white light, and jumped high again and charged directly to the natural bird. Natural bird, strong mind. Seeing that the fairy elf's attack was approaching, Michelle also acted decisively and directed the natural bird to fight. And the natural bird is also powerful enough to react before Zhang Feng's fairy elf approached him, balanced his body, and a blue light flashed in his black eyes. I saw that the iron tail attack that the fairy elf swung towards the natural bird was directly fixed in the air by the strong mind. The fairy elf struggled violently in the air, and then the blue light of the natural bird's eyes became brighter, and the fairy elf's body was directly blasted out by invisible mental fluctuations. Bang! The fairy elf fell heavily on the ground. Wow! Contestant Michelle's natural bird suddenly exploded, and she used her mental strength to injure contestant Zhang Feng's fairy elf. Michelle finally had an advantage, and the host naturally wanted to shout. Natural birds, predict the future. Seeing the fairy fell to the ground, Michelle continued to command the natural bird. I saw that the natural bird's eyes suddenly lit up with two strange red lights, and it used to predict the future. Predicting the future itself is a kind of delayed psychic attack, and Michelle obviously considered it very comprehensively. Fairy elf, the voice of charm. Zhang Feng looked at the fairy elf who stood up again and shouted with a solemn expression. The fairy elf also directly opened its mouth and made a charming cry, giving the natural bird a spiritual attack. Natural bird, make a wish. Michelle's voice was also immediate. Sound of charm is not too powerful, but it is basically difficult to prevent. And pray to make the largest half of the elves who can recover themselves or replace them in the next turn, so that no matter what, the natural bird will be invincible. I saw that the natural bird held back the pain and made a prayer, and one after another starlight fell on the natural bird, praying for a successful use. 270, Darkrai, debut 99 Wanbon. Seeing the successful use of the natural bird's prayer, a smile appeared on Michelle's face. Come back, natural bird. Taking out the pokeball from her waist, Michelle directly chose to take back the natural bird. In Zhang Feng's surprised eyes, the natural bird turned into a red light and was collected into the pokeball. It's your turn, Sun Coral. Michelle took out the pokeball belonging to the Sun Coral and threw it out. The Sun Coral appeared again, and the scars on its body had basically healed. Seeing this, Zhang Feng also frowned slightly. With the injury of the Sun Coral, even if he returned to the pokeball to recover, it would not be possible to recover so quickly. But at the moment the Sun Coral looks as if it has almost recovered. At this time, a starlight in the sky jumped directly into the body of the Sun Coral, and then the whole body of the Sun Coral flickered with healing light, and prayers began to restore its physical strength. Washa Players Auditorium. Yai, it seems that Michelle has such an idea from the very beginning. She does not hesitate to give up the advantages of natural birds to restore her stamina for the Sun Coral. Xiaokai, but I wish I only recovered half of my stamina, and Michelle's Sun Coral seems to have recovered a lot of stamina when it came out of the Pokeball. Serena, perhaps the resilience of this Sun Coral is amazing. Player seat. Adair, the most difficult thing about Michelle's superpower department is her recovery ability. Dacto, indeed, for her Sun Corals are rare regenerative properties. Regeneration is the hidden feature of Sun Coral, and the effect is that when the elves switch to the end of the field, they will restore 13 of their own. If you leave the field while the trait is affected, first determine the regeneration of the regeneration trait and then restore the trait. I believe that Michelle's Sun Coral should be almost full by now. Adair stared at the Sun Coral in the field and said proudly, if the Sun Coral recovers, the battle can continue. Hey, what's the matter? The natural bird has an advantage in the face of the fairy spirit, but the Michelle player has replaced the Sun Coral. The host's voice was a little puzzled. Glancing at the energetic Sun Coral, Zhang Feng smiled and directly retracted the fairy elf, ready to replace the elf on stage. What kind of player Zhang Feng is going to replace? I don't know which elf Zhangfeng will play next, I guess it's Zeraora. The host's voice also sounded. Obviously, Zeraora had beaten Hu before, and the host had reason to believe that Zhangfeng would continue to let him play. Darklay, it's your turn to perform. The Pokeball was thrown high, and Zhangfeng also shouted. He chose to make the nightmare god Darkrai appear in the quarterfinals. White light dissipated, and the dark, shadow-like Darkrai floated in the midair of the venue. The white hair-like part that tumbled like a cloudy mist covered most of its face, only revealing a pair of bright blue eyes. Its neck is surrounded by a red jagged object like a collar. Darkrai came on stage. The audience was in an uproar. After waiting for so long, they finally waited for Zhangfeng to use the divine beast. You must know that since Zhangfeng made a fuss about the Shengguan family, the news that he owns Darkrai and Latias has shocked the entire China. Who came to watch the Huaxia conference this time were also for the extremely rare mythical beast Darkrai. American Auditorium. Big Brother, this. At this moment, Adair's mood is a bit inexplicable. Obviously, he understands when he sees Darkrai, and Zhangfeng is not serious at all in dealing with him. Zhangfeng, Zhangfeng. After reciting Zhangfeng's name twice in a row, Dakduo stared coldly at Zhangfeng in the field. On the high platform, the expressions of the four heavenly kings are also quite rich. S.O.K. for Kona, he himself met Zhangfeng's Darkrai at Shengguan's house. Is this the nightmare god Darkrai? I don't know what its abilities are. Shiba stared at the floating Darkrai with a flicker in his eyes. He also knew that second-level gods were rare, so he was more curious about Darkrai's abilities. This elf is quite an old lady's appetite. Mother-in-law Chrysanthemum also stared at Darklay and said softly, and everyone saw Darklay's attitudes were different. Seeing Darkrai floating across from him, Michelle's face was also full of shock, followed by a solemn expression. Darkrai, as an evil spirit beast elf, can be said to be one of the strongest evil spirits, and the evil spirit's restraint on her superpower is so obvious. Michelle must now find a way to deal with Zhangfeng's nightmare god, Darkrai. 2. Sun Coral, use the water gun. Now, in Michelle's view, the Sun Coral without superpower properties is obviously a good choice for Darkrai. A water gun shot out from the mouth of the Sun Coral, and the target was Darkrai. The wave of evil, Darkrai. Facing the water gun, dark and powerful evil energy began to gather between Darkrai's hands, and in the next second, strange black waves blasted out directly. Mid-air, the water gun faced the wave of evil, and it was only a stalemate for a second. The wave of evil directly defeated the water gun and directly hit the Sun Coral, who was caught off guard. What? Seeing the Sun Coral slammed into the wall by the wave of evil, Michelle directly exclaimed, Darkrai's power is a little too terrifying. What happened? Darkrai blew up the Sun Coral with just one blow, as expected of the legendary elf, the god of nightmares. The host was also excited and a little bit inarticulate. This scene was really shocking. Sun Coral, are you alright? Michelle looked livid at the Sun Coral. 271. Darkrai vs. Hooty, Nightmare 99 Wanban. Which had just recovered its strength, was dying again in an instant, and Michelle's face was naturally extremely difficult to see. It is normal for Zhangfeng that the wave of evil has such power. Darkrai was originally an evil beast, and the addition of black glasses increased the power of evil-type tricks. Sun Corals are naturally very difficult to resist. And Darkrai's strength looks at Zhangfeng's entire main lineup except Lai Kongzai is also extremely powerful. However, the Sun Coral has just been restored through prayer, and this wave of evil attacks did not make it directly lose its ability to fight. Sun Coral, come back. Seeing the Sun Coral stand up tremblingly, Michelle also took out the Pokeball and aimed it at the Sun Coral. Never mind, Darkrai, Dark Sight. Seeing that Michelle was about to take back the Sun Coral again, Zhangfeng also shouted without hesitation. An instant, Darkrai's blue eyes burst out with a strange black light that directly hit the Sun Coral. Immediately after, the red light of the Pokeball shone on the sun coral, and the next second, a black light appeared directly from the sun coral, directly blocking the red light. Seeing that the recovery of the sun coral failed, Michelle's pupils shrunk, and the sun coral under the dark line of sight must fight to the end, then the characteristics of the sun coral will be scrapped. Darkrai, black hole. Zhang Feng's voice sounded, and I saw Darkrai, who was floating in the air, raise the black energy ball with both hands, and launch it instantly, attacking the sun coral at an extremely fast speed. Sun coral, get out of the way. Michelle was also immediately. Remind sun corals to avoid. The sun coral also sensed Darkrai's black hole attack, but it didn't have the energy to dodge it. Darkrai's black hole is very fast, and the state of the sun coral itself is very bad at this time, and it is normal to be unable to avoid it. Darkrai's black hole directly hit the sun coral, the black hole directly wrapped the sun coral, and then the black energy faded, and the sun coral fell directly to the ground and fell asleep. And at the moment when sun coral fell asleep, Darkrai's characteristic nightmare was activated, and sun coral's face instantly turned ugly. In the next second, sun coral couldn't support it and lost its fighting ability. Sun coral. Michelle could only watch the sun coral lose its ability to fight. However, at this time, a mass of thought force in the sky also suddenly appeared and directly hit Darkrai. It was the attack of predicting the future that the natural bird had used before. But simply, the superpower type moves have little effect on the Nightmare God. Oh, this. What's the situation? The sun coral after Cly's black hole hit showed a painful look. Follow it, and you will lose the battle. Host opened his eyes wide and looked extremely puzzled. It was obvious that he would not lose his ability to fight while sleeping, and he did not see Darkrai using the Nightmare or Dream Eater skills. The direct inability of the sun coral to fight also made him very puzzled. Washa player seat. What's going on? Mei looked at Xiaokai with a stunned expression on her face, and she was also a little curious about why sun coral lost its ability to fight. That's the characteristic of Zhongfeng Decly, a nightmare. It can cause a certain amount of damage to the sleeping elves each round. Xiaokai also explained it word by word. As early as in Crown City, when Xiaokai, Zhongfeng, and Li Ruo killed Bishes together, Xiaokai knew about Zhongfeng's ability to reach Claire. What a terrifying ability, it just matches its black hole move, no wonder it is called the Nightmare God. Mei Yi also praised slightly. Recovering the incapacitated sun coral, Michelle stared at Darkrai floating in midair, and threw the Pokeball as if she had made a decision. Hudi, prepare to fight. Obviously, the consecutive defeats made Michelle a little anxious, and she chose to let her ace play, even if it was restrained by Darkrai. Hudi is a yellow bipedal Pokemon. After it evolved, the beard became longer, the ears became more pointed and longer, and the symbols on the head were gone. At the same time, it holds a spoon in both hands. Feet become thicker, with brown parts on the knees like knee pads, making it more powerful. Hudi has appeared. When Hudi appeared, Zhongfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, obviously he knew that this Hudi could evolve. Hudi, meditate. Stage, Hudi chose to concentrate, thereby improving his special attack and special defense. Darkrai, the wave of evil. Zhongfeng also waved his hand and ordered an attack. The energy of evil attributes instantly gathered in Darkrai's hands, and in the next second, it turned into waves and shot directly at Hudi in meditation. Hudi, teleport. Michelle shouted without hesitation. In the face of Darkrai's wave of evil, she would rather choose the uncertain move of teleporting at random locations, and I would not choose a hard connection. But simply, Michelle's luck is not bad. Hudi's teleportation proficiency is high enough, and at close range, it can still roughly control the exact location. Hudi, who was flickering with blue light in his eyes, instantly disappeared in place, and the wave of evil was empty. Hudi's figure appeared about 5 meters away from him, which was a relatively safe position. Darkrai, black hole. Seeing that Hudi successfully avoided the wave of evil, Zhang Feng did not hesitate to continue ordering the attack. Black holes in both hands converged, and in the next second, the black ball of light hit Hudi directly. Come on, Hudi, teleport. Michelle didn't hesitate at all, but she knew the trouble of black holes, which must not be hit. Hudi waved the spoon in his hand, and at the same time his eyes flashed blue light, and then disappeared directly in place. Darkrai's black hole was emptied again. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. 272. Hudi, Mage Evolution 99 Wanban. On the other side of the field, Hudi's figure reappeared, and Hudi, who is proficient in superpowers, can obviously make more precise teleportation roughly. At this point, Zhang Feng's Shinado is a bit inferior to Michelle's Hudi. Hudi, continue to meditate. Michelle also waved at Hudi, who appeared and shouted again. So, Hudi directly crossed 2 spoons in front of his chest, and began to meditate carefully to continue to improve his special attack and special defense. Darklay, we're using a trick here. Zhang Feng also frowned slightly and shouted. The teleportation made Darkrai attack Hudi more difficult. Hudi, it's time to attack, keep your mind strong. With the increase of the 2 meditations, Hudi's eyes flashed blue light, and the violent mental fluctuations from the spoon in both hands directly attacked Darkrai. Darklay, the wave of evil. Under the urging of both hands, the strange evil energy instantly converged and shot at Hudi again. Darkrai is worthy of being a second-level divine beast. Even if Hudi's superpower moves have been amplified twice through meditation, the strong mental thoughts it unleashes are also powerful. It was only barely offset by the evil fluctuations that Darkrai had unleashed. Seeing this, Michelle also took out the keystone belonging to Hudi directly from the space ring with a firm expression. Seeing the keystone in Michelle's hand, Zhang Feng's expression also became solemn. Obviously, Michelle's Hudi is still a bit difficult to deal with. US player seat. Seeing Michelle take out the keystone, Adair also spoke for the first time. Okay, Michelle's Hudi is about to appear, this guy Zhang Feng is finished. Adair looked at Michelle on the court with a more confident expression. Obviously he was very optimistic about Michelle's Hudi. Hearing Adair's words, Dakuto frowned and said indifferently, in this case, Michelle is really in a hurry to reveal her trump card. It seems that Darklay is putting her under pressure. It's a bit big. Hearing Dakuto's words, Adair's eyes flashed slightly. Although he did not agree with Dakuto's words, he didn't dare to say anything more. The national player area, Zhang Feng, it seems that they will be interesting opponents. Seeing Darklay, Akashi, who was sitting on the player's seat at the moment, was obviously a little excited. Akaji, this guy named Zhang Feng might be a very good guy if he gets promoted. Takuya glanced at the excited Akashi, and also hinted. During this period of competition, Zhang Feng gave Takuya a difficult feeling to deal with, so Takuya hoped that Michelle could defeat Zhang Feng. Haha, that woman named Michelle loses. Zhang Feng is not something she can match. Akashi still stared at Zhang Feng and his Darkrai, and said excitedly. Akashi looked like this, and Takuya also had a headache. In the field, Michelle, who took out the keystone, also looked at Zhang Feng with a chuckle and said, Zhang Feng, next, you will see my full strength. Wait and see. Darkrai, the sneak attack. Zhang Feng's voice just sounded, and instantly Darkrai turned into a shadow and escaped into the ground, directly attacking Hudi. Hudi, let him see your true strength and evolve. Holding up the keystone in his hand, Michelle also shouted coldly. Immediately, the keystone in Michelle's hand burst into a dazzling colorful light, which closely matched the evolution stone on Hudi in the field, and Zhang Feng, who was instantly illuminated by the dazzling colorful light, couldn't keep his eyes open. Colorful light, Hudi's figure gradually began to change. At this moment, the distance between Darkrai and Hudi, who had sneaked into the shadows, was also getting closer. Immediately after, Darkrai appeared beside Hudi from the shadows, and the purple light in his right hand flashed directly at Hudi. At this time, the colorful light faded to reveal Hudi's figure after evolution, and at the same time, the mysterious characters in front of Hoodie directly blocked Dolly's sneak attack. Darkrai was directly bounced off by the mysterious power of evolution and returned to Zhangfeng. Oh, Michelle's Hoodie successfully evolved, and directly blocked Darkrai's attack. I believe the next game will be more exciting. The right time, the host's impassioned voice also sounded through the microphone. After the super evolution of Hoodie, the armor part of the body has become a purple robe. The overall color remains the same. A red crystal has grown in the middle of the forehead, sharp horns have emerged on the top of the head, and the yellow mustache has turned into a huge pale beard. Feet together and use your superpowers to float yourself in the air. The number of spoons increased to 5 again, and they were no longer held in their hands, but were lifted into the air by their superpowers. At this moment, the half-floating Hoodie is like an old man who is doing yoga. Zhangfeng is also looking up and down. This evolved Hoodie, you must know that evolution can instantly increase the 100 kinds of values of the elf. And after Hoodie has evolved, the racial value has also directly caught up with Darkrai to 600. The most important thing is that after Hoodie evolves, the racial value is basically added to the special attack and speed. It can be said that the distribution is very reasonable, so the evolved Hoodie Zhangfeng also has to be cautious. Hoodie, attack, Phantom Light. Natsy's voice sounded, and Hoodie's eyes suddenly flickered with blue light, followed by the 5 spoons on his head that instantly launched colorful rays of light to attack Darkrai floating in the air. Darkly, get out of the way. Darkrai also sensed the attack of the Phantom Light, accelerated instantly, and turned slightly sideways to directly nullify Hoodie's Phantom Light attack. 273 The Power of Terror, the Wave of Evil 99 Wanban. Seeing that Darkrai had escaped the attack of the Phantom Light in a thrilling manner, Zhangfeng also knew that it was not a good idea to continue to dodge. Darkrai, Strange Wind. Immediately. Darkrai's blue eyes were slightly condensed, and immediately following, on the scene, a violent and strange purple storm blew directly, and Hoodie was also in the storm. Hoodie, move instantly, fast. Michelle's expression was obviously a little anxious. After all, Hoodie's characteristics are high offense and low defense, and his defense is extremely low. Immediately. Hoodie, who looked in pain in the strange wind, immediately. Opening his eyes, the spoon above his head began to show violent superpower fluctuations, followed by Hoodie's figure disappearing again in the strange wind. Darkrai, watch carefully, prepare for a black hole. Zhangfeng was also immediately. Remind Darkrai to prepare to attack directly at the location where Hoodie appeared. Darkrai's reaction ability is indeed very sharp. The moment Hoodie appeared behind it, Darkrai turned around and threw the black energy ball out. Oops, Hoodie, mind power. Seeing this, Michelle also shrank her pupils and shouted anxiously. Hoodie, who had just appeared, was also immediately. Tried his best to block Darkrai's black hole attack, but after just 1 second of stalemate, the black hole hit Hoodie without any suspense. Under the influence of the power of the black hole, Hoodie fell directly into a sleep state, and his body was not floating, and fell directly to the ground. Hoodie, wake up. Seeing Hoodie falling asleep, Michelle immediately shouted loudly. To fall asleep when facing Zhangfeng's Darkrai. Hoodie fell into sleep, and Darkrai's nightmare feature was activated naturally. Hoodie fell into a nightmare, closed his eyes, and his face immediately turned. It looked ugly. Darkrai, start a trick. Zhangfeng glanced at Hoodie and shouted with a flat expression. Zhangfeng did not choose to directly let Darkrai launch a Dream Eater attack on Hoodie because he had the idea of letting Darkrai push the team. In mid-air, Darkrai used a trick, activated his mind, and greatly improved his special attack again. Washa player seat. What's the matter with such a good opportunity? Why didn't Zhangfeng attack? Looking at Hoodie who was still in a deep sleep in the field, May's expression was quite puzzled. In her opinion, it was a good opportunity for the black hole to hit Michelle's Hoodie. Zhangfeng should take advantage of the victory to pursue and directly solve the Michelle card elf Hoodie. Maybe, he has his own ideas. Xiaoqi's eyes flickered as he looked at Zhang Feng in the field. Michelle looked at Hu Di anxiously, and also understood that Hu Di was in a bad situation at the moment. In this case, Zhang Feng still did not choose to attack, but once again let Darkrai use tricks to increase his special attack. This scene caused a lot of discussion among the audience at the scene, and some audience members who didn't know much about the Battle of Elves thought that Zhang Feng was throwing water. On the high platform, when Darkrai succeeded in his third trick, the hag Kikuko also coughed softly. It's over. In the case of successful hypnosis, Zhang Feng did not choose to let Darkrai attack Hu Di, but increased Darkrai's ability to a terrifying level. Next, the power of Darkrai's moves will become extremely terrifying. Kona also spoke up. At this time, Hu Di also woke up from the sleep state. Hu Di, regenerate yourself. Michelle shouted without hesitation. When Hu Di woke up, blue light flashed in his eyes in an instant, followed by Hu Di's whole body covered with blue light of healing. Seeing this, the corners of Zhang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he shouted with a chuckle, Darklay, let's end the game, the wave of evil. The black energy in Darkrai's hands began to gather. This time, the black light became even more solid, and the power of the evil fluctuations amplified by 3 tricks can be imagined. Hu Di, use all your strength to activate your mental strength. Self-regeneration was over. Hu Di's eyes flickered with blue light, and his superpower was activated without reservation. Violent superpower fluctuations and evil fluctuations met in midair, and in the next second, something shocking happened to Michelle. I saw Haimeng without any suspense directly broke through Hu Di's full-strength mental thoughts and slammed into Hu Di's body. Weird, violent evil energy exploded in Hu Di. Boom. Hu Di was directly blown away. After the weakening of his mental strength, the wave of evil still had such a terrifying power. It was no wonder that after 3 tricks were increased, Darkrai's special attack basically reached the limit of his own growth. In midair, Hu Di's figure fell straight into the field like a kite with a broken string. Bang! Smoke and dust rose, and there were many scars on Hu Di's body. Hu Di, are you all right? Michelle's beautiful eyes were full of worry, and at this moment her heart was also very uncertain. After all, her Hu Di was not a strong elf. Wow, what's the matter? The power of Hu Di after awakening is actually so much worse than Darkrai's. With the increase of 3 tricks, the power of Darkrai's evil wave is terrifying. The host's expression was extremely shocked, and at this moment he also understood the reason why Zhang Feng let Darkrai's black hole hypnotize Hu Di but did not attack. At Darkrai with satisfaction, not only did he have tricks, but Darkrai also had the black glasses of the secret treasure. Hu Di struggled for a while under Michelle's concerned gaze, and then directly lifted the evolution and lost his ability to fight. Its injury was still too serious. Hu Di is incapacitated. Darkrai wins. The referee's voice just sounded, and there were also warm cheers at the scene. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download the Filu novel. 274. Darkrai vs. Natural Bird. Pressure 99 wonbon. According to this situation, Zhang Feng's victory in the game is a sure thing. After all, Michelle's ace Hu Di is gone. At the scene, Zhang Feng's fans were also very lively. After all, they had been expecting Zhang Feng to win the championship. How is it possible that the evolved Hu Di can't stop a wave of evil? Adair looked at Michelle, who had a bitter face in the field, and looked more resentful. Although she didn't underestimate the enemy, she still lost. Darko frowned and muttered to himself softly. The moment Zhang Feng's Darkrai came on stage, Dakuto knew that there was a high probability that Michelle would lose in this battle, and the talent of the beast was so unreasonable. Not only are divine beasts far superior to ordinary elves in combat power, but even their growth speed is beyond the reach of ordinary elves. And Dakuto also knew that the fast dragon that Zhang Feng played when he defeated Adair in the last match was not easy to mess with, and it was only a matter of time before Michelle lost. Reluctantly cheered up, Michelle directly retracted Hu Di and threw the Natural Bird's Pokeball again. Natural Bird, please. White light flickered, and the figure of the natural bird reappeared in midair, and finally stopped in front of Michelle. Darklay, Shadow Ball. After glancing at the natural bird, Zhangfeng launched an attack first, and Darkrai, who had reached the peak of the special attack, could not be blocked by the natural bird. Between Darkrai's hands, and the next second it attacked the natural bird directly. Natural bird, fully activate, the shadow of the night. Even though Darkrai was just a tentative shadow ball, Michelle directly chose to let the natural bird deal with it with a heavy expression. After all, Hudi was almost instantly killed by Darkrai, which gave Michelle a big shock. The natural bird's eyes also shot out 2 black energy and the shadow ball slammed together. Boom! The night magic shadow and the shadow ball exploded in midair, and huge smoke and dust spread out in midair. Seeing this scene, Michelle was also relieved. Looking at the smoke and dust in the sky, the corner of Zhang Feng's mouth also evoked a smile, and looked at the natural bird on the opposite side. Natural bird, air chop. Seeing the smile at the corner of Zhang Feng's mouth, Michelle was delighted and immediately drive the natural bird to attack. Natural bird's wings, several sharp air blades pierced through the air, directly catching Darkrai floating in the air. Darklay, Hidden Spirit Assault. Sensing the natural bird's attack, Ray also instantly turned into a shadow and dived into the ground. Boom! The sharp air blades all slammed into the ground of the field, and the attack of the natural bird was directly in vain. I saw Darkrai, who had turned into a shadow, with the help of the smoke and dust in the air to clear his sight, quietly came to the back of the natural bird, and then the purple light of Darkrai's right paw flickered directly on the back of the natural bird. At this moment, the audience present were all stunned. Most of the audience's field of vision was blocked by the huge smoke and dust in the air, and it was a natural bird who didn't see when Darkrai was approaching. Natural birds in midair are attacked immediately. His body staggered, and he fell towards the ground with a look of extreme pain. Although Hidden Spirit Assault is a physical attack move, ghost-type moves are very effective against natural birds after all. This Zhangfeng really does not let go of any details in the battle. If you are not careful in the battle with him, it is easy to fall into the trap he designed. On the high platform, Zyba also caressed his chin and stared at Zhangfeng with interest. Of course, Darkrai's strength is also one of the reasons. After all, its terrifying evil fluctuations make the opponent Michelle's psychological pressure. Yeah, I also believe Du's judgment a little bit now. Zhangfeng may really have a good chance of winning this competition. Kona also nodded. Nainu glanced at Du, who was beside him, and said with a light smile. Get rid of it, Darkrai, wave of evil. Zhang Feng's voice sounded, and the evil energy between Darkrai's hands in midair gathered again. The wave of evil was launched and slammed directly at the natural bird that fell to the ground, but this time Michelle was anxious and could not do anything. The extremely powerful evil energy hit the natural bird again. Bombing energy exploded, and the body of the natural bird was directly embedded in the ground by the powerful force. Natural bird. Seeing this, Michelle was also extremely aggrieved. At this time, she seemed to have no resistance in front of Zhangfeng, and Darkrai was like her nightmare. Natural bird is incapacitated. Darkrai wins. Seeing the ground destroyed by Darkrai's terrifying power, the referee was also speechless. Recovering the incapacitated natural bird, Michelle looked at Darkrai floating in the air with an extremely ugly expression. Wow! Contestant Michelle's dazzling natural bird is now so vulnerable in front of Zhang Feng's Darkrai. With the help of the smoke from the explosion of the shadow ball, and using Darkrai's high mobility, Zhang Feng's beautiful command Darkrai defeated the natural bird. Obviously, the situation at this time is extremely unfavorable for Michelle. As the natural bird fell to the ground, the host's voice resounded through the microphone for the first time. At this moment, Michelle wiped the sweat from her forehead, and the fifth elf appeared. Bronze Bell, it's your turn to play. As Michelle's voice sounded, a huge bronze ancient bell also appeared in the venue. Michelle's fifth elf still has superpower attributes. 275, advanced to the semi-finals. no suspense 99 wonbon. To be said that Zhang Feng may be the one that caused Michelle the most headache among all the opponents in the quarter-finals. Darkrai's ability as an evil beast is beyond Michelle's imagination, so there is a scene where Michelle's elf was ravaged by Zhang Feng's Darkrai. But the battle of the elves is. So, there is never the so-called absolute fairness. Bronze Bell, hypnotize Darkrai. Michelle shouted directly to the Bronze Bell, she obviously had nothing to do with Darkrai at this moment. Strange hypnotic waves emanated from the Bronze Bell's face, preparing to hypnotize Darkrai in midair. Strange winds, Darkrai. At this moment, Darkrai in midair also reacted instantly, the blue eyes flickered, and the next second, a violent purple storm hit the Bronze Bell directly. At the same time, the hypnotism was also directly hit by the strange wind. Break. It can only be said that the way Michelle used hypnotism was too blatant. Seeing this, Michelle frowned slightly. Although the Bronze Bell has the attribute of steel and has a strong defense, the strange wind of the ghost system does considerable damage to the Bronze Bell, and the attack of Darkrai at this moment is even stronger. No solution. Such skills, even with the defensive power of the Bronze Bell, can never withstand too many times. Bronze Bell, make a metallic sound. The strange wind is over, and the Bronze Bell is also immediately. Friction started, a metallic nasty sound. Darkrai in midair also looked extremely painful, and the metallic sound was a unique trick that could greatly reduce the opponent's special defense. Seeing Darkrai's move, Michelle also looked happy, and continued to wave and shout, Bronze Bell, screwball. Hearing Michelle's voice, Bronze Bell's body also spun at a high speed for the first time, and then attacked Darkrai in midair. How naive, Darkrai, black hole. Glancing at the Bronze Bell that was spinning at a high speed, Zhang Feng's expression was rather disdainful. Darkrai also instantly aimed his hands at the Bronze Bell, and a black hole light ball shot out directly. In this case, it was naturally impossible for the Bronze Bell to dodge, and the black hole light ball hit it head-on without any suspense. Action of the black hole move, the rotation of the Bronze Bell also stopped abruptly, and in midair, the huge body of the Bronze Bell also fell straight to the ground. Anything is fine. Seeing this scene, Adair, who was sitting in the auditorium, also exclaimed, Darkrai's black hole is simply too difficult to deal with. The banging Bronze Bell slammed into the field, causing a burst of smoke and dust. Similarly, cracks like spider webs appeared on the ground around it. Bronze Bell, wake up. Michelle's anxious voice sounded. Doc's black hole was too difficult to defend. Bronze Zongfang, who glanced at the opposite side, shouted at Darkrai, it's over, use the dream of eating. As Zhang Feng's voice sounded, Darkrai's blue eyes were also immediately. A strange red light flashed, and then, the Bronze Bell fell asleep immediately, showing extreme pain. The next quarter, Bronze Bell's eyes were already corrugated, and he lost his ability to fight. At the same time, the stamina that Bronze Bell had taken away by Dream Eater was also used to restore Darkrai's stamina. Of Michelle's Bronze Bell, the audience at the scene also exclaimed again and again, Zhang Feng's Darkrai was simply powerful and strange. Wow, this Darkrai's black hole move is too incomprehensible, as long as it hits, it will be hypnotized. Indeed, you must know that the failure probability of hypnotism is still very high, but its black hole is different. This Michelle is sure to lose, and every player in the back probably doesn't want to meet Zhang Feng. Darkrai is simply terrible. The scene, the audience's comments were also seen by Zhang Feng's family in the auditorium. Zhang Feng's parents naturally had a proud look on their faces. After all, Zhang Feng was about to enter the top 4 of the China tournament. Also sitting beside Lu Mengan, her mother was quite happy to have such a brilliant future son-in-law. National player seat. This Zhang Feng actually directly crushed that American woman in the quarterfinals. You know that Michelle is very strong. It seems that we still underestimate him. At this moment, Takuya also frowned slightly. Originally, he thought that although Zhang Feng was strong, he had only traveled for a year, so he was not too perverted. It shouldn't be a problem for Akashi to deal with him, but now judging from his Darkrai's performance, he is at least as tough an opponent as Darko. I said earlier that he was very strong, but you didn't take him seriously at that time. At this time, Hina, who was defeated by Zhang Feng, also spoke for the first time. Obviously, she saw Zhang Feng's full strength at this moment. She also understood that she was not wronged. If Zhang Feng chose to use this powerful Darkrai against her in the preliminaries, she would probably be crushed directly. And Hongliang is too lazy to say anything more, he has seen too many trainers who are better than himself. Xiaokai, it's about to be my match, I'll go to prepare first, you congratulate Zhang Feng on the promotion for me. At this time, Mei also stood up, Michelle was about to lose, her game was about to start, and she also attached great importance to this game. You also come on, be careful of Dakoto. Come on, Sister Yai. Xiaokai and Serena were also immediately said. In the field, Michelle, who was silent for a moment, also threw her last Pokeball. Michelle's last genie was a purple qualified Sun Ibrahimovic. Sun Ibrahimovic has the characteristics of a meerkat or small cat. The main color and eyes are mysterious purple. The ruby on the head glows when using superpowers. At this time, Michelle's state was already very sluggish, and she had completely given up on this elf battle until now. Facing Darkrai, who was almost full, Sun Ibrahimovic was also crushed by Darkrai, a set of black holes and food dreams, without any suspense. Amidst the cheers of the audience, the host was also excited to announce that Zhang Feng had successfully advanced to the semifinals. Since then, there are already 2 Chinese trainers in the top 4 seats, and as long as Yai defeats Dakto, then the top 4 Chinese summer trainers will occupy 3 seats. The chances of Huasha trainers getting the final advantage will naturally be higher. 276, Yai vs Dakto, The Fierce Battle 99 Wanban. By Zhang Feng's Darkrai, Michelle's mentality also had a problem at this time. After waving to the audience at the scene, Zhang Feng also withdrew from the battle arena and slowly walked towards the contestant's seat. To be honest, this battle was easier to win, and of course Darkrai's restraint on Michelle's lineup was also a major reason. I believe that Michelle must also be very depressed at this time. If her opponents in the quarterfinals change randomly, she will have a higher probability of advancing. Zhang Feng is so handsome, he really deserves to be the second-generation Dragon Envoy. Michelle is not his opponent at all. You didn't see how strong that Darkrai was. No, I can't take it anymore. Where is the surrounding of Darkrai? I'm going to buy it. Just one game, Darkrai's power was on the scene, leaving an indelible impression in the hearts of the audience. Returning to the player's seat, Zhang Feng also found that the seat between Serena and Xiaokai was empty, and Zhang Feng also sat directly on it. What, is Mei already preparing? It's gone long ago. When Michelle let Sun Ibrahimovic play, she left. Xiaokai also said with a slight smile. Yes, Sister Mei is very concerned about this game. The Elf Association has high hopes for her and she definitely doesn't want to lose. Sighed, Serena also spoke up. Yi is indeed very strong, but I think this guy named Dakto is still there is something hidden. Saying that, Zhang Feng also looked at Dakto who was walking towards the field. At this moment, Dakto's face was as cold as ever, and Michelle's defeat was so tragic, which naturally made him feel even worse. After the fierce battle between Zhang Feng and Michelle, everyone also saw the demeanor of the mythical beast Darkrai. Then, the next confrontation between the two sides is the long-awaited duel. Dakto, the strongest trainer from the United States who owns the divine beast Yan Emperor, and the talented girl Mei Yi, who is favored by the divine beast Sujin in China. Let me look forward to a fantastic game from the two trainers. As today's key project, it is definitely a show that is on the scene, and the host is also very enthusiastic to set off the atmosphere of the scene. But to be honest, as a senior host of the China conference for many times, this conference can be said to be the most exciting he has ever attended. This year's elf trainer can say God. Trainers with quasi-gods and divine beasts appeared one after another, and there was a hint of a fight between gods and gods. Although it is at the same level as the World Elf Championship, it is also called the top event. As the host's voice sounded, Dakoto and May also appeared on the battlefield of the main venue from their respective player channels. For a time, the audience also burst into applause, expressing their affirmation of the strength of the two players. The applause faded away, and after the referee and the staff confirmed, the game officially started. I've been looking forward to this game for a long time, don't fall too early. Looking at Yayi, Dakoto's eyes revealed a trace of excitement. He knew that the Yayi in front of him was a trainer trained by the China Elf Association. I believe that if she is defeated by her own hands, Yulondu will be a big blow to the Washa Elf Association, and even to the target of his revenge. Thinking of this, Dakoto also looked at Du on the high platform excitedly. I am really sorry, you can't be too complacent, the outcome of this game is still unknown. May's delicate little face is full of strength, and she believes that she will not be weaker than others when the elves are fighting. Speaking of this, the two also looked at each other and threw the Pokeball at the same time. White light dissipated, and two angry roars came. Under the shocked gaze of the audience, Entei and Sujin, who appeared from the Pokeball, were looking at each other hostilely. Ah, did the two choose Entei and Sujin directly at the beginning? Quote. Serena's expression was also quite surprised. She originally thought that Emperor Yan and Sui Jun should appear as the ace spirits of both sides. But in fact, in terms of attributes, Sui Jun of Mei still has a certain advantage. At this time, Xiao Kai also spoke up. Seeing these two elves, Xiao Kai was under a lot of pressure. After all, he might be his opponent in the future. Zhang Feng also looked at the field. To be honest, what do you think? Sujin will be more dominant, and the most important thing is that Mei's Sujin level is also higher than Yandi, who has more doc. To be said that all of these are still due to the full training of the Elf Association. Suicune has a blue gem-like headdress, surrounded by white wind-like streamers, showing a light figure with blue and white patterns on his body, reflecting the image of water and wind. On the other hand, Emperor Yan has orange-red hair and wears iron rings on his strong limbs. Behind it is a mane flowing like a white cloud of smoke, and under the cloud of smoke is a brown hair like a sharp blade. There are red hexagram-shaped structures on his cheeks, and a clover-like golden hair shell is embedded on his forehead. At the same time, the flames under his feet are also majestic. In the field, the two divine beasts are also facing each other. Emperor Yan, shoot flames. Sujin, use the water cannon. In the field, Dakoto and Mei also directed the elf to start at the same time. In mid-air, the water cannon and the jet flame faced each other. On Emperor Yan. Although the power of the reduced water cannon that has been sprayed with flames is already very low, it is clear that Suicune is superior in the first battle. On the high platform, seeing this scene, mother-in-law Chrysanthemum also spoke up. This Dakoto's Yan Emperor is still a little worse than Yayi's Sujin. Seeing this, Kona also smiled and said, if Suicune can win the first battle, then it will have a great impact on the whole battle situation. Indeed, Emperor Yan's defeat will be a big blow to Dakoto's morale. Lu Bo also said with a chuckle, but in fact he doesn't pay much attention to Yi, and the trainer he is most optimistic about is Xiao Kai. Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend. 277, Sujin vs Yandi. Suffered a small loss in the first confrontation, and Dakoto obviously did not have too many ideas. He understood that Mei Yi was not an opponent that could be easily solved. Emperor Yan, the vortex of flames. Hearing Dakoto's voice, Emperor Yan also immediately. A fierce flame attacked Suicune directly. Suicune, next, mirror reflection. Mei's voice sounded, and the mirror reflection was a move that doubled the damage from the opponent's special attack to the same opponent. I saw that when the flame vortex hit Sui Jun flashed colorful rays of light, and then directly bounced the flame vortex back. The flame vortex that bounced back also hit the Emperor Yan directly with more powerful power than before. Of course, as the King of Flames, the damage of fire to the Emperor Yan can be said to be minimal. Emperor Yan, use supernatural powers. Sui-kun, we also have supernatural powers here. Two voices sounded at the same time. The eyes of Emperor Yan and Sujin flashed strange red light at the same time, and then the invisible superpower fluctuations between the two elves were also attacking. With a loud bang, the violent mental fluctuations spread around, directly through the bodies of Sujin and Entei. Emperor Yan, unleash the energy storage flame attack. Seeing that the counterattack of the supernatural powers was tied again, Dakdo also chose melee combat. In an instant, flames swept around the Emperor Yan's body, and then he rushed directly to the opposite Sujin. Suikun, let it see your power. Surf. Mei also waved her hands heavily and shouted. I saw that Sujin stepped down immediately. Big waves in the sky, and Sujin also rode the waves to fight against Emperor Yan. Water and fire are incompatible, and at the moment when they slammed together, the waves of water under Sujin's feet rushed directly to Emperor Yan, immediately. The water vapor directly covered the figures of Emperor Yan and Sujin. Emperor Yan. Suzu-kun, are you alright? Seeing this scene, Dakoto and Mei also changed their expressions and looked towards the thick white fog. At this time, Emperor Yan and Sujin also retreated to their masters. In comparison, Emperor Yan at this time was even more embarrassed. Shuijun, the fluctuation of water. Seeing that the water vapor formed by the white fog gradually dissipated, Mei also immediately choose to attack. I saw that there was a water element energy type in front of Suijun, and then Suijun directly blasted it at the opposite Yan Emperor. Emperor Yan, avoid, sharp stone attack. This time, Dakoto didn't choose to let Yan Emperor and Sujin confront each other. After all, regardless of his level or attributes, his Yan Emperor did not have an advantage. Emperor Yan's speed is also quite good. He accelerated sideways to avoid the fluctuations of the water. At the same time, his eyes flashed with blue light, and countless sharp stones were also immediately shoot at Suikun. Although Suijun of Mei was trying his best to dodge, he was still hit by some of the sharp stones. Emperor Yan, Fang of Fire. Seeing that Sujin was at a disadvantage, Dakdo naturally continued to command Yandi's onslaught. The flames in Emperor Yan's mouth flickered, and he rushed directly in front of Sujin to take a bite. However, Yai is clearly prepared. Suikun, be careful, the reflection wall. Mei's voice also reminded Suijun, and Suijun, who sensed Entei's attack, immediately created a red mysterious wall. Yandi bites down the fire fang, and similarly, the reflection wall also reduces the fire fang's offensive. Of course Suikun still shows a painful expression. Suikun, Iron Tail. Suijun endured the severe pain and threw away the Emperor Yan directly, and at the same time his tail flashed with a white metallic luster, followed by leaping up, flipping in the air and slashing towards the Emperor Yan. Emperor Yan, hurry up, spray flames. Iron Tail's attack was close at hand, and Dakdo was also immediately frowned and shouted. The reflection wall reduced the damage of Yandi's fire fang, otherwise Mei's Suikun would not have had the strength to counterattack as soon as he was injured. A hot flame spewed out of Yandi's mouth, and an astonishing scene also happened. I saw that the iron tail used by Sujin of Yai also directly split its flame, and slammed it directly on Yandi's forehead. Bang! Forehead was severely injured, and Emperor Yan also screamed in pain while retreating, and the flames under his feet disappeared immediately. Emperor Yan. Seeing Emperor Yan's pained appearance, Dakoto also frowned. He knew that Suijun's iron tail blow just now must be the key point of Emperor Yan. Suishun, take advantage of the blizzard. Yai let out a coquettish drink, and saw that Sujin directly launched a blizzard, the biting cold wind, mixed with snowflakes, and directly hit the still suffering Yan Emperor. It's over, is the Yan Emperor going to lose? Looking at the Entei who was completely covered by the blizzard from the Suikun blizzard, Adair was also a little anxious. Similarly, Michelle, who had just lost the battle, looked at Dakto's back with a worried expression. At this time, the two of them no longer had the arrogant arrogance they had when they participated in the Washa conference. On the high platform, President, if the Yan Emperor of Dakto loses, it will be good news for us. Kona said with a chuckle at Damalansi. Indeed, if 3 of the top 4 are all Chinese players, I believe we don't need to worry too much about the conference. At this time, Shiba also spoke up. And Damalanshi also showed a smile, and it was true. According to the news that he got, the most difficult elf to deal with should be Emperor Yan, but fortunately, Sujin of Yayi happened to be more restrained to his Emperor Yan. Blizzard dissipated, and the Yan Emperor had turned into a huge ice sculpture. Emperor Yan, go to sleep. Seeing this, Dakuto also shouted at Emperor Yan in the ice sculpture with a cold expression. The situation at this moment is extremely unfavorable for Emperor Yan. 278 Absolute 0, Yandi defeated 99 Wanban. I saw that Emperor Yan in the ice sculpture seemed to hear Dakuto's voice, or he just started to sleep in the ice sculpture to recover his strength. Dakuto also understands that his own Yan Emperor has the power to break the ice, but the moment it breaks the ice sculpture, the opposite Sujin will definitely not miss such a good opportunity to attack. Restore physical strength. Seeing this scene, Mei also frowned, but she didn't hesitate at all. Sui-kun, let's pray for rain like this. Hearing Mei's voice, Sui-kun raised his head high and shot a blue energy ball into the air. The originally clear sky also became gloomy in an instant, and the clouds were densely covered, and the next second, the rain slowly started to fall. Seeing this scene, Dakuto was also secretly guarded in his heart. Praying for the rain itself is extremely unfriendly to Emperor Yan. In this environment, the power of fire will be greatly reduced. In this way, Emperor Yan who breaks through the ice will still be completely destroyed by Sui Jun. Suppressing the fight, glancing at the Emperor Yan in the ice sculpture, Yayi's eyes began to firm up. Sujin, go all out, Absolute 0. Mei is also ruthless. If you can't hide from the ice sculpture, then I will use a move that is beyond your tolerance. Absolute 0 is an ice-type ultimate move, and its destructive power is naturally extremely powerful, and because of the long charging period before it is used, this move is a bit tasteless in the battle. An instant, the ice energy in Sui Jun's mouth also began to slowly gather. And as soon as Absolute 0 came out, the temperature of the entire venue also began to drop sharply. The audience also stared at the field excitedly, for fear of missing something, and they were curious about how Dakuto should respond in this situation. Wow, we can see that the Mei player can be said to be very decisive, and directly chose to let Sujun use the ice-type ultimate move Absolute 0. Obviously this battle of the beasts will soon be decided, and now it seems that Sui-kun has a good chance of winning. Host was obviously also very excited, explaining that it was impossible not to be nervous about this kind of fairy fight, and there were some sweat stains on his forehead. Emperor Yan, wake up. At this moment, Dakuto felt the drop in the surrounding temperature and his complexion changed. The Emperor Yan who had just fallen asleep obviously couldn't wake up so quickly. Not to mention that it was difficult to hear Dakuto's voice when he was still trapped in the ice sculpture. In the same way, the opposite Sujin was still accumulating ice-type energy, and the ice-type energy around his mouth also flashed a terrifying blue light. It's over, Emperor Yan has lost. Serena stared at Sui-kun who was preparing for Mei in the field with excitement. It seems like this, Sui Jun has some attribute advantages in the face of it. Xiao Kai also nodded. This move is absolutely 0, and the Yan Emperor at this time has absolutely no possibility of avoiding it. Hearing Xiaoqi's words, Zhang Feng frowned. He always felt that something was not right, because Dakuo's desire to attack was not strong enough from the moment when Emperor Yan was sent to battle, and even many key commanders were a little bit watery. Meaning. And since Emperor Yan is Dakuto's trump card, Dakuto should make adjustments as soon as possible, instead of letting Yandi continue to harden the Suigetsu. All this made Zhang Feng more puzzling, as if Dakuto didn't care much about Yandi's trump card. Zhang Feng, what's wrong? Seeing Zhang Feng a little distracted by his side, Xiao Kai also asked. Xiaoqi's words also brought Zhang Feng's thoughts back to reality. No, I was just thinking about something. Zhang Feng also said to Xiaoqi with a chuckle, yes, there is no need to think so much. In the next battle with Yayi, Dakoto will naturally reveal everything about himself. The face of Yayi, it is absolutely impossible for him to have too much spare energy to hide his strength, and he only needs to sit in the audience and watch. In the arena, seeing that Sui Jun's Absolute Zero was about to end, Mei's face also filled with a confident smile. That's right, defeating Dakoto's ace Yandy here is also a great boost to her morale. Fix it, Suzune. As Yayi's voice fell, an extremely powerful blue light with a hint of coldness shot from Sui Jun's mouth towards the Yan Emperor in the ice sculpture. Emperor Yan, wake up. Dakotuo also continued to shout, but the strange thing was that although Dakotuo's face seemed anxious at the moment, his tone was relatively flat. The end, Suikun's Absolute Zero attack came, but the Emperor Yan in the ice sculpture did not wake up. Boom. The tyrannical blue light directly broke through the ice sculpture and slammed heavily on Emperor Yan, and Emperor Yan's huge body was instantly blasted out. What did I see? The Absolute Zero degree of Sui Jun, a player in Mei, hit the Emperor Yan without any suspense. It seems that Emperor Yan is really bad luck. As the host's excited voice sounded, Emperor Yan's body was directly slammed onto the wall by the Absolute Zero terrifying force. At the same time, half of Emperor Yan's body at the moment, along with the wall it was on, appeared dark blue ice crystals. A terrible Absolute Zero. Moreover, at this moment, Emperor Yan was different from sleeping before, his eyes showed a corrugated shape. Under the Absolute Zero degree terrifying ice power, Emperor Yan finally lost his ability to fight. When Emperor Yan was defeated, the rain stopped at the scene, revealing a ray of sunshine. Emperor Yan lost his ability to fight. The referee's voice sounded immediately, and a look of joy appeared on Mei's pretty face. Defeating Emperor Yan was an extremely advantageous opening for her. Same way, Suikun, who used Absolute Zero degrees, also began to gasp violently. After all, this move was also terrifying for its consumption. The power of the Absolute Zero degree exerted by the Divine Beast has reached such a terrifying level. Xiao Kai in the auditorium also sucked in a breath of cold air, and the power of Sui Jun's Absolute Zero degree shocked him a bit. 279 The speed of the Monarch Snake 99 Wanban. Of course, it's not necessary to take precautions. After all, Xiao Kai just saw that Suikun had a very long charging period before resorting to Absolute Zero. How can I not fall into the same situation as Emperor Yan? This kind of move is basically impossible to use. Hearing Xiaoqi's words, Zhang Feng couldn't deny it. It was true that Sujin's Absolute Zero was so powerful. After all, it was a move that even divine beasts needed a lot of time to accumulate, and it was obviously unrealistic if the power was not strong. Moreover, Zhang Feng's frozen bird, as the divine bird of the ice system, was even more terrifying than the Sujin of Mei on the scene. Come back, Emperor Yan. Seeing that Emperor Yan lost his fighting power, Dakotuo just frowned slightly, his face still cold. Auditorium. Has Emperor Yan lost? It seems that this Washa trainer named Yayi is really strong. Michelle was also a little moved, because in the battle just now, Mei's Sujin was basically fighting against Dakoto's Entei. Although Suikun has a certain attribute advantage, being able to suppress Dakoto is a very scary thing in Michelle's cognition. Don't worry, Michelle, the championship this time must belong to Dakoto. After all, he is a god. Those who favor Adair's words are also full of confidence that Dakota will win. Hearing Adair's words, Michelle's face also calmed down. That's right, in this conference, no matter what, Dakoto can't be defeated, and Mei's strength is just a stepping stone for him. National player seat. That's it, this guy named Dakoto was called the trainer with the best chance to win the championship. Emperor Yan is just like that. This defeat is too fast. Hongliang looked at Dakoto who had just taken back Emperor Yan, and his words were quite mocking. Okay, let's keep reading, Hongliang, this Dakto is not as simple as you think. At this time, Takuya also opened his mouth. He saw the dull look on Dakto's face, and he understood that Emperor Yan was definitely not Dakto's only trump card. On the high platform, Zyba also put away the laziness before, and paid full attention to the battle in the venue. After all, after reaching the quarterfinals, the quality of the battles is much higher, and even Shiba must admit that he cannot reach this level at the same age. It's a good start. Dakto's Yan Emperor has been defeated, and Mei's Sujin still maintains a good physical strength. Kona also said with a smile. As a water-type divine beast, Sujin's recovery ability is also very terrifying. With the rich physical strength unique to the divine beast, it will be difficult for Dakota to follow. Mother-in-law Chrysanthemum also said confidently, after all, Yayi has grown up under her guidance during this period of time, and she is full of confidence in Yayi's strength. Come out, Electric Dragon. Glancing at Mei, who was beaming with joy, Daktuo's eyes flashed slightly, and he threw the second Pokeball directly. Dakoto's Electric Dragon debuted. The Electric Dragon has no pre-evolutionary hair, blue skin, a red sphere on the tail and forehead, a white abdomen, flat hands, and only one toe, neck and neck. The ears and part of the tail have topaz black patterns. That's right, with blue skin instead of yellow, this Electric Dragon from Dakto is a shimmering elf. Wow, we can see that the elf that Dakto players choose to fight is actually a rare flashing Electric Dragon. Referee was naturally excited when he saw the glitter elf, although he had seen quite a few glitter elf at this conference. Seeing Dakto's flashing dragon, Mei's pupils on the opposite side also shrank. Flashing Electric Dragon, this Electric Dragon is the first time to appear at this conference. At this time, Xiaokai also stared at the Electric Dragon and said. Indeed, perhaps only opponents like Mei, Zhangfeng, Xiaokai, and Akashi can force Dakto to go all out. Glitter Elf, this Dakoto is really powerful. Zhangfeng also said. You know, from now on, the three elves of Daktuo, Yandi, Lightning Dragon, and Lucario, it can be said that none of the elves are less qualified than Orange, and they are all very strong elves. Kind. Even Zhangfeng was a little sighed at this Dakoto's fortune. Another field, in the venue, seeing the Electric Dragon, Mei also directly took back Suijun and sent her own initial elf, the Monarch Snake, and also the elf with the highest degree of tacit understanding with Mei. Suijun still has a certain amount of suppression, and Suijun has just used absolute zero, and his physical strength is also very high, and at this time, it is much better to let the grass-type Monarch Snake appear. Using the electromagnetic gun, the Electric Dragon. Mei changed, and after the elf, Dakto also directly directed the Electric Dragon to launch an attack. I saw the ruby on the forehead of the Electric Dragon flickering, and an electromagnetic cannon with a flashing arc in its mouth shot directly at the Monarch Snake. The Monarch Snake, avoid it, then approach the Electric Dragon. Yayi shouted with firm eyes, she has absolute confidence in her Monarch Snake. I saw that the Monarch Snake also bent down slightly, and charged directly towards the Electric Dragon like lightning. Lying on the ground, the slender and huge body of the Monarch Snake is extraordinarily flexible, winding forward, and it is very easy to avoid the electromagnetic cannon of the Electric Dragon. Instant, the Monarch Snake has come to the side of the Electric Dragon, dodging the electromagnetic cannon, and the Monarch Snake is like a python, which instantly entangles the Electric Dragon. Electric Dragon, Thunder Fist. Seeing that the Monarch Snake was about to wrap around the Electric Dragon, Dakoto also shouted coldly. The speed of the Monarch Snake was too fast in an instant, and even he was a little surprised. So fast, Shiba looks like this is the result of your special training for her. On the high platform, seeing that the Monarch Snake has made such great progress, Kona also asked Shiba. Well, when you went to Shengguan's house, she followed me in the special training. That Monarch Snake was very good and took my special training. Shiba looked at the Monarch Snake with more admiration, to know that to pass his devil special training, a firm will is necessary, and he likes the training attitude of the monarch snake in May. 280. Monarch snake vs. electric dragon, strong 99 wonbon. Hearing Shiba's words, Kona also nodded, only the kind of Shiba. How like devil special training can make the elf have such a terrifying improvement in speed in a short period of time. Compared to the previous Heavenly King exam with Yayi, Yayi is much stronger. In the field, staring at the monarch snake that was about to wrap around him, the electric dragon also roared. His right fist was surrounded by thunder, and he punched directly on the body of the monarch snake. Immediately, monarch snake's whole body stagnates, but monarch snake still endured the pain to wrap the whole body of electric dragon. Good job, monarch snake, just throw the electric dragon out like this. Hearing Yayi's voice, the monarch snake violently exerted force, and under the rotation of his body, he directly threw the entire body of the electric dragon into the air. What a terrifying power, monarch snake. Xiao Kai was also a little surprised to see the monarch snake easily fling the not-light electric dragon into the air. I saw this monarch snake when I was in UNG City before, and it was Yayi's Heavenly King examination at that time. Sigh, at that time, the monarch snake did not have such a terrifying explosive power. Thinking about it, it's only possible that this monarch snake has undergone special strength training, and this strength training method is likely to come from Shiba of the four heavenly kings. Zhang Feng also said word by word, to be honest, this kind of terrifying explosive power is exactly the same as Heechel's elf, and may just happen to be cultivated by the Elf Association. Like this, it's not hard to guess who has given special training to her monarch snake. In the field, the electric dragon was thrown to the ground and had nowhere to use it, and was rapidly falling downwards. Electric dragon, stabilize your body. Dakoto is also immediately. Remind the electric dragon, it will be unbearable to fall down like this. Although Dakoto's electric dragon's physical strength is not as strong as May's monarch snake, it is also very good. Doing a somersault in the air is also to adjust your body and prepare to fall to the ground. Monarch snake, don't let it escape, Fei Ye storm. Naturally, May would not miss such a precious opportunity to attack and directly waved and shouted. At the same time, the monarch snake is also immediately. Response, with a wave of his tail, countless pointed blades rolled up and stormed the electric tornado in midair. Electric dragon, use the wall of light. Dakoto is also immediately. Shouted. In this case, the electric dragon, who has nowhere to borrow, is also immediately. Creates a wall of light, thereby reducing the power of leaf storm. Countless blades violently attacked the electric dragon, leaving scars on the body of the electric dragon. In the air, the electric dragon also showed a painful look. Boom. The body of the electric dragon fell directly to the ground, setting off a formation. Seeing this scene, the audience at the scene also applauded and cheered for Yayi. After all, at the moment, Yayi is fighting against Dakoto, who has been invincible since he participated in the Washa conference. The smoke cleared, and the electric dragon also stood up again, and it seemed that the injury was not too serious. Electric dragon, use the wave of the dragon. With a roar, the dragon-type energy in the mouth of the electric dragon began to gather, and in the next second, a red light shot directly at the monarch snake in Yayi. Monarch snake, flying leaf storm. Mei also commanded calmly and calmly without panic at all. The storm formed by countless leaves slammed into the dragon's wave again, and an invisible wind pressure spread from the air, and the power of the ultimate move was comparable. How can this be so powerful? Dakoto looked at the air, and his brows were deeply wrinkled. In his opinion, the wave of the dragon made by the electric dragon was definitely not something that Fei Ye storm could stop. That reduces the special attack. Even if it is blocked, it should be the dragon's wave that has a slight advantage, but now it is a tie. Electric dragon, use thunder. Can't figure it out, Dakoto simply doesn't think about it, just use the offense to get the answer. Hearing Dakoto's order, the ruby on the forehead of the electric dragon lit up, and the sky over the monarch snake was covered with dark clouds, followed by a bucket-thick yellow electric shock that struck the monarch snake from top to bottom. The monarch snake, use it to defend. Mei's reaction was also very fast. She felt the manic thunder element in the air, and she didn't dare to let the monarch snake forcefully carry the thunder. So, monarch snake propped up a cyan protective cover to block the thunder directly. In an instant, the arcs shot everywhere, and the field around monarch snake was affected by the arc, and there were traces of cracks. The monarch snake, approaching the electric dragon, used a slap attack. After blocking the thunder, Yai's voice sounded again. In an instant, the monarch snake snaked its body and burst out, leaving behind cyan afterimages on the spot. Electric dragon, be careful and use thunder and lightning. Suffering a loss, Dakuto was also a lot more alert. He knew that Yai's electric dragon was extremely fast, and its attack was also extremely fast. The electric dragon is also cautiously staring at the figure of the monarch snake, and the electric arc of his fists flashes. After all, the terrifying speed of the monarch snake just now made it suffer a little. In a blink of an eye, the monarch snake also came directly to the side of the electric dragon, not far from the electric dragon. Seeing this, Dakuto's complexion was slightly dark, and he also directly ordered, "It's time, do it." The electric dragon is also immediately waving the twinkling fists, they smashed the body of the monarch snake directly. Hurry up, monarch snake. Hearing Yai's voice, the monarch snake croaked softly, and in an instant, it accelerated again so that the lightning fist of the electric dragon fell directly, and then the slender tail slapped straight at the back of the electric dragon. What? Dakuto's pupils shrank sharply. This monarch snake has such a terrifying explosive power that it can complete the secondary acceleration in an instant. Under Dakuto's shocked gaze, the slender green tail of the monarch snake slammed on the back of the electric dragon fiercely. After all, at such a close distance, Dakuto's electric dragon has no chance to make any defensive postures at all. The sharp pain from the back made the electric dragon lose strength in an instant and fell directly to the ground. And in the same way, just when Yai directed the monarch snake to give the electric dragon a fatal blow, an electric arc also appeared on the monarch snake. When the tail of the monarch snake touched the body of the electric dragon, the electrostatic characteristics of the electric dragon also successfully paralyzed the monarch snake. 281. Mage Electric Dragon, the situation reversed 99 wonbon. Just when the tail of the monarch snake was drawn towards the electric dragon again, a yellow electric arc flashed through the body of the monarch snake and it froze. Put your distance away, electric dragon. Seeing that the monarch snake was paralyzed, Dakuto also shouted for the first time. The electric dragon that fell to the ground was also immediately struggling to stand up. He opened the distance between him and the monarch snake. It's a pity to be paralyzed. A pity for Yai to see this, but the impact is not that big. After all, the electric dragon at this time has been seriously injured. Monarch snake, solve it, slap it. Mei's voice sounded, and the monarch snake leaned over again and accelerated towards the location of the electric dragon. Just when everyone thought this battle would end like this, Dakuto also took out a keystone from the space ring and aimed at the electric dragon under the shocked eyes of everyone. Electric dragon, evolve. As soon as Dakuto's voice fell, the keystone and electric dragon in his hand immediately. A strong colorful light erupted, and the body of the electric dragon shrouded in the colorful light also began to undergo some changes. This, isn't it? Electric dragon. Auditorium. Serena was also staring at the evolving electric dragon in shock. The speed of the monarch snake was very fast, and at the moment when the colorful light appeared, it also got close to the electric dragon. At the scene, all the audience stared nervously at the venue, looking forward to the battle between the monarch snake and the electric dragon. I saw that the tail of the monarch snake was not able to make an inch even after it approached the colorful light. Following that, the colorful light dissipated, the evolved colorful 7 characters appeared, and a gust of wind pressure spread, which directly bounced the tail of the monarch snake. The true appearance of the electric dragon is also exposed to the public. The blue hair is very elegant, and there are many red spheres on the tail of the electric dragon. After evolution, it also has the attributes of a dragon. The audience also looked at the evolved electric dragon one after another. After all, evolution is still very rare for ordinary trainers. The electric dragon roared, and a gust of wind pressure spread out. After its evolution, its characteristics have also become exceptional, and now it is directly activated. When a Pokémon with an exceptional trait uses a skill, it ignores the trait of the defender. The monarch snake used the flying leaf storm. Mei didn't hesitate, and launched the third Feye storm directly. No, Feye storm started. I remember that Feye storm will reduce the special attack of the elf. Serena is also a little puzzled about Yi's direct attack. Don't worry, Serena, the characteristics of this monarch snake of Yi are. Xiao Kai also smiled and said, "What's the naysayer?" Serena, as a trainer who has just traveled for a year, knows very little about the characteristics of elf. The effect of the naysayer is to reverse the change in the elf's ability. It will decrease when it is originally increased, and it will increase when it is originally decreased. It can be said that the use of Flying Leaf Storm will reduce the special attack, but the monarch snake with this characteristic will increase the special attack. Zhang Feng also explained patiently Serena word for word. Serena also looked thoughtful. Electric Dragon, Dragon Wave. Dakoto didn't hesitate at all. It was true that the electric dragon had evolved, but the previous damage did indeed exist. After the evolution, the dragon's fluctuation of the electric dragon is also a lot more tyrannical. In midair, the red light and the cyan storm slammed together, and the energy was raging. Boom! The explosion occurred, and gusts of hot wind spread out invisibly towards the surroundings. Monarch Snake, slap and beat. Seeing that the power of the Feye storm was comparable to the dragon fluctuation of the electric dragon after the power was increased, the monarch snake leaned over and rushed to the electric dragon again. Electric Dragon, 100,000 volts. Dakoto's voice sounded, and the blue hair on the top of the electric dragon's head also began to gather electrical energy, and arcs flickered, followed by a yellow electric shock that attacked the monarch snake directly. However, this time, the monarch snake still nimbly bypassed the attack of 100,000 volts and approached the electric dragon again. Electric Dragon, Thunder Fist. Dakoto obviously expected that the frontal attack of the electric dragon at the speed of the monarch snake would be easily dodged by it. The blue tail of the monarch snake twitched, and the electric dragon's fist also flashed an electric arc. Boom! A muffled thunder sounded, and the bodies of the monarch snake and the electric dragon retreated a few steps at the same time. At this time, the yellow current on the body of the monarch snake that had retreated also appeared again, and then the monarch snake also froze directly. Seeing this scene, Dakoto also shrank his pupils and waved his hands directly and shouted, "Electric Dragon, Electromagnetic Gun." The electric dragon didn't hesitate about Dakoto's order. A yellow energy ball with a silk arc was fired, and the target was the monarch snake. To be honest, the speed of the electromagnetic gun can be avoided in terms of the reaction ability of the monarch snake, but at this time the monarch snake just fell into a state of paralysis. Not good, monarch snake, avoid it. At this time, Mei's complexion also changed. This state of paralysis is really troublesome. And the monarch snake, whose body was dull, failed to avoid this electromagnetic cannon and was directly hit by the front. The energy of the electromagnetic gun exploded on the body of the monarch snake, and the monarch snake slammed into the ground with a painful low cry. The huge body also caused cobweb-like cracks to appear in the surrounding field. The electric dragon is over, Thunder Fist. Seeing this, Dakoto also prepared without hesitation to issue a lore command to the electric dragon. 282, Lucario vs. Electric Dragon, the battle 99 Wanban. The electric dragon with thunder and lightning in his right fist rushed directly to the fallen monarch snake. Obviously, the situation at this time was very critical for the monarch snake. Monarch Snake, hurry up, use the straw knot rope. Under the critical situation, may ye also immediately shouted. At this time, Monarch Snake also struggled to raise his head, his eyes flashed a strange red light, followed by one after another of grass-knotted ropes directly at the foot of the electric dragon. The electric dragon was tripped over by the straw-knotted rope without any defense, and his entire body fell directly and heavily. Nice job. The timing of using the straw knot rope is too good, and it directly helped May reverse the situation. Auditorium, Serena and Xiao Kai also shined. If Monarch Snake wins this round, May will have a huge advantage. Opposite side, Dakato's expression changed a bit. Originally, he thought that his electric dragon should be sure to win, but he didn't expect that Yai's Monarch Snake was so tough. Monarch Snake, solve it. Knock. The Monarch Snake that stood up again was also immediately. He waved his huge tail and hit the electric dragon that just fell. Electric dragon, caught in defense. The electric dragon that fell to the ground also sensed the danger, roared, and crossed his hands to use caught in defense to strengthen the defense. Boom. Monarch Snake's full strength smash hit the electric dragon fiercely. Even if the electric dragon had just boosted its defense, this blow was directly slapped. Monarch Snake, super suck. Seeing that the electric dragon still hasn't lost the ability to fight, Mei is also immediately shouted. So, before the electric dragon could react from the severe pain, a blue light instantly enveloped its body, absorbing its physical strength crazily. Electric dragon, counterattack, electric shock. Dakato's anxious voice also entered the ears of the electric dragon for the first time. But unfortunately, at this moment, the electric dragon's physical strength is rapidly losing, and there is no strength to make any response at all. On the other hand, Monarch Snake, who absorbed the strength of the electric dragon, was gradually recovering from his injuries. After a while, the super absorption was over, and the moment the blue light faded, the electric dragon also fell directly to the ground, the evolution was released. And at the same time lost the ability to fight. While Yai players' reliance on Monarch Snake Yi's exquisite grass knot rope also directly reversed the situation. On the scene, Dakato players are already only elves, but Mei players are full of elves. How will Dakato players deal with it? The host's words are also a little bit. After all, Dakato is the biggest obstacle for Walianjia to win the conference this time. It's good that Mei can take advantage of him when facing him. American player seat. Dianlong also lost. I didn't expect this woman to be so tenacious. Adair couldn't accept this result, although Dakato's electric dragon has just been conquered, and the tacit understanding with Dakato is not very high. But after all, the electric dragon started to evolve, and the aptitude of the flashing elf still lost to Mei, which made him a little confused. This one called Yai's ability to seize opportunities is also very strong, and the straw knot rope is very delicate. Moment of silence. Michelle also spoke up. In her opinion, it was not wrong for Duck to lose. Hey, you are very good. A cold snort. Dakato also took back the electric dragon who lost his ability to fight, and the strength of the Monarch Snake was a bit beyond his expectations. Especially the terrifying explosive power. Although Mei's Monarch Snake performed very strong in the previous game, it never exposed its explosive power. On the other hand, Mei also breathed a sigh of relief and took back the breathless Monarch Snake. To be honest, this kind of power technique learned from Shiba is also a great burden on the body of the Monarch Snake. So from the very beginning, Yai directed the Monarch Snake to chase and fight Dakato's electric dragon, trying to end the battle as soon as possible. Come out, Lucario. Prepare for battle, Electro Dragon. The two also threw the Pokeball at the same time, the white light flickered, and the two Pokémon landed on the field at the same time. Lucario, who has played the most times in this China conference, has finally appeared, and Mei has made his own electric dragon appear. The copyright of the novel resources belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Feilu's novel internal group 1,142,529,731. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. Oh, this is really interesting. I just defeated Dakto's electric dragon, and Yayi also sent an electric dragon. Is Yayi trying to teach Dakto how to use the electric dragon? The host was naturally watching the fun and didn't think it was a big deal, and the audience at the scene also cheered. Sure enough, when he saw the electric dragon, Dakto's face was obviously a lot colder. Sister Yayi also sent an electric dragon. Serena was also a little surprised. This provocation can be said to be very obvious. I've seen that electric dragon, and it itself is one of the main elves of Yayi. Zhang Feng also said with a smile, Mei Yi's electric dragon, he had also seen in the match between Yuanjishi and Kaina. Lucario, wave missile. At this time, Dakto, whose face was a little gloomy, also launched an attack without hesitation. The waveguide between Lucario's hands surged, and a blue energy ball blasted directly at Mei's electric dragon, electromagnetic cannon. Mei also waved her hand confidently and shouted. She knew that the wave missile could not be avoided, so she simply chose to attack. In mid-air, Denon's electromagnetic gun directly blocked Lucario's wave missile. Boom! The energy exploded in an instant, and an invisible wind pressure spread out around. Lucario, smash with bone sticks. Seeing that the power of the ultimate move was comparable again, Dakto continued to command the attack without any expression. When Lucario heard the order, a blue bone rod appeared between his hands, and his body instantly charged towards the electric dragon. Electric dragon, dragon wave. Naturally, Mei also didn't want Lucario of Dakto to succeed. 283. Three evil dragons appear 99 wonbon. The blue dragon-type energy gathered in the mouth of the electric dragon, and instantly shot it towards Lucario who was attacking it. Lucario, escape. Seeing this, Dakto also shouted in a flat tone. Lucario, who sensed the attack of the dragon's wave, directly jumped up with strength, and when he came to the air, he avoided the dragon's wave. Lucario's movements were neat and tidy, without the slightest sluggishness. Lucario in mid-air was also an electric dragon who raised his bone stick and slashed directly to the ground. Electric dragon, dangerous, avoid it. Mei also reminded the electric dragon, but at this time Lucario's attack had come close, and the electric dragon could not dodge, but was hit by Lucario's bone stick. Lucario, go strong. Seeing the electric dragon clutching his face in pain after being hit by a bone rod, Dakto continued to pursue his victory. The grounded Lucario accelerated again and came to the electric dragon in an instant. His hands were attached to the belly of the unsuspecting electric dragon. Violently, a strong wind emerged from Lucario's palm, and the electric dragon was directly blown away. Go out. Electric dragon. Mei looked very anxious when she saw the electric dragon that flew out backwards, and it was really hard to resist the series of attacks from Lucario just now. Oh, it's worthy of being the best performing elf in the Dakto Players China Conference. Lucario's series of onslaughts made the electric dragon almost powerless to fight back. The host's voice resounded throughout the audience through the microphone, and Dakto had an absolute advantage in the real sense for the first time in this game. The electric dragon also fell directly onto the wall at the edge of the field, and at the same time, the electric dragon was struggling to stand up. Lucario, wave missile. Dakto's voice sounded, and Lucario's two-handed wave missiles gathered without hesitation and attacked the electric dragon again. Electric dragon, fight back quickly, discharge. There was a hint of anxiety in Mei's tone. To be honest, she knew that the electric dragon was in a bad situation at this time. I saw that the electric dragon roared and stood up directly, followed by the electric arc flashing all over the electric dragon, and an electric shock directly slammed into the attacking wave missile. Boom! An explosion sounded, and with the energy raging, smoke and dust billowed in the venue. There's still some power left, Lucario, Metal Claw. At this time, although the electric dragon regained his strength, it did not have much effect in Dacto's eyes. Luca. The bone spurs between Lucario's claws flickered with white light, and he was about to come in front of him in an instant. Electric Dragon, Flame Fist. May also knew that the melee combat of Electric Cario was very dangerous at this time, but there was nothing she could do now. Lucario was too fast, so she could only choose fire-type moves that were more restrained against Lucario. Seeing Lucario approaching, the Electric Dragon also threw a punch towards it. However, Lucario, who is proficient in Waveguide, also seemed to have expected the attack of the Electric Dragon, and saw that it was slightly shorter, and the Electric Dragon's flame fist was avoided by it. Then, the white light of Lucario's right paw flickered and slammed into the belly of the Electric Dragon fiercely. The severe pain from the abdomen also made the Electric Dragon scream in pain. The flames of his fists disappeared immediately, and his body retreated again and again. What? Seeing that Lucario was so skillful in dodging the flame fist of the Electric Dragon and attacking, May also frowned. It's over, Lucario, bow missile. As Dacto's cold voice sounded again, the blue energy ball in Lucario's hand took shape, and the next second it slammed directly on the Electric Dragon. Boom! The explosion occurred, and in the smoke and dust, the Electric Dragon also fell to the ground, losing its ability to fight directly. My player's Electric Dragon loses its fighting ability, Dacto player's Lucario wins. Since then, May also lost her first elf. Sister Yayi. Lucario was so strong. Serena also looked at May, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. The game has only just begun, and May's advantage is still huge at this time. Xiaokai also seemed to have noticed Serena's worries, and said with a chuckle. National player's seat. Yo, that. The American Dacto has finally won a game. Hiroshi's tone was a little sarcastic. The battle between these two is really exciting, I can't compare to them. Takuya stared at the two figures in the field with a bitter expression. Before he left his country to come to China, he was full of confidence and wanted to teach China's trainers a lesson, but after participating in the conference, Takuya also fully understood how big the gap between his own strength and top talent was. Akashi glanced coldly at the two who were talking, but didn't say anything more. In the field, the battle continues. May, who took back the Electric Dragon, also threw a Pokeball again, ready to fight, three evil dragons. Roar! White light dissipated, and in the shocked eyes of everyone, there were 3 pairs of wings on the back and 2 rows of purple patterns on the stomach. And the 3 Quasi-God 3-headed evil dragons with 3 heads also appeared. As expected of Miss Yayi, she also possesses the 3 evil dragons of the Quasi-God elf. Nonsense, Miss Yayi has been recognized by the divine beast Sujin, and she possesses all divine beasts, not to mention a Quasi-God. The 3 evil dragons appeared immediately. It caused a heated discussion among the audience. 3-headed dragons that can fly, it's really good to deal with the extremely agile Lucario of Dacto. Xiaokai also spoke up. Serena also looked at May with a bit of envy, thinking in her heart that she would be as strong as May. When he saw the 3 evil dragons in Yayi, there were absolutely no 3 evil dragons in Yayi's original elf lineup. It is very likely that the Elf Association made preparations for Mei Yi, so it seems that the Elf Association has also made a lot of money for this China conference. It is to teach Yayi to train the elf, and it is to optimize the main lineup of Yayi. Damalanchi does not want the champion of this China conference to fall into the hands of trainers from other countries. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the Filu novel. 284 The Roar of the Dragon, The 3 Dragons 99 Wanbon. On the high platform, the 4 heavenly kings who saw the appearance of the 3 evil dragons also nodded. Fortunately, you took Yayi to the Dragon God's cave to find this 3-headed dragon with great potential. Mother-in-law Chrysanthemum also looked at Du while saying that, Du who possesses the power to control the dragon will naturally be favored by the dragon elves. Although there are countless secret treasures in the Dragon God's Cave and there are countless dragon-type elves living in it with excellent qualifications, most of the powerful dragon-type elves act in groups. To know that an adult dragon-type quasi-god will have the strength of a heavenly king, and the strength of a quasi-god group is even more terrifying, not to mention there are some sub-dragons, such as desert dragonflies, shishi bluebirds and so on. They are all powerful beings. Moreover, there are also some powerful and grumpy guys among the dragon elves, such as the three-headed evil dragon, the violent flying dragon, and the two-axe fighting dragon. They also often take the initiative to attack the human beings who enter their territory. Rao is that invincible king such as Juzi's mother-in-law must be quite careful after entering the Dragon God's Cave, and always ensure the physical strength of their main elves. With their strength, they can find things like desert dragonflies, double axes fighting dragons, and strange jaws for Mei. Dragons like dragons are still fine. But if they encounter the quasi-sacred dragon clan, the fast dragon, the violent flying dragon, the three-headed evil dragon, and the fierce biting land shark and other small elves, there is nothing they can do. But Du is different. With the power to control the dragon, and his terrifying strength, he should be the most arbitrary existence in the Dragon God's Cave. However, mother-in-law Juzi originally guessed that Du would find a fast dragon for Yai. After all, Du himself has an extremely powerful fast dragon, and he has a very good relationship with the fast dragon clan in the Dragon God's Cave. The fast dragon is the best choice. But in the end, what Mei brought out of the Dragon God's Cave was actually three evil dragons who were more difficult to deal with and had extremely violent and evil characters. This three-headed dragon is very interesting, and left the clan alone in order to take on the Sujin of Mei. Looking at the three evil dragons in front of Yai, Du also said with great interest. Except, at the beginning, when they were surrounded by some Yulong clan, they crossed their hands, and after conquering the three evil dragons, it was almost all done by Mei alone. At the same time as Du sighed, the battle in the arena was also imminent. Although the fighting type Lucario had the advantage in the face of the three evil dragons, the three evil dragons also thought twice, except the best cards that cannot be exposed. Choice. Lucario, Wave Missile. Against the three evil dragons, Dakatuo naturally did not dare to despise it, and chose to test it with an attack first. Lucario raised his head slightly and stared at the three evil dragons in the air, and the wave missiles between his hands converged and shot directly at it. Three evil dragons, triple attack. Mei naturally didn't hesitate at all, she was very good at light moves. Hearing Mei's voice, the three heads of the three evil dragons also converged with different rays of light, directly aiming at Lucario and blasting them. I saw that the triple attack of the three evil dragons in midair directly detonated the wave missile with terrifying power and attacked Lucario unabated. Avoid, Lucario. Lucario's response was also very fast, and Dacto just reminded him that it also avoided the triple attack with a backflip. Three evil dragons, use tricks. Mei is also commanding the three evil dragons in midair to use tricks to increase her own power. Lucario, attack. Godly speed. I saw that Lucario instantly accelerated into a blue streamer and slammed into the three evil dragons. Lucario's speed was too fast, and the three evil dragons took a few steps back without the slightest defense. Three evil dragons, right now, the wave of evil. Mei also waved her hands heavily and shouted. So, the three evil dragons held back the pain, the strange evil energy in their mouths gathered, and in the next second, they shot directly at Lucario, who had nowhere to borrow in midair. Lucario, the wave of the dragon. Dakoto knew that Lucario had nowhere to hide, so he chose to attack. The manic dragon energy between Lucario's hands was instantly gathered and launched directly. Midair, Haimeng and Qingmeng attacked each other. After only 2 seconds of stalemate, Haimeng defeated Qingmeng and slammed directly on Lucario. The trick also paid off at this moment. Mid-air, Lucario's body, hit by the waves of evil from the three dragons, fell straight to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Lucario, smash with bone sticks. Dakoto also hurriedly shouted. He hoped that Lucario would use the bone rod to provide a buffer before landing, so that he would not be seriously injured. A low cry, Lucario also held back the pain, gathered a bone stick in both hands and inserted the bone stick into the ground before landing, and took the opportunity to land safely and successfully. What a pity, such a great opportunity. Was also more regretful when she saw that Lucario of Dacto landed successfully. Zhang Feng was a little noncommittal. He could see that although Yayi and the three evil dragons were not very skilled in cooperation, the three evil dragons themselves were a bit strong, and their level was as high as 1. Dakoto is reluctant to rely on Lucario to defeat Mei's three evil dragons. Sure enough, as Zhang Feng said, under the command of Mei Yi, the three evil dragons stubbornly suppressed Lucario of Dacto, not giving it the slightest chance to get close. Heavy pressure. Lucario also revealed his flaws and was accidentally hit by the triple attack of the three evil dragons. What was even more troublesome was that the triple attack caused him to fall into a state of burns. Of course, under such heavy pressure, Lucario of Dacto also performed exceptionally brave. After all, it was Dacto's signature elf. Using its own speed, it also used the wave missile to feint first. Then unexpectedly, he smashed the three evil dragons with a bone stick. Just as Dacto was about to command it to fight in close quarters, the three evil dragons also endured the pain and rose rapidly, and instantly accelerated away from Lucario. The attack range of body combat. Next, the three evil dragons did not give Lucario any chance, and kept a distance from it, and the burned state was still there, eating away its physical strength, and soon it was exhausted by 3. The first evil dragon was defeated. 285 shocked _. Since then, there have been as many as 3 elves that were incapacitated by Dacto, and there was only 1 elves that were incapacitated by Mei. In this elf battle so far, Yayi has an absolute advantage, including the scene. Most of the audience think that this China conference is likely to have 3 Washa trainers advance to the semifinals. Even Xiaokai and Serena talked about how 2 of the 3 of them would meet in the next semifinal after Mei was promoted to the semifinals. Xiaokai also said that relatively speaking, what he is looking forward to more is the battle with Zhang Feng. Serena was also smiling and was in a good mood. After all, she and Yayi had just become sisters, and it was good news that Yayi could make it to the top 4 of the China conference. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, frowned and looked at Dakoto in the field. He was a little puzzled, why he couldn't see a trace of tension on Dakoto's face. In the field, Dakoto also retracted his loss of the fight. The capable Lucario glanced at Mei's 3 evil dragons and smiled coldly. Prepare to fight, Sidoran. The Pokeball opened, and under the white light flickering, a heat wave slammed into the audience. Under the shocked eyes of the audience and the excited commentary of the host, Sidorlan appeared. Sidorlan is a reddish-brown Pokemon whose shape is similar to that of a turtle. There are brown and orange mixed spots on the body, and 4 claws on each foot, in a cross distribution. The dark side of Sidolane's body is gray, and the eyes are orange. When Sidorlane opened his mouth, he could see the white-hot energy gushing out from his body. As a legendary elf, Sidoran was only seen by a few trainers in the extremely harsh and dangerous volcanoes in the early years, and because of its characteristics, it lived in the caves of the volcano, and no trainer could ever use it. Catch. Sidoran is also an elf with a unique combination of attributes, the combination of fire and steel attributes, so it is also called a fire-steel beast by trainers. Sidoran, it is actually Sidoran, and it is also a legendary the elf. Xiaokai also murmured in his mouth, you must know that he and Zhang Feng worked hard to get the flaming bird from the Red Lotus volcano, but he didn't expect to see so many divine beasts at the Washa conference. Exidoran, Sister Yayi, be careful. Serena's face changed too. After all, the name of the legendary elf is loud. Zhang Feng was staring at Dacto. His face was thinking purple. It is also possible that Dacto with Yandy could capture the Exidorlan who lived in the volcano. He also sighed a little bit that Dacto was indeed a difficult guy to deal with, and he actually possessed both Yan Emperor and Sidoran. On the high platform, Damalanchi's complexion also changed when they saw Sidoran. They didn't know that Dacto still had this elf. Sidolan, it seems that it is not easy to call Dacto. Indeed, at this age, there are two divine beasts at the same time, and the United States is a terrifying genius trainer this time. So what? Zhang Feng also has two divine beasts, and don't forget that he has only traveled for a year. For a time, the four heavenly kings were also discussed by Washa's talented trainers. In the venue, this is the ace spirit you rely on. Glancing at Sidolan in the field, May also said solemnly. For her, Sidoran was much more difficult to deal with than Emperor Yan. After all, Sidoran with steel attributes was much stronger than Emperor Yan in defense. Humph. Beat it talking. Dakodo was obviously too lazy to say anything. Sidolan, hot wind. Sidoran instantly blew all the hot breath towards the three evil dragons in the air, and at the same time, the hot air was also mixed with sparks. Three evil dragons, be careful, dodge quickly. Bud is also immediate. Reminds the three evil dragons in the air, but the hot wind of Sidoran not only came very fast, but also covered a very large area, and the three evil dragons were directly attacked. Three evil dragons, hold on, use the dragon god to dive. Seeing the three evil dragons caught in the wind of Sidoran, May did not hesitate at all. The three evil dragons who heard May's voice in the hot wind endured the pain, their whole body bursting with blue dragon-type energy, and they attacked directly towards Exidorlan on the ground. Unleash the power of Primal, Sidoran. The moment Dacto's voice sounded, so did Sidoran. Acting, the original power was activated, and the rocks smashed into the three dragons that swooped down. However, the three evil dragons also fought recklessly, shattering the rock, and the dragon god swooped and hit Sidoran's back directly. Boom! The terrifying power made Exidorlan's limbs go soft and fell to the ground. At the same time, a burst of smoke was also set off, and the three evil dragons came back into the air. It was brought out, and it was the most belligerent three-headed dragon in the group. At this moment, it was even more excited to face the powerful enemy Sidoran. You must know that May's Sujin defeated the three evil dragons by relying on his extremely restrained ice-type moves. Smoke dissipated, and Sidoran stood up again. It didn't seem to be seriously injured, but at this time it also seemed a little angry. It was knocked down by the three evil dragons and the dragon god swooped down. It was obviously not convinced. Sidoran, use a jet of fire. Dactuo shouted, and saw that flames lingered in Sidoran's mouth, and in the next second, a pillar of fire shot directly towards the three evil dragons in the air. Three evil dragons, avoid them. May's voice sounded, and the three evil dragons' wings directly accelerated to successfully avoid the attack of the jet flame, but before Mei was ready to counterattack, Sidoran tilted her head, and the jet flame shot directly at the one she just avoided. Three evil dragons. The flames of Sidoran were so terrifying that the three dragons slammed into the ground with a wailing cry. Three evil dragons, come on, fly quickly. Bud is also immediate. The three evil dragons encouraged him. He knew that the situation at the moment was very dangerous for the three evil dragons. Fly and fix it, lava storm. Dacto's cold voice also sounded abruptly. 286. The Ice Blizzard 99 Wanban. Naturally, it is impossible for Dakodo to give the three evil dragons any respite, and now is the best time to solve it. Hearing Dacto's voice, Sidoran roared, and immediately, around the field of the three evil dragons, 5 pillars of fire spewed out, directly surrounding the three evil dragons. What? Seeing the scene of the fire around the three evil dragons, May's pupils shrank. Three evil dragons, dragon waves. However, Mei didn't give up, and calmly commanded, but just as it started to accumulate dragon energy in its mouth, 5 pillars of fire had already swallowed it up. Boom! The explosion occurred, and in the smoke, the bodies of the three dragons fell heavily on the field and lost their ability to fight. Seeing this scene, the audience at the scene also looked at each other in dismay. It has to be said that the lava storm released by Sidoran just brought them a visual shock. May was also a little worried about the 3 evil dragons, and took it directly back into the Pokeball to recover. If you only have the Suzune just now, then you can admit defeat. Glancing at May, Dakduo said coldly. Hearing Dakdo's words, May also frowned. She wanted to find out the reason why Dakdo was so confident from his indifferent face. She knew that even with Sidoran, she still had the upper hand in the scene. Since I can't figure it out, Mei doesn't think too much. Since I can defeat your Yandy, I can also defeat this Sidoran. If your inexplicable confidence comes from Sidoran, then I will crush you. This confidence. Mei also said coldly. After speaking, she also threw the Pokeball directly in her hand. Suzu-kun, prepare to fight. White light flickered, and the unicorn-like Sujin appeared again. Wow! In the face of Dakdo's powerful Sidoran, the Mei player sent Sujin to fight, and the wonderful battle between the beasts will start again. Whether it's Dakdo's Shidolan that succeeded in taking revenge and defeating Suicune, or is it that Mei's Sujin once again played bravely to defeat a powerful enemy? Next, let's wait and see. The host saw that Mei sent Suijun, and the reaction was also very fast, and he immediately began to explain that the Battle of the Beasts instantly brought the atmosphere of the scene, and he just needed to properly guide the emotions of the audience. Oh, it's this guy again. Dakdo said with a little playfulness. In fact, Dakduo still has Yayi in his heart after all, which is why Dakduo knew that Sujin restrained himself, Yandy, but was still reluctant to replace it, Xiaojing. Suicune, use the polar beam. Mei was obviously reluctant to talk to Dakduo, and chose to attack first. Suicune also instantly shot a rainbow-colored beam directly at the opposite Sidoran. Throw a jet of fire, Sidoran. Seeing that Yayi was so anxious to attack, the corners of Dakdo's mouth also rose slightly. The flames and the rainbow light slammed together. It is obvious that the power of Sidoran's moves is stronger. Dodging the flames with ease. Its fire is really strong. Shuijun, right now, make a prayer for rain. Feeling the terrifying power of Sidoran's flames, Mei also chose to use rainy weather to deal with it. After avoiding the flames, Suicune also raised his head slightly and murmured towards the sky, and then a blue light shot into the sky. Sidoran, metallic. Dakoto was also aware of Mei's intentions. Obviously, she wanted to weaken Sidoran's attack power. I saw a burst of harsh and sharp metallic sounds came from Sidoran's mouth. A look of extreme pain. However, at this time, the sky was also covered with dark clouds, and it started to rain. Praying for the rain was successful, and on rainy days, the power of fire-type moves would be greatly reduced. Sharp stone attack, Sidoran. Because of praying for rain, fire-type moves are not very effective, and Dakduo also chose sharp stone attacks. I saw that countless sharp stones surrounded Sidoran, and the next second, they all shot directly at the opposite Shuiluo. Suicune, unleash the blizzard with all your strength. Was also a faint smile on Mei's face. On rainy days, as long as the power of the blizzard is strong enough, it will also have unexpected effects. I saw that under Mei's confident gaze, the blizzard blew towards the opposite Sidoran. Brother Zhongfeng, can the blizzard block the sharp stone attack? You must know that the blizzard covers a wide area, and its power will also be dispersed. Serena was obviously not confident that the blizzard could blow away the sharp stone released by Sidoran. Don't worry, but don't forget it's raining. Zhongfeng also smiled at Serena and said in a gentle tone. Soon as Zhongfeng finished speaking, what happened in the venue shocked all the audience, and saw that all the rainwater where the blizzard went was condensed into ice and smashed into Sidolan. Same way, the ice blocked all the sharp stone attacks in an instant, seeing that the snowstorm mixed with countless hailstones was about to hit Sidoran. What Sidoran, hold on. Dakoto was obviously also very shocked. He didn't expect Blizzard to use it this way, and Mei was always thinking about it. Sidoran was also quick enough to react. He stomped his forefoot and back, and saw that a cyan protective cover took shape. However, the next second, the blizzard that hit Sidoran directly drowned Sidoran's figure. It's over, I won't be able to hold on for that long, Sidoran is in trouble. In the American auditorium, Michelle also spoke up. Obviously she didn't expect Mei to bring her so many surprises. Don't worry, Dakoto will never lose. Adair looked at Dakoto's back in the eye field, and his expression was quite relaxed. Even if Sidolian was in such a dangerous situation, he was still confident in Dakoto. 287. Ice Ninetales vs Suicune 99 Wanban. The blizzard with the hail directly smashed Sidoran into pieces, and some icicles appeared on Sidoran's limbs, but with its steel attribute, its defense was also extremely strong. Although the move is strong, it does not make it lose its combat effectiveness. However, this blow was still a huge drain on Sidoran's stamina. Dakoto glanced at it and it was still there. The sky was raining heavily, and he took out the Pokeball from his waist with a dull expression and aimed it at Sidoran. A red light shot out and took Sidoran back to the Pokeball, and Mei was surprised. Under the look on his face, Dakoto also threw another Pokeball. It's your turn, Ice Ninetales. As Dakoto's voice fell, the white light dissipated, and Ninetales appeared. And Dakoto's Ninetales are different from ordinary Ninetales. It is covered in white hair and has a pair of dark blue-red pupils. The body is well proportioned and looks noble and elegant. Its Ninetales are smooth and slender, with dark blue highlights at the ends. Obviously, compared with ordinary Ninetales, the hair on the head of Dakoto's Ninetales has become longer and more elegant, and the tail is also more fluffy and elegant. And Dakoto's nine-tailed first debut was also immediate. It caused a heated discussion among the audience. Like the ice elves in the country, the white hair, ice and goblin, and the dual-type Ninetales are also unique to the United States. Because they are extremely similar to the fire-type Ninetales of China, they are called Ice Ninetales by American trainers. Zhang Feng naturally knew that it was the Alola Ninetales in the anime, but unlike the anime, this kind of Ninetales was only found on the Tianguan Snow Mountain in the United States. Naturally, the United States did not want trainers from other countries to obtain the Ice Ninetales, so Tianguan Snow Mountain became one of the secret places that were only open to trainers from their own country. But even if the United States is strictly guarded, there are still some rich people who pay high prices to elf hunters. Under the temptation of high income, there are naturally many elf hunters, and some of them are successful. Therefore, it is very possible for an Ice Ninetail to appear in some big families in China. Oh, the elf sent by Dakoto is the Ice Ninetailed, which is also a unique elf in the United States. The host's voice also sounded. What a beautiful Ninetales. I am used to seeing China's Ninetales, but now I'm really amazed to see the Ice Ninetales from the United States. I really want to have one too. So handsome. Come on, this is an elf unique to the Tianguan Snow Mountain in the United States, how could they let you catch it? At the scene, many audiences were also attracted by the nobility and elegance of Dakoto Ice Ninetales. In the auditorium, Serena also stared at the Ice Ninetales in the arena excitedly. Girls are usually attracted to this kind of high face. The pixie of the value has little resistance. Zhang Feng is a little curious. This is because he took the initiative to replace Dakoto. Elf, you must know that when dealing with the three evil dragons of Mei, it will be better if you use the Ice Ninetales earlier. Come to think of it, Dakoto is still too arrogant. Hail was gradually falling in the middle. Bud is also immediate. Understand, the characteristic of this Ice Ninetailed Dakoto should be snowfall, but she still hasn't changed it even if it's hail, elf. Bing Jue, use boulders. Dakoto's voice sounded, and he was obviously more focused on Mei at this time. The Ice Ninetales instantly created a boulder and smashed it directly at the opposite Suicune. Suicune, after dodging the boulders, rushed to the Ice Ninetales. Hail, Suijun also accelerated instantly, dodging the boulders while rushing towards Bing Jue. Although he was also hit by some boulders, Sui-jun was still able to carry it. Sujin, use the water cannon. Seeing that the boulders were over, and there was still some distance between Suikun and Bingjue, Mei also immediately. Command line. Sui-jun also reacted and stopped, and a water cannon shot directly at Bingjue. Ice Nine Tails, use the freezing beam. Dakoto didn't panic at all. After all, in the hail weather, Suikun's stamina would be lost very quickly, so he didn't need to rush to attack. Bingjue raised his head slightly to look at Sui-jun, and a blue light shot out from his mouth, which directly froze the water cannon fired by Sui-jun. The water cannon that turned into a huge block of ice also lost its momentum and fell to the ground and shattered. Sujin, take advantage of this time, Iron Tail. It turned out that the water cannon was just a feint, and at the moment when the water cannon was used, Suikun had already started to act. At this time, the distance between Sui-jun and Bingjue was only 3 or 4 meters. It looked like Sujin jumped high, and his tail flashed white light before he was about to draw Bingjue. Supernatural power, Ice Nine Tails. Dakdo was also immediately reacted. I saw a red light flashing in the ice-blue eyes of Bingjue, and bursts of superpower fluctuations attacked Sujin head-on. Suzu-kun, hold on. Bud immediately shouted. Sui-jun also used his iron tail with all his strength to break through the limit of Bingjue's supernatural power and slammed it on Bingjue's body, and Bingjue also immediately screamed in pain. Suishun, it's time to end, use the water cannon. Seeing the pained expression on the Ice Nine Tails, Mei also naturally chose to continue to attack. Ice Nine Tails, use magic to shine. Bingjue's reaction was also extremely fast, enduring the pain immediately. The magic flash was activated, and Sujin, who was about to use the water cannon, couldn't open his eyes due to the intense colored rainbow light for a while, and the Ice Nine Tails also opened the distance from Sujin. Magic flash ended. Mei saw that the Ice Nine Tails had pulled away, and her expression was quite regretful, knowing that she almost defeated her opponent just now. At this time, the hailstones from the sky hit Suikun again, continuing to wear down his stamina. Ice Nine Tails, Frozen Beam. Dakoto always let Bingjue continue to delay. Sujin is a divine beast after all, so he can't be careless. The ice energy in Bingjue's mouth began to gather, and in the next second, another blue light shot towards Suikun. 288. Climbing the waterfall, Sujin defeated 99 wonbon. Looking at the freezing beam attacking Sujin, and seeing the hailstones still falling in the sky, Mei also gritted her teeth and became cruel. Suikun, use a mirror reflection. Specular reflection is a move that multiplies damage taken from an opponent's special attack to the same opponent. Mei knew that instead of letting Suikun continue to dodge in the hail weather, it would be better to fight Dakto's Ice Nine Tails as soon as possible. The moment before the freezing beam hit Suikun, its entire body also emitted colored light, and after enduring the power of the freezing beam, it also directly bounced back the freezing beam that hit it. Quick, Ice Nine Tails, destroy the light. Feeling the power of the reflected frozen beam, Dakto also shouted without hesitation. I saw that the energy in Bingjue's mouth began to converge, and then, a golden light slammed directly against the reflected frozen beam. Boom! The explosion occurred, and the air waves spread out around the site at the same time, and the frozen light beam supported by the mirror reflection actually had the capital to fight against the destructive light. Sujin, take advantage of this time, and use all your strength to climb the waterfall. Mei also waved her hands heavily and shouted at Suikun. Suikun immediately. After reacting to a roar, it began to accelerate towards the opposite Ice Nine Tails, and at the same time, water flowed under its feet with every step it ran. Beautiful. At this time, the Ice Nine Tails are caught in the side effect of destroying the light, and it can't escape this blow to climb the waterfall. Player seat. Xiaokai also showed a smile. In order to successfully use the mirror reflection technique, Suikun must withstand the power of that frozen beam. Although it's a bit of a gamble, it's clear that Mei has won the gamble this time. Zhang Feng also opened his mouth and said, not to mention that Sui Jun had had a hard fight with Emperor Yan before, and now he was in the hail weather, which made it even more miserable for his lack of physical strength. Dakto also saw this, so he chose to delay tactics to target Suikun, but fortunately, Mei also had her own response. In the field, seeing Sujin, who was carrying water with every step, rushed towards Bing Juwei, Daktuo also shouted loudly. Ice Juwei, make a blizzard. In this case, it is obviously a little difficult to make the Ice Ninetales, who are still in the side effect of destroying the light, make a blizzard. Sensing the approaching attack, the Ice Ninetales also roared uncomfortably, and at the same time mobilized the strength of the body, trying to counterattack. Suikun had already rushed in front of him, and the water energy around his body became more and more active, and at this moment, Bing Juwei finally got rid of the side effects and started to move. I saw that it blew out a stern directly from its mouth, and at this time, Sujin was obviously going out of his way, and rushed up to face the blizzard without the slightest hesitation. The ice energy began to gradually freeze Sui Jun's body on Bing Juwei's body. Bang! A muffled sound, Bing Juwei and Sui Jun flew out at the same time, and fell heavily to the ground. Ice Ninetales. Water Kun. Dakoto and Mei also looked at their elf for the first time. I saw that Suikun also lost his ability to fight, and half of his body was frozen. Although Bing Juwei was seriously injured, he still stood up again. After this tragic battle, Dakoto's Bing Juwei won the victory. Suikun lost his ability to fight, and the Ice Ninetales won. After a while, the referee's voice also sounded. Immediately, many Mei's loyal fans also cried out, the situation just now was a pity for Suikun, if you have enough physical strength, you will win it. You've done a great job. Taking back Sui Jun, holding Sui Jun's Pokeball, Mei said softly. Washa player seat. It's a pity, at the last moment, Bing Juwei regained his mobility. Xiao Kai also shook his head and said. Being able to react so quickly from the side effects of destroying the light, this Ice Ninetailed by Dakto is indeed very well cultivated. Zhang Feng also spoke up, and I have to say that Dakatuo is indeed a very strong opponent. Kapiman, prepare for battle. Moment of silence, Mei also threw the Pokeball. As the ground trembled, Mei's Kirby also appeared, and Mei's Kirby had also appeared in the battle with Kona before. Glancing at the Kirby beast in Mei, and then looking at the nine-tailed ice who was gasping for breath, Dakto did not change the elf's thoughts. Likewise, after Suikun was defeated, the hailstorm was over. Ice Ninetales, Aurora Beam. Knowing that Ice Ninetales had little energy left, Dakto chose to attack without hesitation. A colorful rainbow light shot directly from Bing Juwei's mouth to the opposite Kirbymon. Kapiman, make it round and carry it down. With the sound of Mei Yi, Kirby also directly chose to use rounding to increase defense, and at the same time crossed his hands in front of his chest to block the Aurora Beam. Kirby, it's our turn to make an earthquake. After relying on its own defense to block the polar beam, the Kirby beast also stomped its feet and launched an earthquake, and the ground of the venue began to vibrate violently for a while. Hurry up, Ice Ninetales. Dakito naturally knew that Bing Juwei's physical strength was insufficient, and it was impossible to withstand this earthquake. Ice Ninetailed white figure jumped high, also dodging Kirbymon's earthquake attack. Right now, chase the location where Bing Juwei landed, Flame Fist. The flames of Kirby's right fist started to accelerate and rushed towards the location where the Ice Ninetales were about to land. Too naive, Ice Ninetales, Frozen Beam. In midair, the ice energy in Bing Juwei's mouth converged, and the blue light aimed at the Kabi beast that rushed towards him. And the corner of Yai's mouth, who saw this scene, also evoked a faint smile. 289, Tragic, Death Fight 99 Wanban. The audience also held their breath and stared intently at the Kirby beast rushing towards the Ice Ninetailed in the arena. Obviously, in this case, it was very difficult for the Kirby beast to avoid the freezing beam. Kapiman, keep attacking. Mei did not hesitate at all, and shouted plainly. Kobo Beast also noticed that the frozen beam was attacking itself, and saw that it blocked it directly with its left hand, and continued to move forward. It slammed into the unsuspecting Bing Juwei who was about to land. The violent fire elemental energy and the huge power of the Kobo Beast instantly made the Ice Nine Tails fly upside down. What? Looking at the frozen left hand of the Kobo Beast, Dakto's face instantly turned ugly. He did not expect that the defense of the Kobo Beast was so strong. It seems that the frozen light from Bing Juwei can't affect it in the slightest. Washa player seat. It's a terrifying defense, if you don't say it. I really think this Kobo from Yayi is its steel. Xiaokai obviously also knows the Kobo Beast very well. It has strong physical strength and resilience, but its defense is still much weaker than some steel elves. But now the Kobo, Mei, seems to have extremely terrifying defensive power, and it will actually carry the frozen beam without retreating but advancing. Haha, Sister Yayi is really strong, so is this Kobo, just too handsome. Serena didn't see the difference between Mei's Kurbimon and the normal Kurbimon. Zhang Feng is also puzzled. It must be known that this Ice Nine-Tailed by Dakto is of the Heavenly King level, and even Sujin, who is a divine beast, should be careful to avoid the moves he uses. Of money in the battle with Suicune, the freezing light it uses can't stop the attack of Mei's Kobo Beast for a while, which is a bit exaggerated. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng also turned on the system to detect and scan Mei. The carbine. An instant, all the data of the Kobo Beast was listed in front of Zhang Feng's eyes. His aptitude was also orange, and his level was 1. The level is also very high, but Zhang Feng knows this. It's not enough to make it have such a terrifying defense. Finally, Zhang Feng saw something that shocked Zhang Feng in the items column. Black Jewel increases the defense power of general type elves by 20%. Defensive treasures are rare in the whole world, and Black Jewel is a priceless treasure. At this time, Zhang Feng also understood why Mei had the confidence to choose to let Kobo Beast directly carry the frozen beam of Ice Nine Tails, a full 20% defense force, coupled with Kobeast's terrifying physical strength. It was difficult to deal with. US player seat. What the hell happened to that Kobo Beast just now? The frozen beam of the Ice Nine Tails is still moving forward. You have to know that this Ice Nine-Tailed brother Doc has the qualifications of Orange, and Doc has paid a great price to capture it. Adair obviously can't accept the scene just now. After all, it is a country that has been born with the world's first training, and it is normal for some unexpected things to happen. The successive incidents made Michelle calm down a lot. Sidoran, prepare to fight. As Dakto threw the Pokeball high, Sidoran appeared again. Glancing, Sidorlane. Dull. After defeating this legendary elf, Dakoto will be cornered by her. Let me see how strong this Kobo Beast is. Sidoran, shoot flames. Dakoto's tone was rather indifferent. Obviously Bing Juwei lost his ability to fight, and he hadn't been pushed to this level for a long time. I saw that Sidoran, who was crawling on the ground, raised his head slightly, and a flame shot out from his mouth towards the Kobo Beast. Then let me show you. Kubiman, use instant amnesia. A question mark appeared on Kurbimon's forehead, instantly clearing his memory, and at the same time greatly improving his special defense. Kurbimon crossed his hands again in front of him and directly blocked Sidoran's jet flame. Kubiman, get close to it and make a tile split. Kirby's right hand also flashed white light in an instant, and slashed straight towards Sidorlane. Vidorane, Iron Head. Dakoto didn't hesitate at all. The Steel Elves were never afraid of physical counterattacks. Sidoran directly collided with the Kobo Beast, a strong wind spread, and the two elves took a few steps back at the same time. Vidorane, Flaming Fang. Kupiman, Thunder Fist. I saw that the flames in Sidoran's mouth rushed towards the Kobo Beast, and when the Kobo Beast saw it, the lightning flashed with his right fist and directly slashed it down. However, Sidoran's reaction was very fast. When the Kobo Beast's arm was just raised, his limbs jumped high with force, avoiding the thunder and lightning punch of the Kobo Beast, and at the same time biting hard on the card. On the shoulder of the beast. Poochie. The flame energy erupted directly on the shoulders of the Kirby beast, and the Kirby beast also showed a look of pain. However, Kirby also endured the pain, and once again swung his right fist and smashed it hard on Sidorlane. Sidorlane also suffered a heavy blow, the arc flashed on his body, and his expression was painful. Vidorian, fix it, lava storm. Dacto saw the yellow electric arcs dancing around Sidoran's body immediately. Realizing that Kirby's lightning punch may have paralyzed Sidorane, he must resolve the fight as quickly as possible. Hearing Dacto's voice, Sidoran also roared, and the ground around the Kirby beast immediately cracked open. 5 pillars of fire directly surrounded the Kirby beast, and the temperature on the spot was also immediate. Start to rise. Yi is in danger, this is the trick again. Contestant seat, Xiaoqi's expression also became serious. Kapiman, fight it, destroy the light. Brows furrowed, and she shouted coldly. Kabiman also didn't care about the pillar of fire that was approaching around him. The golden energy in his mouth gathered, and before the pillar of fire approached, the destructive rays of light were also launched towards Sidoran. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the venue was filled with flames and smoke, and everyone lost their vision of Kabiman and Sidoran. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Philu's novel. 290, Shock, White Dragon, Reshiram 99 Wonbon. His. Sidolan's lava storm and Kirby's destructive beam seemed to have hit each other. The explosion caused a burst of smoke and dust in the field, and I don't know how the elves on both sides are now. The host stared intently at the arena, wanting to see the result of this fierce collision as soon as possible. If Sister Yayi can defeat this Sidoran, then her chances of defeating Dakoto will be much greater. Staring at the smoke and dust in the field, Serena also spoke nervously. With the defensive ability of Maze Kirbymon, it should be able to withstand this blow. Xiao Kai was also a little uncertain. As the smoke in the field gradually dissipated, the silhouettes of Sidoran and Kirbymon also appeared. I saw that half of Sidoran's body was pressed down by the stone, and his eyes were already corrugated, and the Kirby beast was sitting on the ground covered with scars. Damn it! How could it be? Player seat, Adair's face is a bit ugly. Obviously his eldest brother Dacto is a little embarrassed now. Don't worry, this girl named May will definitely regret it, because she angered God. While speaking, Michelle's delicate face also revealed a faint smile. National player seat. Yogus May is going to enter the semi-finals, and the American players are not that strong. Fortunately, we have Akashi. Hongliang said in a sarcastic tone. Hongliang, elves fight, don't define until the last minute. Takuya also looked at Hongliang. He is still very rational. As a player who has been eliminated, he thinks that he is not qualified to comment on players who are still fighting. Akashi, who is sitting in the middle, is also staring at Dacto in the field, the corner of his mouth slightly upward. Taking back Sidolan, Dacto also raised his head slightly and looked at Mei on the opposite side. You are very good, but unfortunately your opponent is me, you can't beat me. Dakatuo's tone was as conceited as ever, and he didn't have the slightest sense of being forced into a corner by Mei. Oh, then let me know. Mei's delicate face is still full, she has always maintained a 100% vigilance against Dacto. Humph. As you wish. Before he finished speaking, a purple Pokeball appeared in Dakota. What a master ball. Zhongfeng, I saw that the Pokeball in Dacto's hands is the most advanced master ball with a 100% capture rate. Same as the system in Zhongfeng's hands, all master balls in this world are made by Syrif. You must know that the Syrif company immediately after developing the master ball put it into the market, but because of the special material of this Pokeball and the complicated process, the price is also extremely expensive. But as a Pokeball that has a 100% capture rate and can directly capture Pokémon without fighting, the Master Ball is instant. Has been sought after by all trainers, and many rich people also found Syrif to buy it. Originally, Syrif Company could make a fortune with the Master Ball, but unfortunately it didn't last long. Soon, the ills of the Master Ball were also discovered by the trainer. That is, the elves have a very strong sense of autonomy, some weak elves are fine, and the elves with slightly stronger strength will naturally not approve this method of capturing without fighting. Basically, the elves captured by the Master Ball attacked their masters or were disobedient, so those who paid a lot of money to buy the Master Ball were also very dissatisfied, so they went to Syrif Company and clamored to return it. After all, for them, they still have to fight to conquer the elves, and ordinary Pokeballs are obviously more cost-effective. That, Syrif also stopped producing Master Balls. Although the material of the Master Balls is excellent and the capture rate is 100%, it is not suitable for use by trainers. Therefore, there is no doubt that the Master Balls in Dacto's hands that's the first batch of Master Balls. And what kind of pixie is worth capturing with Master Balls? Zhongfeng also immediately guessed something, but he couldn't believe it. Seeing Dacto's Master Ball, May's pupils shrank, and her expression was solemn. Glancing at the dignified expression on Yayi's face, Dacto's handsome face also showed a touch of frenzy. I saw his right hand raised high, and the purple Master Ball in his hand looked extremely dazzling in the sun's light. Come on, White Dragon, Reshiram. And with the opening of the purple Master Ball, the sky instantly became gloomy, and an endless black cloud also shrouded the entire Jinghua city. In this case, the audience was also staring at the black clouds in the sky. The expression was quite uneasy, and a very small part of the audience became restless. A depressing atmosphere also enveloped the entire venue in an instant, and at this moment, a majestic roar resounded throughout the venue, followed by a white dragon-shaped figure. Slowly appeared from the black cloud. In the extremely shocked eyes of the audience, he slowly landed in front of Dakato. How can this happen? After seeing the elf clearly, a look of shock appeared on Damalanchi's wrinkled face. I am a person favored by God, and I will definitely become the world's #1 trainer in the future. Looking at Reshiram flying in midair, Dakato also said. Reshiram, the true dragon god. Staring at Reshiram, Zhongfeng's brows furrowed tightly, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. On the other hand, May, who was opposite Dakato, was shaking all over, belonging to the terrifying coercion of the first-level god Reshiram. It made her a little scared. At the same time, the Kirby beast sitting on the ground was also staring at the white dragon in midair, Reshiram. The white dragon is my companion. I will walk with it to the top of the trainer, I will beat all the strong. With it. He said that. Dakato also looked at Reshiram. At this time, no one in the audience refuted his words, and the entire audience was terribly silent. And all of this is because of the appearance of Reshiram. 291. Reshiram vs. Monarch Snake 99 Wanban. Reshiram is white in color, and looks like a combination of a white bird and a western dragon with huge claws. Its entire body is covered in feather-like soft white body hair. Reshiram has bright blue pupils and dark sclera, and has long, cloud-like hair on his head. Face resembles that of a white wolf, and the neck has 2 rings of metallic luster. Compared with Zekram's thick neck and huge and strong arms, Reshiram's neck and arms are more slender, and the wings and claws are integrated. Reshiram is usually shown holding up his claws with huge white wings. The base of Reshiram's tail is also surrounded by 2 metallic luster rings, and there is a layer of objects similar to the shape of an engine under the rings. The end of the tail floats gently like flames or smoke. In overclocking mode, it seems that the tail end of the engine will emit a high flame sheen and will blow hot flames from there. The ends of long hair on the head. It will also be dyed with a faint flame. Was the first time Zhongfeng saw the real Reshiram, and the shock it brought him was no less than his own Lai Kongxi. On the high platform. How is it possible, the white dragon in the legend of the white dragon, will it be conquered too? Even mother-in-law Chrysanthemum showed a rare look of surprise, knowing that there are very few things that can shock her with her experience. Yi's battle is a bit difficult. Kona said it with a bit of difficulty. And Du saw the appearance of the white dragon, and his face also showed a look of surprise. In this world, every first-level god has the power to destroy the world. At this time, Dama Lanchi also looked at the staff beside him. Reinforce the protective cover. The safety of the audience must be the first. Originally, the protective measures of the Washa Conference were solely responsible for the Sirif Company, and the strength of the protective cover could not be damaged even by a champion-level elf. He did not expect that the Washa Conference would have a trainer carrying a first-level god. At this time, the audience also came over from the shock and took out their mobile phones to shoot, for fear of missing every shot of Reshiram. Kabi Beast. A million-ton punch. Mei Yi was also a little panicked. After all, she had to face gods. Every first-level god only exists in legends. You can imagine the pressure to fight against such existences. Can conquer the legendary white dragon, Reshiram. Hongliang, who was sitting in the auditorium of his own country, also showed an extremely shocked look. Takuya, Hina and others were also in shock. They also understood the reason why Dakto was so conceited from beginning to end. Dakto. Akashi silently recited Dakto, and looking at the white dragon in front of him, there was also a frenzy in his eyes. The American player seat. Ha 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 ha, I like to look shocked, look. Reshiram, hands on, staggered flames. Voice sounded, and the Reshiram in midair also moved. I saw that its tail flashed with flames, followed by the fire elements in the whole body, and a huge flame directly drowned the figure of the Kirby beast. The hot breath suddenly swept the audience. Kapiman. Seeing this, Mei's face also turned completely terrified. The flames dissipated, and because of the attack of the staggered flames, a large pit appeared on the ground, and the dark Kirby beasts lay quietly in the pit. Kabiman is incapacitated, Reshiram wins. The referee glanced at Reshiram in midair and swallowed cautiously. Wow! As expected of the white dragon Reshiram, who killed the Kabi beast in one blow, now facing such a powerful Reshiram, how will the Yai player face it? The host's enthusiastic voice resounded throughout the audience, and the audience was greeted with exclamations. The moment Reshiram appeared, everyone thought that Mei had lost. Taking back the Kabi beast, Mei looked disappointed. Holding the poke ball, he said, "You did a great job, Kirby." White light flashed, and the monarch snake of Mei also appeared again. As the initial elf of Mei, it did not have the slightest timidity in the face of Reshiram. Monarch snake, Fei storm. Although Reshiram put a lot of pressure on Mei, she didn't give up. With the turquoise tail of the monarch snake fluttering, a storm formed by countless leaves hit Reshiram in midair. Reshiram, soar, avoid. Dakto shouted with a flat expression. In his opinion, Mei's battle at this time was just a dying struggle. The tail flames burned, and Reshiram instantly accelerated and rose into the sky, while also avoiding the attack of Fei storm. End it. Dragons, Reshiram. At the monarch snake indifferently, and shouted coldly. I saw that Reshiram raised his head slightly, the dragon-type energy in his mouth gathered, and followed a red light ball directly into the sky. The red light ball reached the highest at the point of time, it also exploded in an instant, turning into countless meteorites and falling from the sky. Monarch snake, be careful. Bud is also immediate. Reminder. Hearing Mei's voice, Monarch snake also immediately. Speed up and start dodging the falling meteor. Boom. Boom. Countless meteorites fell on the ground, setting off a burst of smoke and dust, and the venue was a mess. As a dragon-type ultimate move, the Dragon Star group almost covered the attack range of the entire venue. Coupled with the terrifying power of Reshiram, it was also directly smashed. The Monarch Snake has 7 meat and 8 elements. However, because the Monarch Snake actively avoided, coupled with its good speed, it was finally not killed by a single blow. Nice perseverance, Reshiram, Dragon Claw. Seeing the Monarch Snake standing up again, Dakatuo said without hesitation. Immediately. Reshiram's claws in the sky flickered with blue light, and he swooped down directly, aiming to take the Monarch Snake. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the Filu novel. 292 The Last Hope, Latios 99 Wonbon. So fast. Monarch Snake, slap. Seeing the monarch snake attacking Reshiram straight down, May chose to attack without hesitation, because she knew that even at the speed of the monarch snake, it would be difficult to get rid of Reshiram's lock. And blindly dodging is not the way. The monarch snake raised its head slightly, and flicked its tail with a firm look and attacked with Reshiram's dragon claws. A gust of wind hit, and the monarch snake lost power to Reshiram and fell to the ground. Reshiram, it's over, Flaming Fang. Seeing the monarch snake fall to the ground, Dakuto is also ready to give it the final blow. Reshiram roared, and stepped on the monarch snake with one foot, and the flames in his mouth directly gnawed on the monarch snake that had no resistance, and the fire attribute energy exploded on it, and the monarch snake lost the battle directly. Ability, Hiss. The monarch snake, which was so strong before, is now so vulnerable in front of Reshiram of Dactyr. What a joke, Reshiram is a divine beast with the ability to destroy the world. It's over, it's over, Dactyr has White Dragon, and there is probably no one in the top 4 who is his opponent. Seeing that Reshiram easily solved Yai's monarch snake, the audience at the scene also discussed it. Yai stared at the monarch snake who lost the ability to fight, and a sense of powerlessness came to her heart. On the high platform, it's over, the girl has lost her confidence. It's no wonder that the legendary white dragon Reshiram is indeed amazing. Looking at May, who was a little down, Shiva also said calmly. Her mentality has changed. Before, she always had a big advantage, but all this changed because of Reshiram's appearance. Du also said it word by word, not complaining about Yai. After all, whoever faces a first-level god will feel a deep sense of powerlessness. I think you should surrender, maybe you can retain a little dignity. In the field, Dakuto looked at May and said. May did not pay attention to Dakuto, and silently took back the incapacitated monarch snake and took out her last Pokeball. Latios, prepare to fight. As the white light flashed, an elf with a streamlined body covered in blue, with jet-like wings and triangular ears on its head appeared. Wow, it's Latios. When she saw Latios, Serena's eyes also lit up. After all, she has been crushing May's elves since the appearance of the white dragon Reshiram. Now that May has a beast, I believe the situation will be much better. Seeing that the last elf in Mei was actually Latios, Zhang Feng also frowned, which reminded him of the mysterious prosecutor who owned Latios when he passed the torch. He also knew that in the City of Fate, it was absolutely impossible for May to have Latios, so there is a high probability that the Elf Association owns this pair of brother and sister elves. Wow, what did I see? My god, this year's China conference, what the hell happened? The last elf of contestant May is also the legendary elf, Latios. The host's voice sounded, and the entire audience stood up directly, and it was going to be a fierce battle between the beasts. You must know that in previous years, it was basically impossible to see the battle between the beasts in the championship battle. After all, the legendary elves are called legends because their number is extremely rare, and it is difficult for ordinary trainers to encounter one in their lifetime. In addition, every legendary elf basically has extremely strong strength and a rebellious character, and there are very few trainers who can be recognized by them. Although there is Latios, Mei is still hard to beat Reshiram. Zhang Feng pondered for a moment, and said softly to Serena beside him, he has seen the power of a first-level god, and it may be difficult for Latios to even hurt it. Feng, Dakuto, and May have probably attracted the attention of the whole world, and there are some greedy people or evil organizations among them. Of course, in order to snatch the divine beast in their hands, they must have extremely terrifying strength. Zhang Feng is also not worried at all. When he really shows his strength, I believe that no one who is blind will covet his elf again. Oh, it turns out to be Latios. No wonder you don't want to give up the game. It seems that you still have a bit of fantasy in your heart. Looking at Latios, who was flying in the air and confronting Reshiram, Dakuto said with great interest. After obtaining Reshiram's approval, he finally understood how terrifying the existence of a first-level god, and he dared to challenge Du, who is known as the strongest, is the confidence given by Reshiram. Reshiram, let it see your power. The wave of the dragon. voice sounded, and the turbine at Reshiram's tail began to flicker with flames. At the same time, the violent dragon-type energy in his mouth was gathering frantically. Latios, hurry up and cleanse. Feeling the power of Reshiram's terrifying trick, May did not dare to be slighted. Latios also raised his head slightly, and the pink energy began to gather in his mouth. The next second, the moves on both sides were launched at the same time, the dragon's fluctuation and the clean luster. They slammed together in midair, but in just 2 seconds, Reshiram's dragon wave washed away Latios' clean luster and attacked Latios unabated. What? It's so bad. How much? Seeing this scene, Xiaokai in the auditorium also exclaimed, Quick, Latios, the wall of light. May hurriedly shouted, This blow. She also immediately shouted to understand the gap between his Latios and Reshiram. Latios also responded quickly, creating a golden wall before the dragon wave hit him. Boom! The dragon wave hit Latios. Under the weakening of the wall of light, Latios only took a few steps back and did not suffer too much damage. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read and collect, recommended. 293. Is it over? Defeated. 99 wonbon. But just like that, Reshiram's strength is also evident. After all, Latios needs to go all out to deal with just a random wave of dragon waves. Interesting, Reshiram, spray flames. Dakoto seems to want to play for a while. After all, May is also a trainer he recognizes. Reshiram also slammed a hot flame and shot at the opposite Latios. Latios, spin to avoid, use the dragon's claws. Seeing this, Mei also waved her hands heavily, and shouted with a calm expression, facing a powerful opponent, she can't be messed up. Spun to avoid Reshiram's jet flame. After dodging the jet flame, Latios also attacked Reshiram without hesitation with his claws flashing blue light. Interesting, Reshiram, supernatural power. Seeing Latios dodging the jet flame so easily, Dakto continued to shout. Reshiram was also staring at Latios, who was close to him. Blue light flickered in his eyes, and waves of superpowers slammed into Lhasa, who was preparing to attack. On Dios, Latios was stagnant. Latios, hold on, keep attacking. At this moment, May's voice sounded, and Latios' eyes immediately. The burst shot out an astonishing fighting spirit. The cyan light of both claws was even more prosperous, and the dragon claws of the supernatural power slapped Reshiram on the body. Bang! A muffled sound. Reshiram also cried out in pain. Seeing this, Mei finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the attack finally hit the opponent. Humph! Reshiram, staggered flames. Dakto was not worried about Reshiram's injury and shouted loudly, because he knew that the white dragon, a first-level god, has abnormal physical strength and recovery ability. Except the elves, who are also first-level gods. Other elves, it's hard to do much damage to it. The white dragon that was attacked also seemed to be on fire. The tail flames flickered, concentrated all the strength, and a staggered flame with a scorching aura blasted straight towards Latios. Seeing this, Mei also changed slightly. Latios, hurry up and defend. I saw, facing the huge fireball, Latios immediately. Hold up a blue protective cover. Boom. Reshiram's staggered flames slammed on the cyan protective cover. Although it failed to break the protective cover, the terrifying air wave generated also sent Latios flying. This staggered flame must not be hit, otherwise Latios will definitely be seriously injured or the fate of being instantly killed. Seeing this, Yai also sucked in a breath of cold air. She still doesn't have such power even when she is guarded. Latios, whose clean light was blown away by the air wave, stabilized his body, and a pink light came directly from his mouth. Boom to Reshiram. Reshiram, overclocking drive mode, avoid attacks, use flare charge. Apparently, Dakoto seems to be tired of seeing Mez Latios's attack, and is ready to end the game. Reshiram is also aware of it. The tail flame burns, and instantly accelerates to avoid the clean luster and at the same time is wrapped in hot flames. Attacking Latios with the clean luster of Latios. Latios, get out of the way. May's response was very fast. and Latios also began to rise rapidly, but Reshiram's speed was even faster, and the flames all over his body burned directly on Latios' body. Boom! With a loud bang, Latios, who was hit directly by the flare charge, let out a scream, and his body became unbalanced and flew out. And Reshiram in midair also stabilized his body. The reaction damage of the flare charge struck, and it also flew out. Can't continue chasing Latios. Dangerous. Latios also said with a solemn expression. With Reshiram's destructive power, every hit means that Latios will consume a huge amount of physical strength. Hearing Xiaoqi's words, Serena also stared with worry. Yayi in the field, in the American auditorium, everyone looked at Reshiram who was ravaging Latios unscrupulously in the audience. This is definitely not the height that an ordinary elf can achieve, this is God's realm. Looking at the figure of the white dragon, Takuya was a little fascinated for a while. This is the power he has been pursuing. This Dakoto is just lucky to get Reshiram's approval. Maybe he will conquer Yandi, and Citylane relies on Reshiram's abilities. With a little lack of confidence. Obviously, he also understands how difficult it is to obtain the approval of a first-level god. Akashi is staring at the white dragon Reshiram in the field, as if he wants to see through its attack mode. Dios. In the field, May looked worriedly at Latios who fell to the ground. I saw that Latios also had serious burn marks on his body at this time, all of which were left by Reshiram's flaming charge. Yes, at this moment it is obviously severely exhausted. Dragon Wave, Reshiram. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. In the sky, Reshiram looked down at Latios who fell to the ground, and the dragon energy in his mouth began to gather slowly. Latios, fly up and avoid. May shouted anxiously, and at the same time, in the sky, Reshiram's dragon fluctuations were also converging, and a blue light shot straight towards Latios on the ground. Boom! L-D-O-C. With the cry of Mei, the wave of the dragon slammed on Latios, who was unable to fly. The terrifying dragon energy exploded on it, and the airwaves generated by the terrifying explosion set off even more. A burst of smoke. The American auditorium. It's over. With this level of dragon fluctuation, Latios will definitely lose. Michelle said flatly. Adair on the side also nodded and said with a smile, haha. No one can defeat Dakota's Reshiram. The championship of this tournament must belong to him. Adair, who has seen Reshiram's terrifying power for a long time, has always believed in Dakota's ability to win the championship. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download the Filu novel. 294. Yi Shui, Dragon God's Cave 99 Wanban. Serena, who also watched this scene, is also a little sad. She also understands that under that level of dragon fluctuation, Latios is almost certain to lose. The smoke gradually dissipated, and only Reshiram's dragon fluctuation remained in place. Down a deep crater, at the same time, Latios was lying in the crater, unconscious. Latios lost his ability to fight. Reshiram wins. From now on, all the elves of contestant May have lost their ability to fight, and Dakdo won the game. As the referee's voice sounded, Reshiram also landed from the air and stopped in front of Dakdo. Similarly, May was also lost and took back Latios who was incapacitated, looking very frustrated. Okay, let's congrats to Dakduo's successful promotion to the top 4 of the China conference, and also applause to the Yayi player who contributed a wonderful game to us. The host's voice resounded throughout the audience, and the audience cheered one after another. This last game was really wonderful, with ups and downs. I believe that this game did not buy tickets to the scene, and the audience must regret it to the extreme. After the audience's cheers ended, the host also spoke again. The semi-finals have been released so far, and the semi-finals will be held here in 3 days. Now, please leave the audience in an orderly manner. Host also did the finishing touches. Sister Yayi seems to be in a bad mood. Should we go over and see her? Serena looked at Mei who was about to leave with her head bowed in the field, with a worried expression. Forget it, she still needs to come out of this kind of thing. Don't worry, she is not that fragile. Zhang Feng also smiled at Mei Yi and said gently, "Elves' battles have always been. There are winners and losers. Yi travels for many years and believes that she will not be depressed because of this setback, just give her some time. Let's go back first. Hotel." At this time, Xiaokai also spoke up, and then they have to prepare for the top 4. After waiting for the large number of audiences to leave the venue, Zhang Feng and his party also left the main venue and walked towards the hotel. On the way, there are also many. The trainer asked Zhang Feng and Xiaokai for autographs. Obviously, after reaching the top 4 of the China conference, the popularity of the two has also increased to a higher level. "Xiaokai, come on to the top 4. I'm optimistic about you, your fire-breathing dragon is really good. So handsome. Zhang Feng, can you keep Darkrai from appearing in the semifinals? I'm a big fan of it. Zhang Feng, your fairy elf is so cute, you can let me take a photo with it." The two surrounded by fans also ignored each other and smiled, and Serena also abandoned them, followed Shazimu without hesitation, and Lu Mengan left. After signing a lot of names, Feng and Xiaoqi finally fled the scene. When they returned to the hotel, Shazimu and the others had already finished eating and went back to their room to rest. After watching the whole thing, everyone was a little tired. There was no way. Zhang Feng and Xiaokai discussed and went back to their rooms. After the room, Zhang Feng also ordered the meal and asked the waiter to deliver it to the room. After taking a bath and eating, Zhang Feng also lay on the sofa. Many unexpected things happened to Zhang Feng today. He needs to digest it. Taking out the laptop from the space ring, Zhang Feng also clicked on the Elf forum. As soon as he entered, Zhang Feng found that the news about Dacto and Reshiram filled the entire homepage, while the other three, the ones who advanced to the semifinals, including Zhang Feng, have been ignored, and it is no wonder that the news of having the first-level god Reshiram is too exciting. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Feng also clicked on a post, and the person who posted the post also claimed that Dacto would definitely win the championship of this China conference. Zhang Feng went in and found that the following were all in agreement, and they all started to brag like crazy how powerful is Reshiram. Even the legendary elf Latios is powerless to resist. Looking at it, a knock on the door interrupted Zhang Feng. "Excuse me, the player Zhang Feng lives here. It was a girl's voice, but Zhang Feng was a little unfamiliar, obviously not the 3 girls who were with him. With a little doubt, Zhang Feng also opened the door. How could a girl come to him so late? Man, Zhang Feng was also a little surprised, wearing a blue prosecutor's uniform, with jet black hair, the same woman who had Latios during the torch relay ceremony before. "Please come in. Let's go." Zhang Feng also let her enter the room, so standing like this is not a problem. After the female prosecutor came in, Zhang Feng also closed the door again. After signaling the female prosecutor to sit on the sofa, Zhang Feng also sat opposite her on the sofa. Just when Zhang Feng was about to ask her why she came, she also said it herself. "Mr. Zhang Feng, it's a bit presumptuous. My name is Yi Shui, and President Damalanchi asked me to come here." After finishing speaking, Yi Shui also looked at Zhang Feng with a smile. Yi Shui was also called a beautiful, tall, intelligent beauty with fair skin. Zhang Feng nodded, looked at Yi Shui and said, "Excuse me, does President Damalanchi have anything to do with us?" In fact, when Yi Shui mentioned Damalanchi, Zhang Feng understood something. It was nothing more than, after Yi lost to Dacto, he needed a Chinese player who could defeat Dacto. Make China's biggest rival. Damalanchi never wanted to see Dacto from the United States win the China conference. Yi Shui Mei looked at Zhang Feng for a moment and said, "You should have heard of Dragon God's Cave, right?" Dragon God's Cave. Hearing Yi Shui's words, an inexplicable look appeared on Zhang Feng's face, and he seemed to understand what Yi Shui meant. Yes, the Dragon God's Cave, known as the most dangerous secret place in China, is also a rare and powerful dragon. The place with the most elves. Yi Shui said word by word, and after speaking, she looked at Zhang Feng again, as if she wanted to see how Zhang Feng would react after hearing about the Dragon God's Cave. "Tell me about President Damalanchi. Conditions." Moment of silence. Zhang Feng also looked at Yi Shui opposite and said with a smile, obviously, Damalanchi probably wanted to defeat Dakdo and then allow himself to enter the Dragon God's cave. Filu reminds you. Read 3 things favorites, recommended. 295.99 Wanban_. Hearing Zhang Feng's answer so decisively, Yi Shui was also stunned for a moment, then looked at Zhang Feng with a smile on his face. He just mentioned the Dragon God's cave. Obviously Zhang Feng also understood something. I'm not going around in circles anymore. President Damalanchi asked me to bring you a word. The victory of the Huasha conference must be obtained by the Huasha trainer. As long as you promise to defeat Dakoto, the association will grant you to enter the Dragon God's cave immediately, and also promise you a condition within your ability. After speaking, Yi Shui also looked at Zhang Feng, wanting to see his reaction. Zhang Feng's face also showed a hint of surprise. The Dragon God's cave was originally a secret place, and generally only served in the Elf Association and reached the Heavenly King level. Only the above trainers are eligible to enter. According to Shengguan Wanner, her father had paid enough price when he brought the Shengguan family into the Dragon God's cave. Zhang Feng could have imagined that Damalanchi would take the opportunity to enter the Dragon God's cave to trade with him, but he didn't expect to attach a condition. A condition for the president of the Chinese Elf Association is not something you can get casually. No problem, I promise. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Feng agreed. Seeing Zhang Feng agree so confidently, Yi Shui's eyes are also full of brilliance. You must know that Dakdo's Reshiram has just made a big show on the field, and now basically the entire trainers in China will think that this time he is the champion. But Zhang Feng in front of him actually agreed to the request of the Elf Association without thinking. Then, that. Yi Shui also received an order from Damalanchi before she came. She must convince Zhang Feng. She also prepared a lot of rhetoric, but now she can't use it. For a while, she doesn't know what to say. Haha, what's wrong, Miss Yi Shui? Zhang Feng looked at Prosecutor Yi Shui with a bit of amusement. The day's Yi Shui has a different kind of charm. Then, it's fine, just promise, I will come and pick you up tomorrow morning to take you to the Dragon God cave. And said a little embarrassedly. Zhang Feng was stunned when he heard that he would go to the Dragon God's cave tomorrow, and then nodded, thinking that he was not very confident in his own strength. He also hoped I can conquer some powerful dragon-type elves in the Dragon God's cave and improve my strength. After speaking, Yi Shui also got up and was about to leave, and Zhang Feng followed him to the door. After sending Yi Shui away, Zhang Feng also returned. Room. In the headquarters building of the Elf Association, in the 15th meeting room, Damalanchi is sitting on the throne, and he is also the 4 heavenly kings and the group of people who have always supported him. It's terrifying for these kids, and this China conference is of great significance. Dakoto winning the championship will be the worst news for us. Damalanchi looked serious to the crowd. Indeed, China's world hegemony has been questioned in recent years. The United States and its own country have coveted China with many secret places for a long time, although the real decision is the next year. In the World Pixie Championship, all the strong players in the world will participate, regardless of age. But if the championship position of the China Conference is taken away by the American trainer before this, it is conceivable that other countries will be more slapped in the face. This game has made the United States take the limelight, and all countries in the world are watching. Once Dakoto wins the championship, I believe they will jump out. With a solemn expression. In fact, she still had great expectations for Yayi to defeat Dakoto. With their 4 heavenly kings and the training of the world's strongest champion, Yayi's strength is beyond the training of the same age. There are too many families. Even Kona feels that if Mei continues to grow like this, she will definitely surpass herself in the future, but Daxto seems to be stronger. Reshiram's strength is really terrifying. President, although 2 of our Huasha players have also advanced the semi-finals, but based on their previous performances, it is very difficult to deal with Reshiram. Uncle Lu's expression was a little serious. Obviously, the impact of the White Dragon on him was really great. If he wanted to defeat Dakoto, he was not optimistic about Zhang Feng and Xiaoqi. Humph. It's good to know what will happen to offending Washa. Granny Juzy's hoarse voice sounded in the conference room, and at the same time, a black shadow appeared behind her, and it disappeared in a flash. Granny Juzy, who was treated as her granddaughter, was defeated, and now there are some problems with her mentality. She is also a little angry. Haha, President, I think you worry too much. I'm very optimistic about that kid Zhang Feng. Shiba leaned back on the chair and said with a relaxed expression. Voice fell. Damalanchi also looked at Du, who had been silent. Du, I just sent people to talk to Kai Hong and Zhang Feng, and tomorrow I need you to take them to the Dragon God's Cave. Damalanchi also placed his final bet on the two who were promoted, and the Heavenly Kings present were not surprised at all. No problem. Looking at Damalanchi, Du also nodded. In fact, Du also didn't say a word. In his opinion, Zhang Feng may be more at ease than himself after entering the cave of the Dragon God, because the breath of his fast dragon has already it's almost a real dragon. Although I saw Dakoto's white dragon Reshiram during the day, Du still has a lot of confidence in Zhang Feng. After everything was arranged, Damalanchi also left and announced the meeting. On the other hand, the three people in Dakduo's hotel room were having a video call with the top management. Hehe Dakdo, you did a great job this time, defeating the strongest trainer in China, but I heard inside information that the girl was raised by the four heavenly kings and Yulongdu personally. I believe the faces of the Washa guys must be ugly now. On the big TV screen, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and golden glasses said quite happily. Hearing the man mentioning Yulongdu, a sneer appeared on Dakoto's face. Speaker Jackson, I believe my elder brother will definitely the champion of this tournament. Adair said respectfully, and he was like two people who were arrogant and domineering at the conference before. 296, Cross, go to Dragon God's Cave 99 Wonbon. Moment, Speaker Jackson also put away his smile, and said to Dakdo with a flat expression, bring the champion back, your father will be proud of you too. When referring to Dakdo's father, Speaker Jackson also deliberately elongated his tone. Okay. Dakduo glanced at Jackson coldly and said. Seeing the scene seemed to be embarrassing, Michelle also came out immediately to smooth the game. Silent all night, the next morning, after Zhang Feng washed up early, he also came to the hotel lobby. Sitting in the hotel restaurant, Zhang Feng also had breakfast, and after a while, Xiao Kai also came out. Seeing that Zhang Feng was eating, Xiao Kai also walked over to Zhang Feng and sat down after ordering. Morning. Did a woman named Yi Shui come to you yesterday? Xiao Kai, who was sitting down, also asked directly. He is an impatient. Well, that's right. She should be looking for you too. It's about the Dragon God's Cave. Zhang Feng also nodded slightly and said, he knows that when entering the Dragon God's Cave, Xiao Kai must also be on the invitation list. After all, one more person has more hope. Dragon God's Cave. I listened to it before I became a trainer. My father mentioned it, the paradise of dragon elves. On the other hand, Xiao Kai couldn't hide his excitement. A powerful and handsome dragon-type elf is definitely what all male trainers yearn for. Well, you really have to seize this opportunity. After all, the Dragon God's Cave is not just casually can go in. Zhang Feng also nodded his head. To be honest, even subduing the dragon-type Quasi-God would not help him much to improve his strength, but it would be very meaningful for him to set up an organization and acquire some powerful dragon-type elves. Because Yi Shui and the two agreed a little early, Zhang Feng and Xiaoqi were the only ones who got up at this time. Lu Mengan and others were still immersed in their sleep. Just as Xiaoqi was about to say something to Zhang Feng at that time, a rapid bell rang, and Zhang Feng's cell phone also rang. Zhang Feng took out his cell phone and saw that it was Shengguan Wanner's phone and said to tell Xiao Kai to be quiet first. Wanner, have you arrived in Jinghua City? On the phone, Zhang Feng also directly asked if Wanner was coming, because according to the time, she should have arrived in Jinghua City. The plane is late, we won't be able to arrive in Jinghua City until noon today. Other end of the phone, Shengguan Wanner's clear voice also came through her cell phone. Then I have something to do this morning, and they will pick you up. Zhang Feng continued. Shenghuan Wanner still didn't want Lu Mengan to pick her up, but Zhang Feng agreed in a few words. After hanging up Shenghuan Wanner, she also sent a message to Lu Mengan. Wake her up. Shenghuan Wanner can come here, and she can also learn more about Ula Ula Island. Since he decided to buy this island, Zhang Feng also wants to know more about the situation on the island. After a while, the door of the hotel lobby opened, and Yi Shui also arrived. Zhang Feng and Xiao Kai looked at each other and followed Yi Shui out of the hotel. Today, Yi Shui also changed into the blue prosecutor uniform again, looking like she has a valiant appearance, and with a delicate face, it also has a unique flavor. Soon, Yi Shui drove the two to the headquarters building of the Washa Elf Association, got out of the car, and Yi Shui motioned for the two to follow her. Entered after the building, Yi Shui also quickly led the two to a conference room. In the conference room, a man with red hair and a handsome face in a cape appeared in front of them. After seeing Du, Yi Shui also left directly. Obviously her mission is over like this. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Zhang Feng, Qihong, I watched your game, it was very exciting. The man in the conference room was the Yulongdu who was sent by Damalanchi to escort Zhang Feng and Xiaoqi into the Dragon God's Cave. After all, although the Dragon God's Cave was the largest treasure house, it was also the secret place with the highest mortality rate. Powerful and short-tempered dragon-type elves abound. Even though Xiaoqi and Zhang Feng's strengths are very good, Damalanchi still doesn't trust them to enter. You must know that Shenghuan Wanner's father was close to champion-level strength. It is also a fall in it. I am also a little excited to see Zhang Feng, who has always been very calm. After all, Du is also very popular in animation. As the recognized champion of Kanto and Chengdu, his strength is definitely the top of the elf world existence. And in this world he is called the world's first powerhouse. Hello, Mr. Du, it is a great honor. Zhang Feng also nodded politely in response. On the other hand, Xiao Kai, who saw Du, started to ask questions like a little fan who saw an idol. Obviously, he admired Du very much. The three of them chatted. After a while, Xiao Kai and Zhang Feng also understood that it was not Yi Shui but the Dragon God's Cave who sent them to the Dragon God's Cave. Du also means that the Dragon God's Cave is dangerous and abnormal, and they have survived for a long time. He may be difficult to match the dragon-type elves, the two must be careful after entering. After that, Du also took Zhang Feng and Xiaoqi out of the Elf Association building. Mr. Du, there is still a long way to go to the Dragon God's Cave. Is it far? Zhang Feng also asked. I saw that Du took out a Pokeball from his waist and smiled and said, you will know when you go. After speaking, he threw the Pokeball, a white light flashed, and a sturdy fast dragon appeared. As soon as the fast dragon appeared, Zhang Feng felt an invisible sense of oppression. This fast dragon, very strong. Du jumped on the fast dragon lightly, then turned around and said to Zhang Feng and Xiaoqi, follow me next. After speaking, Kuailong was about to fly into the sky with flapping wings. Seeing that Kuailong was about to fly away, Zhang Feng and Xiao Kai also threw a Pokeball each. Fire-breathing dragon. Excuse me. Quick dragon, come out. Before the surrounding trainers came around, the two also took the elves to chase Du. Du's fast dragon was extremely fast, and Zhang Feng's fast dragon followed closely behind, but Xiaoqi's fire-breathing dragon chased after him. Compared with the fast dragon, the speed of the fire-breathing dragon itself is much inferior. Phailu reminds you, the 3 things to read are collected and recommended. 297, Dragon God's Cave, acting alone 99 wonbon. On the outskirts of Jinghua City, in a hidden valley, Du and Zhang Feng also slowly descended. It seems that they are flying a little too fast. Zhang Feng and Xiao Kai are a little pale, but Du seems to be nothing to do. Haha, are you alright? Maybe you will be like me often in the future, or you have to get used to it as soon as possible. Glancing at the 2 pale faces, Du also said with a smile. It's okay, Mr. Du, is this the Dragon God's Cave? Xiaoqi's mind is obviously on entering the Dragon God's Cave to subdue the elf. Ah, forget it, let's go first. Hearing Xiaoqi's words, Du did not elaborate, and signaled for the two to enter. Zhang Feng also looked at the surrounding environment. This valley is surrounded by mountains on three sides, and the south is a cliff of thousands of feet. It can be said that it is inaccessible and natural. There is no possibility of a trainer entering it by mistake. As soon as he entered the valley, Zhang Feng found the staff of the Elf Association, and Du also waved to them, obviously knowing that they would come. I have to say, the guards of the Dragon God's Cave, it can also be called extremely strict, which is normal. After all, the secret place that the Elf Association values most is also the most coveted treasure place in the world. This kind of guard is extremely dangerous in addition to the Cave of the Dragon God. Elf hunters are generally not willing to come here for poaching. After entering the valley and walking through the tunnel for a while, Zhang Feng also saw a burst of light, and then the three of them appeared in a relatively open place in the valley. Zhang Feng is also very thin looking around. There are staff of the Elf Association walking around, and there are a lot of various instruments. When they saw the crossing, the staff greeted them respectfully. Then the staff also fought with Zhang Feng and Xiao Kai. Just to say hello, they seem to be paying attention to this year's Huasha conference. After a while, under the leadership of the staff, everyone came to a smooth rock wall, and Zhang Feng also found that almost all the instruments and equipment were aimed at the rock wall. Du sir, is this the entrance to the Dragon God's Cave? In surprise. Apparently he thought that the Dragon God's Cave was a secret place formed by nature, such as the Viking forest in Hanlin City. But obviously, the Dragon God's Cave seems to be mysterious now. To this, Du did not answer, but looked at the staff beside him, who also understood that he would instruct his subordinates to start those instruments. The machine started, and with the rays of blue light shining, the rock wall also changes began to occur. Waves of distorted spatial fluctuations appeared, and a huge black vortex appeared on the rock wall. Brother Du, the time limit for entering this time is 2 days. The staff around Du also handed a specially made watch into his hands. Taking the watch, Du also nodded to the staff. Zhang Feng, Xiao Kai, prepare, I'm about to enter the Dragon God's Cave. Now. On the other hand, Du also pointed to the huge black energy vortex on the rock wall. Zhang Feng and Xiao Kai also nodded. No wonder the Dragon God's Cave can only be entered by others after obtaining the consent of the Elf Association. It turns out that it is not ordinary the secret place, but another space. Seeing the two nodded, Du also walked straight into the black energy vortex without any hesitation. Du's figure gradually blurred in his eyes, and Zhang Feng and Xiaoqi immediately catch up. After seeing the three people entering it, the staff also turned off the machine again. At the same time, the huge black energy vortex on the rock wall gradually disappeared. Entering the Dragon God's Cave, the eyes are full of pure green, instead of the dry red color of the valley outside, and even every trace of the wind is extraordinarily soft and fresh. 3 of them lay a rippling, incomparably clear lake. Next to the small lake, a white bird with blue feathers and beautiful blue feathers is drinking the clear lake water, and there are 2 or 3 next to it. Yaya is drinking water with their heads lowered. Wow, what a beautiful place. Looking around, Xiao Kai was also a little intoxicated. He was a little surprised. He originally thought that the environment in the Dragon God's Cave would be very bad. Well, it is indeed a very good place. Zhang Feng also nodded with a thoughtful look on his face, because entering the Dragon God's Cave this time is a bit similar to the way he entered the system dungeon space before. Okay, let's get started. You are not here. Come here to play. This is only the very edge of the Dragon God's Cave. This space is astonishingly large. It has been hundreds of years since the Elf Association discovered this place, but it still hasn't been fully explored. At this time, Du also opened his mouth, because there are only 2 days. After all, the semi-finals will be held in 3 days. Mr. Du, do you need to pay attention to catching the elf in the Dragon God's Cave? At this time, Xiao Kai also asked about the most critical part. Obviously Xiao Kai also really wants to conquer a dragon-type Quasi-God with great potential here. Try to choose some single targets to start with, and don't go and provoke the tribe of the Quasi-Dragon. There will always be a strong perverted leader in the group of quasi-Shenlong elves, and even I would not dare to provoke them easily. Du also said with a serious look, even if he had the power to control the dragon, he was very cautious in the dragon god's cave. The danger here is obvious. At this time, Zhang Feng, who has been observing the surrounding, also said, Mr. Du, I want to go it alone. Zhang Feng knew that the dragon god's cave was extremely vast, which was a good opportunity for him, and there were not a few dragon-type elves with excellent potential. Zhang Feng, who is about to set up an organization, naturally hopes to seize this good opportunity to subdue some dragon-type elves with good potential, and Du has always been around. Obviously, it is not suitable for you. Okay, no problem. Glancing at Zhang Feng, Du also agreed without hesitation, which surprised Zhang Feng. Originally, Zhang Feng thought Du would not let himself act alone in the dragon god's cave. After all, this place is extremely dangerous. Seeing that Zhang Feng was going to act alone, he also signaled that Zhang Feng must pay attention to safety, and then followed Du and left. Seeing the two walking away, Zhang Feng's eyes also flickered with strange lights, and the system detection was fully turned on. Please download Fei Lu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. 298. 99 Wanban _ At the Huasha conference, with Darkrai, it is easy for him to escape even if he encounters a strong wild elf. Of course, the reason is the strong breath of the real dragon on his fast dragon. This is Zhang Feng's biggest reliance in the dragon god's cave. Since he can ensure safety, Du naturally agreed to Zhang Feng's request. At this time, Zhang Feng also threw out the Pokeball belonging to the fast dragon. The white light flickered, and the fast dragon appeared. Zhang Feng took the fast dragon directly. In his perception, he also found many purple or orange talents existing. In 2 days, he also wants to find some good elves. In midair, Zhang Feng also flew a desert dragonfly or a blue bird on the Shishi festival from time to time, but after feeling the coercion of Kuailong, he chose to avoid it. Zhang Feng is also a little sighed. You must know that in the outside world, as long as the elves with the dragon attribute are extremely precious, such as the blue bird on the Shishi festival in the cave of the dragon god, the desert dragonfly can be easily seen in the air. It was extremely low. Soon, Zhang Feng arrived at his first destination, a small valley. This valley was also the closest valley to him and there were many orange elves in it. The dragon slowed down, and the whole view of the valley quickly caught Zhang Feng's eyes. This is a place with extremely beautiful scenery, dark green, and grass everywhere. Soon, Zhang Feng chose a more secret place in the valley. The small forest landed, and he didn't want to disturb all the elves as soon as he entered the valley. After landing, Zhang Feng also let the fast dragon follow him, and there were some green caterpillars, iron armor chrysalis and other elves in the small forest. Although this is the cave of the dragon god, it is not that there are no non-dragon elves. It can only be said that the dragon elves occupy the largest proportion here. Soon, Zhang Feng met his first goal. A purple aptitude fang. If you usually encounter such an elves in the wild outside, it is estimated that a bunch of trainers will fight for it. It's not too strong among the dragon-type elves, but at least it belongs to the dragon type. Zhang Feng didn't hesitate to summon Shenado directly. A little scared, he turned his head and was about to escape from the forest, but Zhang Feng naturally wouldn't give it a chance. Shenado, keep your mind strong. Zhang Feng's voice sounded, and Fang Yajong, who was running away, suddenly felt a terrifying pressure on his body, and he couldn't move. Good job, Shenado. Zhang Feng smiled at Shenai whose eyes were flickering with blue light, and then threw a pokeball into it, which contained Fang Ya, who couldn't move. The pokeball swayed violently when it landed on the ground. The subduing was successful. After Zhang Feng picked up the elf ball and directly passed Fang Ya into the system warehouse, he continued to move forward without any hesitation. If he guessed correctly, this must be a 2-axe fighting dragon, although it is not a quasi-dragon type elf. Zhang Feng was a little disappointed by the group of fighters, but it was easier to deal with the relative 2 axes and dragons. When he walked out of the small forest, Zhang Feng immediately Hair stood on end, and I only felt a danger was coming. Looking up, I saw a red dragon breath in the mouth of a desert dragonfly attacking Zhang Feng. The Kuailong and Shenado started at almost the same time. I saw that the dragon-type energy in Kuailong's mouth instantly accumulated, and a cyan light directly blocked the dragon's breath of the desert dragonfly. Boom! Explosion occurred, and a loud bang resounded through the valley. At the same time, Shenado's eyes flickered with blue light, and his superpower directly locked on the desert dragonfly that suddenly attacked in the sky, and caught it. Feeling the superpower fluctuations on his body, the desert dragonfly was also the first time. Crazy struggling. Shenado, just grab it like this. Fast dragon claw to solve it. Zhang Feng was naturally a little angry when he was suddenly attacked, and he chose to attack directly. Hearing Zhang Feng's order, a fast dragon flapped his wings, and his claws flickered with blue light, and flew directly to the desert dragonfly in midair. Seeing this, the desert dragonfly also struggled even more frantically. It felt the terrifying pressure on the fast dragon and was very uneasy. But as a flash Shenado, its spiritual power grows much faster than ordinary Shenado, and it also strengthens its superpower when it feels the crazy struggle of the desert dragonfly. Therefore, the immobile desert dragonfly was directly captured by Zhang Feng. Kuailong's dragon claws hit the front and fell straight to the ground. Before the desert dragonfly's body was about to touch the ground, Zhang Feng also threw the elf ball and hit it precisely, and a red light sucked it into it. The elf ball that fell to the ground simply swayed for a while and then stopped. Obviously, the desert dragonfly had just been hit hard by the dragon's claws. It is also simply to let the fast dragon release its own breath. Although it may scare away some weak dragon-type elves, it also reduces the possibility of being suddenly attacked. After doing everything, Zhang Feng also moves forward according to the system detection. With orange qualifications, the elves are the main ones, and of course he won't let the purple elves around him meet better ones. He doesn't want the members of his organization to go everywhere like Team Rocket and the Galaxy, and there will be a lot of hyenas. Dog, supersonic bat. Passing a bush on the way to the orange qualified elf, Zhang Feng finally arrived at the place where the orange qualified elf was. After crossing the bushes, Zhang Feng was attracted by the scene in front of him, and only seeing a crocodile's claws on a terrified sticky treasure, and the orange qualified elf he detected as sticky treasure. As the final evolution type, a Quasi-God sticky Malu dragon. Seeing the sticky baby Zhang Feng is also a bright spot. Although the fighting power of Nianmailulong is a bit unsatisfactory among quasi-gods, it is still a quasi-god after all. He gestured slightly to Shenado beside him, and Shenado also knew that he would use it directly. Out of his mind, he caught the crocodile who was bullying the sticky baby and threw it away. Seeing that the bully who was bullying him disappeared, the sticky baby also looked at Zhang Feng curiously. Fei Lu reminds you, the 3 things to read are favorites, recommend. 299.99 Wanbon_. Perhaps because Zhang Feng helped him, Nian Baobao didn't turn around and run away immediately. Instead, he felt good about Zhang Feng, but because he felt the pressure of Kuailong behind Zhang Feng, Nian Baobao did not dare to approach Zhang Feng. Feng, hello, sticky baby. Zhang Feng also smiled and beckoned to Nian Baobao, and also signaled Kuailong to restrain his breath. Among the dragon-type elves, Ni Baobao is notorious for being timid. Oh woo! Who was waving at him? After hesitating for a while, baby Ni slowly crawled towards Zhang Feng. Seeing baby Ni approaching, Zhang Feng also crouched down and teased it for a while. Obviously, baby Ni still likes it. Zhang Feng's. After a while, Zhang Feng also took out a pokeball and pointed it at Nian Baobao and said, Ni Baobao, are you interested in leaving with me? I will make you stronger and not be bullied by anyone. After listening to Zhang Feng's words, looking at the pokeball in his hand, Ni Baobao was also in a tangle. But after a while, Nian Baobao still smiled at Zhang Feng, gently touched the button in the center of the pokeball with his forehead, and followed closely. Then, the pokeball opened, and a red light captured it. After shaking the pokeball in his hand for a while, it returned to calm. Seeing the success of the subduing, Zhang Feng also smiled slightly. The cave is also a very strange existence. Standing up, Zhang Feng also continued to walk towards the interior of the valley with Shinado and Kuailong. Along the way, Zhang Feng also encountered several waves of axe-toothed dragons, but they were all it belongs to the blue aptitude. In Zhang Feng's view, unless the elf with blue aptitude obtains a super-secret treasure like the real dragon's teeth, the future will be quite ordinary. Since it is committed to building an organization stronger than any force, Blue the elf with lustful aptitude is obviously not enough to see. After walking for a while, Zhang Feng also came to a small creek. It happened that a 2-axe fighting dragon was drinking water with 3 axe-toothed dragons and 1 fangya. It seems to be a small group. And this double-axe dragon is the target of Zhang Feng, one of the few orange-qualified elves in this valley. The double-axle dragon at the head also noticed Zhang Feng's arrival for the first time. After seeing the Kuailong and Shinado beside Zhang Feng, it also roared at Zhang Feng twice. Seeing this, Zhang Feng also smiled slightly. Facing his Kuailong can still maintain enough. The dragon-type elves with fighting spirit are strong enough. Double-axe fighting dragon, I want to subdue you, let me see your strength. Zhang Feng also opened his mouth and said that he challenged him very simply. Generally, the orange-qualified elves who have grown up have a bolder character. The double-axe dragon also seemed to understand what Zhang Feng meant, and walked out from his companions to face Zhang Feng. Feng put on a fighting stance. Similarly, Kuailong also came to Zhang Feng. Originally Shinado was shooting, and it was obviously eager to try. Kailong, frozen fist. Seeing the fighting intent on the face of the double-axe fighting dragon, Zhang Feng naturally did not hesitate at all, and directed the Kuailong to launch an attack. The Kuailong fists flashed blue light, and the frozen fist slammed into the opposite double-axe fighting dragon. See the Kuailong attack coming over. The double-axe battle dragon's response was also very fast. The 2 claws were covered with a dark shadow, and the shadow claws swung directly at Zhang Feng's fast dragon. But apparently, how could the wild double-axe battle dragon pass by Zhang Feng? The opponent of the well-trained Kuailong fell into a disadvantage after only the first confrontation. Kuailong's strong explosive force directly pushed the double-axe fighting dragon back and forth again and again, while the Kuailong stood firmly in place. After the first collision, the double-axe battle dragon looked at the fast dragon with more and more fear. It is also extremely powerful in this valley, and the surrounding area is its territory. It is the first time it has encountered such a strong with a roar. The fluctuations of the dragon in the mouth of the double-axe fighting dragon began to converge, and the next second, a cyan energy also directly attacked the fast dragon. Flying dragon, fly up and avoid. Zhang Feng also shouted calmly. In this battle, he is also testing the fighting level of the 2-axe dragon. The fast dragon also flew into the sky in an instant to avoid the attack of the dragon's wave. Boom! After Kuailong dodged, the wave of the dragon also hit a boulder behind Kuailong firmly. Zhang Feng looked at the shattered rock and nodded slightly. This power has indeed reached the level of orange qualification. Dragon, make a tornado. After gaining a preliminary understanding of double-axe battle dragon, Zhang Feng is no longer holding hands. In mid-air, Kuailong roared, setting off a huge tornado that enveloped double-axe battle dragon directly into it. Double-axe battle. Although the dragon reacted and wanted to dodge, the tornado range of the fast dragon with the blessing of the real dragon's teeth was also very large, and finally the double-axe battle dragon fell into it. The tornado was over, and the scarred figure of the double-axe battle dragon it appeared, and although it was out of breath, it still stared at the fast dragon in midair with its fighting spirit unabated. Good fighting spirit, it's time to end. The fast dragon makes a dragon god dive. Seeing this, Zhang Feng also praised the 2-axe fighting dragon. This kind of character is also the most capable of dealing with various battle scenes. The fast dragon in midair slightly flapped its wings, and his eyes directly locked on the 2-axe fighting dragon on the ground. With the blue energy flickering around it, it dived straight down from the sky. Feeling the terrifying pressure on the fast dragon, the body of the double-axe fighting dragon trembled slightly, but it still suppressed the fear in its heart. Watching it getting closer and closer, the fast dragon, the tail flashing blue light, turned sharply and used the dragon's tail to confront the enemy. Boom! The dragon swooped and the dragon's tail collided violently. An explosion was generated, and a wave of air spread out. Following the double axe battle, the body of the dragon rolled directly from the smoke generated by the explosion and fell out. Zhang Feng did not hesitate to see this. He threw the poke ball, and the poke ball hit the double axe fighting dragon accurately. The double axe fighting dragon was obviously beaten by Zhang Feng's fast dragon and had no physical strength. After a few symbolic struggles, he regained his composure. Feng also picked up the elf ball directly, and at the same time sent the dual-axe dragon into the system warehouse. So far, just in the valley outside the Dragon God's cave, Zhang Feng has subdued 2 orange qualified elf. I have to say, the Dragon God's cave is worthy of being the most important secret place of the Elf Association. Please download Fei Lu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. 399 Wanban_. After seeing that his boss, the 2-axe dragon, was subdued, the remaining 3 axe-tooth dragons and 1 tooth were also immediately. After running away, Zhang Feng also let them go. Next, Zhang Feng also continued to explore the valley, and soon, because of the fast dragon's restraint, another sonic dragon jumped out and attacked Zhang Feng. The purple qualified sonic dragon has good speed, strength and reaction ability. In the end, it was solved by Zhang Feng's Qian Shinei duo and was conquered by Zhang Feng. After conquering the sonic dragon, Zhang Feng is also ready to leave. There is no need to keep in. Search in a valley. The Dragon God's cave is very big. On the hotel side, after waking up, Lu Mengan, who saw Zhang Feng's news, was also accompanied by Serena and Shazimu to the airport to pick up Guan Wan'er. On the way, Shazimu also chatted with Lu Mengan about Shengguan Wan'er. After all, she didn't know too much about Shengguan Wan'er. She only knew that Zhang Feng took the risk to go to Shengguan's house to save people because of Shengguan Wan'er. Lu Mengan obviously she knows more, including some things about her mother, and she also knows that Shengguan Wan'er is now ready to join Zhang Feng's organization. Serena is a little curious about Lu Mengan, Shazimu, and this upcoming Shengguan Wan'er. What is the relationship with Zhang Feng? Serena feels that they all seem to be interested in their idols. Back in the Dragon God's cave, Zhang Feng also flew in the depths of the Dragon God's cave, and the more he went inside Fei, Zhang Feng was attacked more frequently in the air. Fast Dragon, Dragon Wave. In the air, one sideways dodged the dragon wave of the Shishi blue bird behind him, and the fast dragon turned around and struck the dragon wave. The banging Shishi blue bird lost its balance and fell to the ground. Looking at the falling Tanabata blue bird, Zhang Feng also signaled Kuailong to move forward, and it was not far from the location marked by the system for the Orange Talent Elves. Soon, Zhang Feng and Kuailong landed outside a cave, a very large cave with a high entrance to the cave. It is about 3 meters long. From the feedback from the system, there may be a Quasi-God group in this cave. After taking out a flashlight from the space ring, Zhang Feng also entered the cave with the fast dragon. When he first entered the cave, the passage it was still a bit narrow, but gradually the space inside the cave became wider. When you turned the flashlight to the top of the cave, you could see some cross-shaped bats. The supersonic bats were hanging upside down on the rock wall. Zhang Feng was too lazy to alert them to continue moving towards the cave. After walking for a while, Zhang Feng also saw a dragon scale lying quietly under a rock. Thanks to the system detection, he responded to the secret treasure. Zhang Feng walked over and let him. The fast dragon pushes the rock scale to pick it up. Although the dragon scale can only increase the power of the elf move by 10%, it is far less than the real dragon's tooth, but it can be called lucky so lightly. I don't know if the fast dragon moved it. What if the rock was too big? Zhang Feng seemed to hear some subtle roars coming from the depths of the cave. He also immediately, realizing that it was the Quasi-God race from the depths of the cave, he was also a lot more careful when moving forward. After all, this Quasi-God elf group has a patriarch who has lived for a long time and is extremely powerful. Even he may not be able to do anything about the other party, not to mention the other party is still a group. Although Zhang Feng is not afraid, it is always a big one. Trouble. After passing a few forks, Zhang Feng also heard the sound of something hitting the rocks, and Zhang Feng, who was a little curious, also leaned in. Walking into a small stone room, he saw a body covered in the blue baby dragon is banging its head against a boulder in front of him. Zhang Feng was a little happy that he could meet a lonely baby dragon here. The group of gods is very likely to be Stormy Dragon. Stormy Dragon has excellent flying ability. It is good at tearing opponents with sharp claws, and its sharp teeth also allow it to master a variety of bite-type moves. During the flight, the flying dragon can also spew powerful flames. The flying dragon's flying ability is better than that of the flying dragon, and it can fly around at high speed even in complex terrain. It can use blade-like wings that cut everything in the way in half, and keep flying while flying. It is also a very powerful quasi-god elf. Similarly, the typhoon has a rough character, and when it gets angry, it will forget itself and destroy itself, until it is exhausted. Because he finally got the wings that he was thinking about, the flying dragon flew around the sky in order to express his joy, spewing flames excitedly, turning the earth into a burning field. Super flying dragon is proud of it. The two wings are twisted and stuck together by the powerful energy, which makes it feel the pressure and become rougher than before the super evolution. It will rampage everywhere, and even the trainer who cultivated itself will attack, so it has a higher appearance rate as an evil organization in the anime. The light in Zhang Feng's hand who entered the grotto is also the first time to shine on it. Baby the dragon is also immediately. I found this human being at the door of the stone room. Ouch! Baby dragon now. He roared at Zhang Feng who was at the door, and looked quite nervous. Zhang Feng also found that it seemed to be a little afraid of the fast dragon behind him. Seeing this, Zhang Feng also smiled slightly and said to the baby dragon, "I'm here to subdue you, come and fight." Point. Zhang Feng threw an elf ball directly, and a white light flickered. Once the purple figure appeared, it was the fairy elf that he hadn't seen for a long time. Seeing that his opponent was not Kuailong, Bao Baokong was also brave enough to put on a fighting stance. Seeing that the fairy elf did not attack, the baby dragon seemed to be unable to hold back a bit. The irritable gene in the bones of the stormy dragon could not be changed. I saw it spit out sparks and shot at the fairy elf. Fairy elf, avoid it, lightning flashes. Zhang Feng also shouted with a calm expression, the level of this baby dragon is very low, and it is not at the same level as the fairy elf. I saw that the fairy elf started to run at a faster speed, and then easily avoided the spark after dodging several times in a row. Followed, the fairy elf that turned into a pink streamer directly slammed into the baby dragon with a flash of electric light. The baby dragon was directly knocked out and smashed heavily on the rock wall behind it. Down, the lightning flashes and transforms into a fairy, which is a move, and it has a significant effect on the baby dragon. The baby dragon that fell to the ground lost its fighting ability, and Zhang Feng also threw the Pokeball to conquer it.